Hey family, welcome back to my video. Today we will see, what if Harry Potter followed Sirius through the veil after his death? Part 2. Before we start, I would like to extend my sincere thanks to the original author of this story for granting us permission to use it in our YouTube video. Your generosity is greatly appreciated. The author's creation and the original story's link in the descriptions. Please do check that first. Now enjoy the video. We're going to be in so much trouble, Hermione muttered as she followed Neville and Harry out of the chamber. Dumbledore will sort this out, Harry said confidently. How? Asked Neville. He's not headmaster anymore. Dunno, but he'll find a way, said Harry. He always does. Truthfully, he wasn't sure how either, but the man had figured it out in his previous timeline, and surely could do so again. The sequence of events hadn't been that different, had they? The three students reached the end of the corridor, where Harry, Neville, and Lupin had arrived some time earlier. How are we getting out of here? Hermione asked, eyeing the near-vertical pipe they'd entered from. I hope one of you might have an idea, Neville muttered. This is where I got stuck the last time. Too bad Dumbledore's not headmaster anymore, Harry sighed. He could have summoned house elves to transport us out. I'll pass on that idea, Neville grimaced. A mad house elf has been trying to kill me all year. Who, Dobby? Harry grinned. He means well. We'll have to find a way to free him from the Malfoys sometime. He belongs to the Malfoys? Neville yelped, looking shocked. Is now really the time? Hermione groaned. Right, said Harry, looking up at the pipe. Well, Tom used to come down here, and he must have had a way out. Maybe you can ask it in Parseltongue for a ladder or something. Worth a try, Neville shrugged. After a few failed attempts, he finally managed to let out a convincing-sounding hiss towards the pipe. At once, a door materialized out of nowhere in the wall ahead of them. Well, that's more convenient than a ladder, Harry muttered, pushing the door open. It led out into the back of one of the stalls in the same girls' bathroom they'd entered the chamber from. Thank goodness no one uses this place, Harry thought as he stepped out over the toilet and onto the tile floor. This would be a difficult one to explain given my reputation. Harry led the way out of the bathroom and headed for the headmistress' office, Neville and Hermione close behind him. Do you think Dumbledore will be reinstated now that the basilisk has been killed? Neville wondered aloud. Of course he will, Hermione said confidently. He rescued us. Yeah, probably, Harry agreed. Though privately, he wasn't so sure. Lucius Malfoy still had an axe to grind with him, and as Fudge suggested, the Wisingamot weren't likely to back Dumbledore up after what happened to the children of three prominent purebloods. For, Harry reminded himself, as Dahlia had also been added to the victims list, and his own father wasn't likely to take that lightly. Hey, you three! A voice rang out across the corridor. Percy Weasley strode purposefully towards them, prefect badge gleaming self-importantly upon his breast. You're supposed to be in your common rooms. We're going to see McGonagall, said Harry dismissively. She's engaged with the minister at the moment, said Percy. Now, if you'll please come with me, Dash. I said we're going to McGonagall, Harry snapped, growing impatient. You're welcome to come along if you wish. And he pressed onward, ignoring Percy's splutters of protest and empty threats of docked house points. After facing a basilisk, a werewolf, and the manifestation of Lord Voldemort in a single night, Percy Weasley didn't faze him all that much. They reached the staircase guarded by the stone gargoyle without further incident. Password, the gargoyle growled menacingly. We've just come from the Chamber of Secrets, Harry announced loudly. And Dumbledore's asked us to report to the headmistress. We'd like to go up, please. The gargoyle stared stoically at Harry for a moment, then stood and shifted aside to let them through. Harry took the steps three at a time, entering the office without knocking. Professor McGonagall Dash, he began, but he was interrupted by a smothering hug from his mother. Oh, Harry, Lily sobbed. You're right, but oh my dear, your sister. I fear the worst. Mom, get off, Harry muttered, extricating himself from her grasp. James and Lily were looking at him with haunted eyes, undoubtedly believing their youngest child was dead. Dahlia's fine. Well, she's at St. Mungo's, but she should be okay. Son, take a seat, James said shakily, putting a hand on Harry's shoulder. You don't know what you're saying. You're clearly in shock. I'm not, Harry protested, shaking free of his grasp. Didn't you hear? Dahlia's with Dumbledore. And Lupin, too. But he's not looking so good, Dash. The poor boy's stark, raving mad. Another voice scoffed. Harry turned to see Cornelius Fudge sipping tea in an armchair off to one side. Control your son, Potter. He's not mad. Neville piped up. Harry's telling the truth. Hermione added fervently. The 3 second years then began rattling off their own accounts of what happened, as the Potters, Fudge, and McGonagall watched on in bewilderment. After a minute of incoherent rambling, McGonagall raised her hand to silence them. I fail to understand why you 3 are out of your common rooms, she said snippily. But perhaps you'd all best see Madame Pomfrey, who can provide you all calming drafts until you settle down, Dash. But McGonagall was suddenly interrupted by a blinding flash of light and a rush of phoenix fire. Everyone was forced to shield their eyes, and when they opened them again, Albus Dumbledore was standing in the center of the room, Fawkes perched on his shoulder. Your daughter is going to be all right, Mr. and Mrs. Potter, he said placidly, a tired smile on his face. Remus Lupin is in critical condition, but the healers are working on him as we speak. There was a brief moment of stunned silence as everyone took in these words. Then, it was the 4 adults' turn to speak incoherently over one another. You have Dahlia? What's happened to our daughter? What is the meaning of this, Albus? This continued until Fawkes gave a loud, irritated squawk that shut everyone up. Your daughter was taken into the Chamber of Secrets this afternoon, Dumbledore explained calmly. But your son, along with Professor Lupin and Mr. Longbottom here, staged a rescue mission, and the monster was slain. You went into the Chamber of Secrets? James said, staring aghast at his son. That was incredibly reckless of you. Dahlia was in danger. Harry defended himself. And Uncle Remus was with me. I told you to stay out of trouble. Lily groaned. And I told you I would lay down my life for my sister, said Harry. He saved my life too, Mrs. Potter, Hermione said uncertainly. I would have been killed if he hadn't come back for me. He saved me too, Neville said shakily. The basilisk would have gotten us, if not for his quick thinking. It would appear Mr. Potter's actions saved several lives tonight, Dumbledore remarked. A full accounting of events is in order, but first, I must insist the Potters visit St. Mungo's to be with their daughter. And if Professor Lupin has any next of kin, they ought to be notified as well. We'll go straight away, said James, and he and Lily made to stand up. Just 1 minute here. Fudge spluttered, forgotten in the corner. No one's going anywhere until we sort this business out. I mean, a basilisk on school grounds? Another student injured, and now a professor mortally wounded? And let's not forget that you are trespassing on these grounds, Albus. I am here on the invitation of the headmistress, Dumbledore said calmly. Isn't that right, Minerva? It is, McGonagall nodded. Albus sent a missive requesting permission to enter the grounds, and I gave it to him. On what basis? The lives of 2 students and a professor, McGonagall snapped at him. Actually, for students, it would seem. Why were you 2 in the chamber tonight? Longbottom and Granger. I came once I heard Hermione was in danger, Neville said. And how did she come to be in danger? McGonagall pressed. All eyes turned to Hermione, who fidgeted slightly on the spot. It was my fault, she muttered quietly. I wrote in the diary. I was possessed and forced to kidnap Dahlia Potter. I would have been killed too if Harry and Neville didn't come for me. Oh ho, Fudge said, springing to his feet. We have a confession. So you're the one that's been attacking your pureblood classmates. Peace, Cornelius, Dumbledore said. Miss Granger was not acting of her own accord. She was possessed by a malevolent entity contained within a cursed diary. And he held up Tom Riddle's diary, which looked wholly intact and entirely innocent. So this is the infamous diary you've been prattling on about, Fudge muttered, snatching the tiny booklet from Dumbledore's hand. Can you demonstrate how it works? The curse has been destroyed, Dumbledore explained. The entity within it has been purged, so that only the vessel remains. It is harmless now. Well, how convenient. Fudge guffawed. The evidence has been destroyed then, has it? And I suppose you'll find a way to blame you. Know who for all this nonsense, Albus? That is indeed correct, Cornelius, Dumbledore nodded. Though in this case, it was a manifestation of his younger self, as a troubled teen intent on preserving his warped legacy in the school. Enough, Fudge roared. He dropped his teacup, which spilled hot liquid all over the carpeted floor. I won't listen to these conspiracy theories any longer. You are no longer the headmaster of this school, and at this rate, I'll see to it that you lose your position on the Wisegamot as well. But, sir, Hermione said, her voice very quiet now, Dumbledore saved us. And you, Fudge said, rounding on Hermione, who shrunk at his bluster. I think a lot of people will be glad to know that the culprit of this saga has been caught at long last. Or, Potter, please take her into custody. You cannot be serious, said James. She's a 12-year-old girl, Minister. 13. Hermione squeaked quietly, but no one heard her. And she's responsible for the attacks on Weasley, Greengrass, and your own daughter. Fudge retorted. The pureblood families have been clamoring for justice for months now, and they will have it. Be reasonable, Cornelius, Dumbledore said softly. Miss Granger here is not the issue, and you know it. Why are you still here, Albus? Fudge seethed. I do not take orders from you. The only person here who follows orders is Potter, and I've just given him one. Take her to the ministry for sentencing now. There was a tense silence as Hermione trembled quietly with fear. Harry took her hand and gave it a reassuring squeeze. I will take her to Amelia, James eventually sighed. She is, of course, entitled to a trial and representation. So be it, Fudge snapped. Get her out of my sight. Harry could not believe his ears. Hermione was being arrested? It was obvious that Fudge simply needed a scapegoat after the slew of attacks, and she was the most convenient person to throw to the wolves. A muggle born with no allies in the magical world would surely be an easy mark. He'd long known Fudge to be inept and corrupt, but he never imagined him to be so despicably evil. I'll meet you at St. Mungo's as soon as I can, James said to his wife. Go to Dahlia and send word to Sirius about Remus. He'll want to be there too. I will, Lily nodded, and she gave her husband a deep kiss. James extended a hand to Hermione, who hesitantly took it, and he guided her to the fireplace. Moments later, they had stepped through and disappeared en route to the ministry. I take it the girl will be expelled, Minerva? Fudge inquired, turning to McGonagall. McGonagall straightened, having spent most of this meeting shrinking in her seat. I will await the results of her trial, she said shortly. Meanwhile, she is innocent until proven guilty. And Fudge huffed. Just know that this will reflect poorly on your record when the Board of Governors meets to discuss staffing this summer. I eagerly await their decision, McGonagall deadpanned. On that note, I'd best report to Lucius, said Fudge, grabbing his bowler hat and cane. Oh, and I'll be keeping this diary, Albus. Dumbledore bristled at this. I'd like to hold on to it for research purposes, he said. This is evidence in the case against the Granger girl, said Fudge. Unless you'd like to add evidence tampering to your growing list of charges, and sabotage her trial as well. Malfoy will make sure that diary is never seen again, Harry thought with despair. He was stunned at how poorly things were going, after the initial euphoria of getting everyone out of the chamber alive. But he could do nothing but watch as Fudge pocketed the diary, then strode forward through the fireplace. You have a master too, Fudge. You're just too stupid to realize it, Harry thought bitterly. What happens now, Albus? Asked McGonagall as soon as Fudge was gone. I'll see what I can do for Miss Granger, Dumbledore sighed tiredly. The Wisegamot may be thirsty for blood, but surely they'll see through this blatant attempt to pass blame onto an innocent party. Though if James could speak with Lord Greengrass, who has been rather vocal lately, I'll ask him, Lily nodded. I suggest you two see Madame Pomfrey straight away, Dumbledore said, addressing Harry and Neville. Just as a precaution, considering what you were up against tonight. I'd like to see my sister, Harry said adamantly. Dear, you should get some rest, Lily said softly, caressing her son's cheek. You've done enough already. We'll send for you if anything changes. But I'm fine, Harry protested. Though as he said this, he realized he was swaying lightly on his feet and was starting to feel dizzy. The constant adrenaline rush of the evening was catching up to him, and he had to admit he was feeling completely drained. Go with Neville, Harry, said Dumbledore, patting him on the back. You have much to be proud of for your actions tonight. Now rest and continue the fight tomorrow. Harry nodded, swallowing a small knot in his throat at these words. He'd considered himself at odds with Dumbledore since entering this timeline, but he still respected the man enough that his words meant a lot in that moment. Neville ended up having to half-carry Harry up to the hospital wing, as he was too tired to stand on his own 2 feet. Madame Pomfrey assigned them both to beds and hustled off to fetch sleeping potions for them. But Harry was already fast asleep by the time she returned. When Harry awoke, he felt groggy and heavy in his bed, with no sense of time or space. After reaching for his glasses on the bedside table, he noticed that he was surrounded by flowers and cards from well-wishers. It seemed that news of his actions had reached the student body. He'd never cared for the adoration of his peers in his last timeline, but it felt good now to know that he was no longer the pariah of Hogwarts. He heard a rustling sound to his left and turned to see Madame Pomfrey seated behind her desk, sipping tea and reading the Morning Prophet. "What day is today?" he asked in a croaky voice. Madame Pomfrey got up to tend to him at once. "You've been out 2.5 days," she said. "It's Monday." "My sister," Harry asked hopefully, "is doing just fine," she said, and Harry exhaled with relief. "Your parents came to check on you, but I convinced them to let you sleep." "I see," Harry nodded. "Do you think I could read that when you're done?" Madame Pomfrey considered this a moment, then handed him her copy of the Prophet. "Same rubbish as usual, anyway," she muttered, tottering off to her office. Harry flattened the paper and scanned the front page. What he saw immediately appalled him. "Trial set for perpetrator of Hogwarts attacks" by Rita Skeeter, the Daily Prophet. The wizarding world has been abuzz with excitement following Minister Fudge's announcement that the person behind Hogwarts attacks has finally been captured. The Prophet has obtained special permission to reveal that the attacker was 13-year-old Hermione Granger, a Muggle-born student at Hogwarts. "It's a shocking and unfortunate truth," said Fudge in a press conference Sunday evening. Miss Granger was jealous of her more talented and well-off pure-blooded classmates and decided to sow chaos and discord in the school. "We hate to see someone so young enter the justice system, but, well, such crimes cannot go unpunished." Miss Granger will be tried before the Wisingamot later this month. Members of the court expressed shock at the identity of the perpetrator, but many praised Fudge for his swift action. "The minister has done a great service to Hogwarts and the wizarding world as a whole," said Lucius Malfoy, Wisingamot member and member of the Board of Governors for Hogwarts. "Such a dangerous and deranged individual could have disrupted our way of life, and I'm glad to see that she was unsuccessful in her efforts to tear our families apart. It's a shame to see the state of affairs at our once great institution," added Corban Yaxley, another prominent Wisingamot member. "Thank goodness that Croc Albus Dumbledore is no longer in charge over there. We need strong, capable leadership to ensure the safety of our children and the future of our kind." Dumbledore was famously sacked from his post as headmaster earlier this year. He was succeeded by Minerva McGonagall, though. Sources say her tenure will be temporary as the Board of Governors discusses a replacement. For more on Dumbledore's many scandals and controversies, see page 9. Harry tossed the paper across the room in disgust. It was worse than he feared. Hermione was being thrown to the wolves, and she didn't appear to have anyone in her corner defending her. He had to find his father and attempt to talk reason into him. Surely someone could stop this madness from proceeding. Harry requested to leave the hospital wing at once, but Madame Pomfrey insisted on holding him for much of the afternoon to conduct more useless tests. After enduring several long, agonizing hours in bed, dutifully drinking potions, and watching as Pomfrey waved her wand over him performing diagnostics, Harry was finally discharged. Harry headed straight for the Great Hall. It was getting dark, and he was feeling rather hungry. The students were eating dinner when he arrived, but an odd hush fell over the room as he entered. Soon the whispering began as people took notice of him and began to gossip. But Harry had no eyes or ears for any of them. He marched straight up to the head table to speak to McGonagall. "I'd like to go to St. Mungo's to see my family," he announced. "Good evening, Potter," said McGonagall. "Glad to see you're all right. Your parents have sent word that your sister and Professor Lupin are both doing well, and they will send for you later this week." "Later this week?" Harry repeated, crestfallen. "There is quite a lot happening outside these castle walls at the moment, Mr. Potter," said McGonagall, sounding quite tired. "It's best you keep your head down for a few days. Your father in particular is stretched thin between his horrid duties his family problems, and his attempts to help Miss Granger. Harry felt a swell of pride in his father at this. It seemed that James Potter was doing the right thing after all, and wouldn't let a teenage girl get sent to Azkaban without putting up a fight first. "Thank you, Professor," Harry said with a small bow. "You're very welcome," McGonagall nodded back, giving him a sad smile. 5 points to Ravenclaw for your patience. It was a small gesture, but Harry appreciated the token of appreciation all the same. Harry was bombarded with questions as soon as he rejoined his Ravenclaw classmates. He gave them an abridged version of events to satisfy their curiosities, then requested some privacy. Thankfully, they gave it to him, out of respect for his sister, no doubt. What followed was one of the strangest weeks at Hogwarts Harry could recall. All of his friends and relatives were absent. Luna, Ron and Daphne remained petrified, Dahlia and Lupin were at St. Mungo's, Hermione was in custody, and Neville had been pulled out of school by his grandmother. Professor Flitwick was pulling double duty in charms and dada lessons, while transfiguration lessons were outright canceled because McGonagall was too busy dealing with the ministry and her headmistress duties to teach them. Harry felt a bit like he was floating through the days, not really existing in his body. It was all so surreal. Hogwarts was still Hogwarts, but everything was just a little bit off. The entire school was still on edge. The threat of the chamber was gone, but nobody knew exactly why, as the only official explanation was the cock and bull story about Hermione that everyone knew was bogus. Harry never thought he would admit it, but he missed Dumbledore as headmaster. He'd been wary of the man during this new timeline, but he missed his strong, decisive leadership right about now. The man always knew how to address the students to make a situation seem okay. And while McGonagall was a good teacher, she lacked that quality to rally students together in tough times. Her tight-lipped approach was only further driving confusion and disarray among the student body. It wasn't until Friday afternoon that Harry was finally called out of class to McGonagall's office, where she ushered him through the flue to meet his mother in the lobby of St. Mungo's. "Sorry you couldn't come sooner," said Lily, embracing her son in a tight hug. "It's been madness ever since you came out of that chamber." "How's Dahlia?" asked Harry. "She's going to be just fine," Lily beamed. "She's alert and healthy and asking about you." "That's good," Harry sighed with relief. "And Uncle Remus?" Lily's smile faltered slightly at this. "He's stable," she said cryptically. "They're still conducting a lot of tests. He's drawn quite a lot of attention in recent days." "Why's that?" asked Harry. "It's a long story," Lily sighed, beckoning Harry to follow her towards the stairwell. Harry could only hope that story involved a full recovery for his favorite teacher, mentor, and surrogate uncle. Lily guided Harry down the hall to Dahlia's room, where a large number of flowers and cards had been laid outside the door. "Well, wishes from her classmates," Lily explained. McGonagall had already announced her tragedy to the school before she was rescued. Harry could only imagine what his parents must have gone through for those hours in between Dahlia's capture and the revelation that she was alive. The grief of losing their youngest child must have been unbearable. He squeezed his mother's arm reassuringly, then pushed open the door to enter the room. Dahlia was propped up in her bed, talking with the healer performing diagnostic spells over her body. When she saw Harry enter, her eyes dropped to her lap and shameful tears rose to her eyes. "I'm sorry, Harry," she muttered. "I lied to you all year. It was me who had the diary dash." "I know," Harry said, dropping into a chair by her side and clasping his sister's hand. "Ginny told me everything." "I was horrible to you," Dahlia moaned, her teary emerald eyes pleading him for understanding. "I let people think you were some kind of freak, all because I was ashamed by what I was doing with the diary." "I forgive you," said Harry. "It was Tom Riddle making you do those things. I don't blame you for what happened." That sent Dahlia over the edge, bursting into sobs and launching herself at her brother to hug him. This also set off half a dozen instruments beside the bed, and the healer gently pulled Dahlia back into a prone position. "It isn't fair what's happening to Hermione Granger," Dahlia sniffed. "Mom told me yesterday. She's being punished for something I'm also guilty of. Your father is working closely with Madame Bones to make sure nothing happens to her," Lily reassured Dahlia. "Miss Granger will be exonerated. I'm sure of it." Harry wished he shared her optimism. He'd been following the story in The Prophet over the past week, and it seemed that most of the public wanted Hermione to be harshly punished for her crimes. The full story of the diary, of course, was not common knowledge, and the reporting made it seem like she knowingly and deliberately targeted pure-blood students out of spite. Harry spent the next few hours at Dahlia's side, reassuring her that he did not in fact hate her and that he was grateful she was alive. She grilled him for information about how he dealt with Tom, but Harry was vague with his answers, simply saying that Dumbledore got rid of him. He noted that she sounded a bit disappointed that Tom was gone. He must have done a real number on her mind, acting as a close confidant and friend to her at the start of the year. Eventually, a healer entered and informed them that Dahlia needed to rest. Harry hugged his sister goodbye, then followed his mother out into the hall. "I'm going to meet your father at the ministry," said Lily. "Shall I escort you back to the Flow?" "I can find my own way," said Harry. "I'd like to see Uncle Remus first." Lily frowned a little at this. "All right," she eventually sighed. "But be warned, it's a bit hectic up there at the moment, and they might not let you in." Harry wondered what this could possibly mean. The whole situation around Lupin had perplexed him. Why was his case not as cut and dry as Dahlia's? Was he going to recover or not? He was soon to find out one way or another, as he bid his mother farewell and headed for the stairwell. Harry stepped out onto the Die Llewellyn ward and was nearly bowled over by a healer running down the hall. There was a great deal of commotion on this ward, with nurses, healers, and what looked like reporters crowding around one particular room. As Harry approached, he realized with horror that it was Lupin's room. Are basilisk wounds so rare that they've all come to get a glimpse themselves? Harry wondered. He pushed his way through the crowd towards the door, where he was stopped by an auror. "No visitors," the man said gruffly. But he's practically family," Harry protested. "My name's Harry Potter." "Potter," the auror repeated, arching an eyebrow. "All right, just you then. Everyone else back." The auror opened the door for Harry to slip through, struggling to contain the mass of people trying to enter themselves or get a glimpse. Harry was afraid of what he'd find inside. What kind of state must Lupin be in to warrant such attention? But to his surprise and relief, Lupin was sitting upright atop his bed, chatting merrily with the healer conducting tests on his exposed shoulder. When he saw Harry, a wide grin spread across his face. "Harry, my boy," Lupin laughed. "Glad to see you in one piece." "You as well," Harry said, sinking into an empty chair and marveling at Lupin. He looked better than Harry had ever seen him. His skin was clear and blemish-free, and even some of his scarring seemed to have lessened. His arm looked completely normal, aside from two bright red spots near the shoulder where the basilisk fangs had pierced him. "Dahlia's doing all right, then?" Lupin asked. "And Hermione? And Neville?" "All fine, thanks to you," Harry nodded. "Though Hermione's still being held at the ministry." "Yeah, I read about that in the Prophet," Lupin muttered. "Despicable. What Fudge has done to that poor girl." "My dad and Amelia Bones are working to see her free," Harry said. "But Uncle Remus, how are you? I mean, I thought you were dead for sure." "I very nearly was," Lupin chuckled. "They tell me I'm only the 5th documented case of a basilisk bite this century, and I'm the first to survive it." "Bloody hell," Harry breathed. He had been the one in Lupin's position in his original timeline, and never realized the absurd odds against his survival. "But that's only the smaller of two miracles," Lupin beamed. "Do you know what today is?" Harry frowned, unsure what he was getting at. Then it dawned on him. "Tonight's the full moon." Harry gasped. "Have they given you Wolfsbane? Do they have a place for you to transform safely?" "No and no," Lupin grinned. "Because there's no need." "What do you mean?" Harry frowned. "Turns out I'm no longer a werewolf," said Lupin. "According to the healers, the basilisk venom progressed so deeply into my system that it eradicated the condition." "Never seen anything like it," muttered the healer on duty. "Healers are traveling from across the world to study his case." "Has a werewolf ever been cured before?" Harry asked. "Never." Lupin shook his head. "And I'm not surprised, since no healer worth their salt would ever experiment with basilisk venom as a medicinal tool." "The phoenix tears are also a rarity," said the healer. "The bird cannot be coerced into donating their tears. They must be willingly given. Their healing properties are well documented, but they are prohibitively expensive due to their scarcity." "So this can't be used as a treatment for other werewolves?" asked Harry. "Oh, I imagine people will try," said Lupin. "Once word of this gets out, There will be plenty of werewolves desperate enough to undergo unregulated treatments using basilisk venom that will likely kill them. But that's still brilliant news, Uncle Remus. Harry smiled. How does it feel to not have that hanging over your head every month? It's a relief like you could never understand, said Lupin. Knowing that I'm no longer a danger to those around me, that I don't have to hide who I am from people anymore. I've never felt so liberated. Harry moved forward to embrace Lupin in a hug. Sorry for putting you in a tough position the other night, he muttered. I was a bit of a prat to you. Don't be, said Lupin, ruffling Harry's hair. You did brilliantly in that chamber. I told you to leave me and save the others, and that's what you did. I couldn't be prouder of you. The healer ushered Harry out of the room soon after, with Lupin promising that he would return to the castle before the end of term. Harry slipped out of Lupin's room and maneuvered through the crowd, still trying to get a peek inside. He was halfway to the stairwell when a familiar, sing-song voice called out after him. Harry! Yoo-hoo, Harry! Harry turned to see Rita Skeeter hustling over to him. How have you been, dear? Fine, Harry said neutrally, glancing around to see if anyone could overhear them, but everyone on the ward was too preoccupied with Lupin's door to notice them. I never got the chance to thank you for the Lockhart scoop, Rita beamed at him. What a windfall that was. I was able to milk 4 months' worth of articles about him alone. Congratulations, Harry deadpanned. Seems we both got what we wanted out of the arrangement. Yes, indeed, said Rita. By the way, how's your uncle doing? I hear he's made quite the miraculous recovery, but they're remaining tight-lipped about what happened. Sorry, can't help you there, Harry said, moving to walk past Rita. You can wait for the official announcement with everyone else. Oh, don't be like that. Rita chuckled, grabbing Harry's arm. We had a good thing going. Why spoil the fun now? It took all of Harry's self-control to not wrench his arm free of Rita's grip and give her a mouthful for her audacity. But then he had an idea. All right, Miss Skeeter, I'll give you your scoop, he said. But I need something in return from you. Rita's smile faltered slightly, but returned almost at once. But of course, she said, releasing Harry's arm to dig into her purse. Looking for some zonkos spending money? I have a few galleons I can spare dash. I don't want gold, Harry said. I need you to write an article explaining that Hermione Granger is innocent. Rita's pleasant demeanor evaporated at once. The muggle-born girl who attacked those purebloods at Hogwarts, she said. That's been quite the scandal, you know. Lots of prominent families want her in Azkaban for it. I know, Harry nodded. That's why you have to change people's minds. I can provide details the public doesn't know to bolster her case. Rita regarded Harry with a look of mild disdain, but she eventually huffed in apparent resignation. Will that be all you need? She sighed. No, actually, said Harry. I also need you to convince people that Dumbledore should be reinstated as Hogwarts headmaster. Rita looked like she had just smelled something foul. The prophet has been dragging Albus Dumbledore's name through the mud for years, she groaned. Such an about-face would be big news. Exactly, Harry nodded. Again, I'll give you the details people don't know. Many students would have lost their lives this year without him. Rita shook her head in disbelief. I could lose my job for this, she muttered. Lucius Malfoy is good friends with our editor, and he's wanted Dumbledore out for years. You'll figure something out, Harry shrugged. And need I remind you why we struck our deal in the first place? It's not as if you have a choice. Still holding that over my head. Ediri? Rita Greenberg. She leaned in close to Harry, cold fury etched in her normally pleasant expression. Very well, you'll have your articles. But believe you me, if I'm sacked for it, I'll make it my life's mission to destroy your family's reputation. Understood, Harry said coolly, unfazed by her empty threats. Now, here's what happened to Remus Lupin. Progress was slow, but Hogwarts felt like it was slowly healing as the term drew to a close. The Mandrakes finally matured and allowed Luna, Ron, and Daphne, along with Calvin and Easel, to be petrified. The 3 students received a raucous reception upon their return to the Great Hall, and Harry ran up to embrace all 3 in a hug. No one's taking the fall for my mistakes ever again, he thought to himself. Lupin rejoined the staff soon after, drawing an even more enthusiastic reception from the student body. He'd proven quite popular during his short stint as Dada professor, and most everyone aside from the dark sect of Slytherins loved him. He also drew significant attention as a subject of gossip. Rita Skeeter's article had dropped, spilling the truth of his miraculous recovery from his werewolf affliction. Lupin politely declined questions about it from students once he resumed classes, but Harry could tell the man was happier than he'd ever seen him. But two pieces of business remained. Hermione was still in custody, and Dumbledore remained on the outs with McGonagall poised to join him. Harry anxiously watched the prophet, waiting for Rita to uphold her end of the bargain. What if she simply ignored his request? Was she calling his bluff, unwilling to risk her reputation in the face of blackmail from a preteen? Harry was fully prepared to go through with exposing her, but much preferred to keep using her as a mouthpiece to enact change. Luckily, the response came with just a week left in the school year. Harry unfolded his copy of the prophet over breakfast and stared at the headline in disbelief. New details in Granger case cast doubt on Ministry's version of events. By Rita Skeeter, The Daily Prophet. The prophet has obtained new information in the ongoing case against Hermione Granger that could affect her guilty status ahead of her pending Wisingamot trial. These revelations may in fact point to Miss Granger being not a perpetrator, but a victim in the attacks that plagued Hogwarts School for much of the past school year. According to sources close to the school, Miss Granger was possessed by a cursed diary that was smuggled into the school by an unknown source. This diary was the vessel that drove the holder to commit these heinous acts against fellow students. Furthermore, Miss Granger has an alibi that absolves her of at least 2 of the attacks, casting doubt on her involvement in the others. The Ministry's attempts to portray Miss Granger's motives as malicious also ring hollow when confronted with the facts. Sources tell the prophet that she is close friends with several pure-blood students, including Harry Potter, son of the Auror James Potter, Neville Longbottom, the boy who lives, and most notably Ronald Weasley, one of the victims of her alleged attacks. "I thought it seemed strange that she would attack my son," admits Arthur Weasley, father of Ronald and head of the Misuse of Muggle Artifacts office. "She visited our home last summer and got on with our family quite well. We all loved her like a daughter and didn't understand why the Ministry blamed her for the attacks. Both of my daughters have had nothing but kind things to say about Miss Granger," adds Ramesh Patil, Wisingamot member and father of 2 Hogwarts students. "She was uncommonly bright and got along well with purebloods and Muggleborns alike. I seriously doubt she would be malicious enough to carry out these attacks." Information regarding the mythical Chamber of Secrets has been scarce, but sources indicate that the threat was eradicated by none other than Albus Dumbledore, former headmaster of the school. Our sources indicate that Dumbledore staged a rescue mission to rescue Miss Granger, along with 3 other underage Hogwarts students who were lured by the diary. One such student, who prefers to remain anonymous, credits Dumbledore fully with their survival. "We would have been killed for certain if he wasn't there," says the second year. "I'd heard he was a powerful wizard, but seeing him in action made me realize why they call him Britain's protector." The prophet calls on Minister Fudge to bring forth evidence of Miss Granger's involvement in the plot and to explain why Dumbledore was removed from his post. "We especially wish to verify the existence of the diary, which eyewitnesses claim to have seen in Fudge's possession before departing from Hogwarts earlier this month. Surely such an important piece of evidence would be made readily available to the Department of Magical Law Enforcement." Harry smirked as he read the last paragraph, which had been his idea. He was nearly certain that Lucius Malfoy would reclaim the diary and hide it far from prying eyes, so the public call for its re-emergence could reflect poorly on Fudge. "Let's see who's guilty of evidence tampering after all," he thought smugly. Harry was concerned about what the backlash to Rita's article might be. Would Fudge march into the Daily Prophet's office and demand a retraction? Would Rita lose her job and make good on her promise to ruin the Potter family name? It was a tremendous risk Harry was taking, and while it was well worth it for Hermione's sake, he spent that day in agony, hoping that the worst wasn't unfolding outside the castle walls. But to his delight, the following morning's prophet only bolstered his case. People were coming out of the woodwork left and right to defend Dumbledore and criticize Fudge for prosecuting a teenage girl. For the rest of that week, there was an outpouring of support for the former headmaster that Harry never thought possible in the prophet. And the cherry on top came when Dale Greengrass publicly called for Hermione's release, making it clear that he did not blame her for his daughter's attack. Looks like Dad managed to get through to him, Harry thought with relief. He was also happy to see that the diary was becoming a sticking point in the media as reporters demanded Fudge to release it to the public. This forced a sheepish minister to admit that it had been misplaced, which was exactly what Harry hoped would happen. Lucius Malfoy may have been able to cover his tracks this time, but Harry would be damn sure to take advantage of the situation however else he could. On the final Tuesday of term, the Prophet reported that all charges had been dropped against Hermione due to lack of evidence, and that Albus Dumbledore had been reinstated as Hogwarts headmaster effectively immediately. The two arrived at the Great Hall together that evening during dinner, eliciting a raucous round of applause from all but the Slytherin table. Harry was the first up to greet Hermione, who looked shaken but all right, and she hugged him tightly, whispering thanks in his ear. The final few days of term felt like a celebration now that all the pieces were back in place, as they should be. Harry received top marks in all of his classes, aside from History of Magic, which he could live with, and his fellow Ravenclaws no longer treated him like a leper. Things were finally going Harry's way for once, and he was sad to see the term ending now that Hogwarts was no longer a constant source of stress on his psyche. Before Harry knew it, the closing feast had arrived, and the Great Hall was packed with students eager to bid farewell to another year at Hogwarts. Once the meal had been eaten, Dumbledore stood to give an address to the students. "Another eventful year," he beamed. "I know it was at times challenging and frightening for many of you, but by sticking together and persevering, we all made it through intact. Before we say farewell, we have a few last-minute points of business," Dumbledore continued. "First, on behalf of the entire staff, I would like to thank Professor Lupin for his services this term and wish him well in his retirement. Best of luck, Professor." "What?" Harry yelped in shock, and he was not the only one. This was apparently news to the entire student body, who had no idea that Lupin would not be returning next year. Harry stood and searched out Lupin at the head table, but he was nowhere to be seen. Perhaps he was avoiding the difficult situation by skipping the feast entirely. "We also have a house cup to hand out," Dumbledore continued, overriding the hubbub. The current standings see Gryffindor in 4th place with 311 points, Hufflepuff in 3rd with 374 points, Ravenclaw in 2nd with 453 points, and Slytherin in 1st place with 481. The Slytherins cheered raucously at this. Harry glared at Draco Malfoy, who looked particularly smug. "You're lucky our last Quidditch match was cancelled," Harry grumbled to himself. "That cup should have been ours. However, a few last-minute points must be added," Dumbledore said. "First, to Mr. Neville Longbottom, for demonstrating remarkable bravery, cunning, and nerve when disaster struck our school. I award him 30 points." The Slytherins once again cheered at this, patting Neville appreciatively on the back. Just adding insult to injury, Harry thought miserably. Of course, Dumbledore would show bias towards the boy who lived. Secondly, to the victims of this year's terrible events, Dumbledore said, "I award 20 points apiece for refusing to bend the knee to tyranny and surviving a most tragic fate. Give a hand for Luna Lovegood, Ronald Weasley, Daphne Greengrass, Dahlia Potter, and of course, Hermione Granger." The room applauded politely as a smattering of gems dropped into each of the 4 giant hourglasses, with Ravenclaw earning a double boost. "And finally," said Dumbledore, "to Mr. Harry Potter, for showing uncommon skill, poise, and selflessness in the face of terrible danger, as well as a knack for uncovering the truth to the world. I award him 40 points." The Ravenclaw table exploded with applause at this. Harry sat there, dumbfounded, as his classmates patted him on the back and cheered wildly. He had just won them the House Cup. Dumbledore waved his wand, and the neutral banners around the hall turned to blue and bronze to commemorate their victory. But Harry had eyes only for Dumbledore. The headmaster gave him a small nod of appreciation, and Harry could have sworn he winked as well. Uncovering the truth to the world. Did Dumbledore somehow know he was behind Rita Skeeter's article? Perhaps this was his way of thanking Harry for restoring his position as headmaster. Harry made a beeline for the exit as soon as the feast was adjourned. He headed not for Ravenclaw Tower, but to Lupin's office, barging in without knocking. Lupin was in the process of packing his belongings and looked up at the new arrival with a smile. "Harry," Lupin greeted him. "Don't you have packing to do? You're leaving?" Harry demanded. "Why?" Lupin sighed at this. Clearly, he'd been anticipating this conversation. "Teaching you lot has been one of the most rewarding experiences of my life," he said. "But right now, I have an opportunity to do something I never thought I'd be able to do." "What's that?" Harry asked. "Live," Lupin smiled. "I've been given a second chance, Harry. Being freed of my affliction opens so many doors for me, and I no longer have to carry that stigma around with me. I want to see the world and experience the side of life I never thought I'd get to have. The life your Uncle Sirius has enjoyed, for instance." "So, you're quitting teaching to become a playboy millionaire?" Harry asked. When he put it that way, he honestly couldn't blame the man. Who wouldn't choose that alternative? "How are you going to afford it all?" "Easy." Lupin smirked, holding up 2 vials of putrid green liquid. "Dumbledore let me harvest the basilisk, considering I was the one to kill it. These 2 vials alone should last me nearly a lifetime." I'm told Snape was livid when he found out. He and Harry shared an appreciative chuckle at this. Snape wasn't nearly as unpleasant and awful in this timeline as in the last, but Harry still didn't mind seeing him knock down a peg or two. "Well, we're gonna miss you," Harry smiled sadly. "You were the best teacher we've ever had." "I won't be disappearing from your life forever," Lupin assured him. "Just for a little while. I want to cast my net out into open waters and see what I can haul in." "I'm happy for you, Uncle Remus," said Harry, moving forward to give him a hug. "If anything, I'm jealous. I'll try to save some of the beautiful women for you," Lupin chuckled. "Besides, I'm sure your Uncle Sirius will be upset if my future wife outshines his." That elicited another hearty laugh from both of them. Harry returned to his dorm that night with mixed emotions. Somehow, everything had worked out better than expected. The basilisk was dead, the diary was neutralized, and nobody had died. Better yet, Lupin had come out of it all better than he started, with newfound wealth and, more importantly, a new lease on life. Still, it was bittersweet, as he knew he wouldn't see his Uncle Remus again for a long time, and they'd have to make do with a new dada professor for his 3rd year. He also worried about the potential fallout from his latest gambit in the Prophet. Would Fudge figure out he was behind the recent Whisper campaign against him? Would Malfoy seek vengeance for Harry foiling the diary plot? Meanwhile, Voldemort was still out there somewhere, and Harry felt no closer to eradicating him from the planet than when he started. But he would deal with all of that when it came. For now, he would appreciate the people around him and try to live his new life to the fullest. Year 3-01. A Mysterious Confidant. A/N. Welcome to Year 3. I've been looking forward to this year because the relative lack of canon plot gives me more time to flesh out all my characters that I have big plans for later. For those of you itching for a more competent, intelligent, and fun Harry, buckle up, because this year and beyond should fare much better for him. We might also see some romance in the near future, but no spoilers. Harry spent the train ride back to London with all his friends who had been petrified, along with Neville and Hermione, leading to a rather cramped carriage car. Luna innocently offered to sit on Harry's lap to make room, but at the sight of Daphne's raised eyebrow and Ron's thinly concealed suggestive grin, Harry instead gave up his seat and sat on the floor to accommodate everyone. The trip flew by as the group caught up after months apart, with Ron and Daphne repeatedly shooting down Hermione's attempts to apologize to them. "We know you wouldn't knowingly try to kill us," Ron insisted. "Spending 2 weeks in ministry custody is more than enough punishment for one mistake." "Besides, Weasley had it coming," Daphne quipped. "If you'd seen the atrocious opening he used against me in our last chess match, you would have come back to make sure the job was finished." The car erupted in laughter as Ron went scarlet at this statement. When they pulled into King's Cross, everyone promised to write over the summer before going their separate ways. James was waiting for Harry when he disembarked on a platform 9 3/4, luggage in one hand and bandit's cage in the other. "Where's Mum and Dahlia?" he asked. "Wasn't she supposed to be discharged today?" "She is, but it's taking longer than expected," James explained. "They'll meet us at home." And he guided Harry through the station to the Portkey hangar, where a rusty old anchor awaited to whisk them back to Godric's Hollow. As soon as his feet touched down in the living room, Harry was greeted by a low hiss of irritation. Calvin the Kneasel was eyeing them warily from the foot of the stairs. "Hello to you too," Harry greeted the cat grumpily. "Don't suppose you've warmed up to me at all since you've been de-thawed." The swipe Calvin took at Harry as he sidestepped the cat to head upstairs was all the answer he needed. Lily and Dahlia arrived home via flew roughly an hour after, the latter poring over her St. Mungo's discharge papers. "Sorry we're late," Lily apologized. Dahlia insisted on grilling the healers about each potion they prescribed to her and precisely what's in them. "I like to know what goes in my body. Thank you very much," Dahlia said primly, not looking up from her papers. "I could have told you exactly what your body's full of," Harry quipped. This succeeded in getting Dahlia's attention, as she tossed the papers aside and chased him around the house, attempting to kick his shins, Calvin excitedly prancing after them. The following day was hot and muggy, and Dahlia insisted on visiting the creek where the local Muggle kids like to hang out. Lily was hesitant so soon after her discharge, but James gave her the okay, though he insisted that Harry watch her carefully. "The side effects of magical core drainage can be unpredictable," he warned them both. "We wouldn't want to have to obliviate an entire village for some accidental magic leaking out." "We'll be careful," Dahlia promised. But as soon as they were out of the house, Dahlia sprinted ahead of Harry to the creek, immediately stripping off her outer layers and diving head first into the water. So much for careful, Harry thought, bemused, as his Gryffindor sister relished in her newfound freedom with reckless abandon. Harry decided to tan on a large rock while his sister splashed and laughed with the local Muggle children. He kept one eye on Dahlia and the other on a gaggle of older girls wading in the shallow water. Harry was getting to the point where girls his age were starting to develop and grow out of their awkward preteen phase, and he had to control himself from ogling at the skimpy outfits some of the girls were sporting. "You're much older than them mentally," he chastised himself. "It's too early to look at them that way." He was so determined not to stare that he nearly failed to notice when one of the girls peeled off from the group and approached him, clearing her throat for his attention. "Your name's Potter, isn't it?" she asked. Yes," Harry stammered. "I'm Harry, and that's my sister, Dahlia." He pointed out his sister, who was currently 15 feet up a giant oak tree, laughing as the other kids urged her to keep climbing. "Cool, I'm Kelly," the girl smiled. "I don't see you around town except in the summer. Where do you go the rest of the year?" "Boarding school." "Up in Scotland," Harry answered. "Bit of a chore, but it's not so bad." "I see," said the girl. "Listen, I'm having a birthday party next Saturday at Beckett Field. You should come by. Maybe you can tell me all about that boarding school of yours." "Oh," said Harry, surprised. "Yeah, I just might." "Okay." The girl smiled shyly. "Bye, Harry." And she skipped off back to her friends, who were all giggling deviously at her. Harry watched her go. Kelly was rather pretty, a blonde Muggle girl he'd seen around the previous summer. What's the harm in a little summer fling? Harry thought to himself. It's not as if anything could really happen in a single summer. A shriek of fear interrupted his reverie, and his focus snapped over to Dahlia, who had slipped and tumbled head first out of the oak tree. For a terrifying moment, he was sure she was about to crash painfully onto the rocks. But at the last second, her momentum miraculously carried her towards the creek, where she splashed heavily into the water. "Wicked!" Dahlia laughed as she emerged without a scratch, earning whoops of appreciation from the others. Harry shook his head with a heavy sigh, positive his sister was intentionally skirting the bounds of the statute of secrecy for her own amusement. Harry stared at himself in the mirror that night, lamenting his still, scrawny figure. He'd achieved a bit of definition after a year of Quidditch training, but he was still a year away from his growth spurt that would give him a bit of height to offset his skinny frame. Why do I care what some Muggle girls think of my body, anyway? Harry thought to himself. Kelly was just being friendly. There's no harm in making new friends. He still found himself excited as the days passed and the following Saturday approached. Unfortunately, that Friday, his plans came to a crashing halt as he came downstairs to find James and Sirius sitting at the kitchen table, speaking in low, urgent tones to one another. "Morning, Harry," said James, hastily hiding the copy of the Prophet they'd just been discussing. "Sleep well?" "What's happened?" Harry demanded. "Is something wrong?" James and Sirius shared a significant look. Then James relented. "You would find out on your own soon anyway," he sighed, handing Harry the paper. Harry glanced at the front page and gasped at the headline. Peter Pettigrew escapes from Azkaban prison. Harry scanned the rest of the article, but it contained little information of note. "How?" he asked as he took an empty seat beside his father. "No one's sure," James admitted. "The guards came by his cell yesterday morning, and he was just gone. Cell door still locked. Not a trace of him. Didn't think the git had it in him," Sirius muttered darkly. Peter was never the brightest bulb, but he had a knack for worming out of tight spots, I suppose. "The guards knew he was an animagus, right?" Harry asked. Surely his cell had measures in place to prevent him transforming and escaping that way. James and Sirius exchanged another meaningful look. "Or no, Harry, they didn't," said James slowly. "You're joking." Harry guffawed. "You didn't think that was relevant information? That he could slip through the bars as a rat and evade the Dementors? Look, no one had ever escaped from Azkaban before." James protested. "We didn't think it mattered. Your father and I were in a difficult position last summer," Sirius sighed. "If we told the ministry about Peter, they might figure out that we're illegal animagi ourselves. That in itself carries a maximum sentence of 20 years, I know," Harry sighed. He'd looked that information up last year when preparing to blackmail Rita Skeeter. He could understand why James and Sirius had kept that information to themselves, and in fairness, he'd failed to bring it up himself during his ministry hearing. "So what happens now?" "We'll need to be cautious for a while," said James. "We don't know what Pettigrew's motives will be, and he could choose to come after you or Neville because of what happened between you last spring. The ministry's sending a few Aurors to stand guard here, and we're all going to stay indoors this summer." "Not all summer, I hope," Harry groaned. "I had plans to go to a party tomorrow." "Sorry, not happening," James shook his head. "The safety of the family comes first, and after what happened to Dahlia this year, we're not taking any chances." Harry spent the rest of the day attempting to cajole his way into attending Kelly's party, even going to his mother in the hopes of getting her approval. "Not a chance," Lily tooted. "I'm not letting my children out of my sight for the rest of the summer, if I can help it." "Harry just wants to sneak off to see his girlfriend," Dahlia teased. "I don't have a girlfriend," Harry grumbled. "No, but you want her to be," Dahlia giggled. "She's a real looker, Mom. I saw Harry staring at her bum at the creek the other day, You little brat." Harry groaned, tackling his sister and playfully pinning her to the ground while attempting to cover her mouth. "Harry and Kelly, sitting in a tree," Dahlia shouted in a sing-song voice as she grappled with her brother. "SNOGGN." Harry grabbed a nearly pillow and attempted to smother Dahlia's face with it, as both his sister and mother laughed at his embarrassment. But Saturday came and went with no party. Harry was confined to the house, spending most of the day moping in his room and thinking about Peter Pettigrew. Once again, the timeline was progressing similarly and yet radically different. Once again, someone had escaped from Azkaban, and many feared they were after Harry. But was that actually the case? Harry failed to see what Peter stood to gain from killing him. He'd had the opportunity last year, in the mirror chamber, but disobeyed his master's orders when told to do so. Perhaps Neville then? Again, it didn't strike Harry as wise for Peter to go after such a high-profile target. No, it was far more likely that Peter was lying low somewhere, hiding from the ministry, and just trying to survive. Hell, maybe he'd make his way to the burrow again and have another go at pretending to be Scabbers for 12 more years. But what if he was off to Romania in search of Voldemort? He was already in the Dark Lord service in this timeline, and Peter might choose to cast his lot with him once more. Harry was operating under the assumption that he still had 2 years to go before Voldemort was resurrected, but maybe things were progressing ahead of schedule. He had to start taking the Dark Lord's return more seriously, or else enter an even darker timeline than before. July stretched interminably onward, with Harry rapidly growing crazy in the confines of the home. James spent most days at the ministry, while Lily was hard at work in the study on a thesis project for her potions mastery, and Dahlia preferred to stick to her bedroom. The only entertainment Harry had was the occasional letter from a friend, recounting their amazing vacations abroad, or playing with Calvin, if getting scratched and hissed it constituted playing. One sunny afternoon, Harry decided to sneak out into the yard to visit the broom shed. He wasn't allowed to fly under these lockdown conditions, but he just wanted to at least hold his father's clean sweep and reminisce about flying. He was halfway to the shed when he was hit with a freezing charm from behind. "Watch her, Harry," a cheerful voice called out, and Tonks disillusioned herself so that he could see her leaning casually against the back wall. "Going somewhere?" "Just exploring," Harry grumbled once she released him from the spell. "Are you going to tell on me? Do I look like a gal who snitches on her friends?" Tonks winked. "I know how boring it must be in there. It's not much more exciting out here, waiting for nothing to happen, believe you me." "So have they made you a full aura yet?" Harry asked, leaning against the wall beside her. "I have 6 months of training left," Tonks grimaced. "Then I have to pass a bunch of exams, or else I'm back to square one. And the ministry wonders why recruiting numbers are so damn low." "What kind of exams do you have to do?" Harry asked. "Some written work, mostly to brush up on theory," Tonks shrugged. "But plenty of practical tests, too, combat scenarios, dueling, that kind of thing." "Sounds tough," Harry agreed. "Course, I hear you're quite the budding duelist yourself, kid," Tonks smirked. "Chip off your father's block, eh?" "Something like that," Harry shrugged modestly. Then he was struck with an idea. "Say, fancy a few practice duels?" "You and me?" Tonks asked, raising an intrigued eyebrow. "I don't suppose it would be much of a fair fight." "Don't worry, I'll go easy on you," Harry fired back with a grin. "Oh, you cheeky git?" Tonks laughed. "All right, Potter, you're on. My shift ends at 5. Then we can ask your folks for permission." Harry spent the next 3 hours begging his mother for the chance to duel Tonks. She was reluctant, but Harry persisted, trying every trick he could think of to guilt her into it, including the need for practice in case he was cornered by Pettigrew. "Oh, all right," Lily eventually groaned. "But if your father objects, this is the only time." Soon after, Harry found himself squaring off against Tonks in the basement, which had shifted form to resemble a fighting arena. Harry twirled his wand in his palm, getting reacclimated to the weight, having been deprived of it for the start of the summer. "Ready to lose, it'll bitty Potter?" Tonks smirked. "In your dreams, Nymphadora," Harry shot back, earning a glowering look in return. "Kick his arse, Tonks." Dahlia cheered from the stairwell, where she and Lily sat watching. Her mother gave her an admonishing slap on the wrist for this, but also watched on in anticipation. Tonks remained on the defensive to start the duel, and Harry started slow, hoping to catch her off guard with his hidden skill level. He fired elementary jinxes and charms her way, not giving away that he knew far more than second-year spells. "Not bad form, Potter," Tonks grinned as she lazily batted aside his feeble efforts. "Now my turn." She switched to the offensive, firing mostly stunners and disarming charms at a slow pace. Harry pretended to struggle with his defenses, when in reality, he was sleepwalking through it like she was. "Let me know if you need a break," Tonks called out. "Likewise," Harry said. Without warning, he launched into a rapid combination, sending 3 nonverbal spells in quick succession. The surprised Tonks was forced to erect a powerful shield charm to block them all, the golden surface rippling with the impact. "Okay, little Potter knows how to play after all," Tonks grinned. "Time to take off the kitty gloves." The duel resumed in earnest, with Harry and Tonks trading blows. Harry gradually ramped up his intensity, delving deeper into his spell knowledge in an attempt to trick her. Tonks responded in kind, diversifying her own spells, so that Harry had to stay nimble to avoid the ones he didn't recognize. Harry found himself fatigued after a few minutes of parry. Tonks, by contrast, looked barely winded, her aura training clearly giving her the stamina advantage. Harry's defensive work gradually became sloppier, until eventually Tonks sent a powerful banishing charm that shattered Harry's flimsy shield and sent him sprawling back against the opposite wall. "Oh, my dear!" Lily shrieked, rushing forward to fuss over her son. "Oh, no, no, you've drawn blood. Let me see it dash." "Mom, get off," Harry grumbled, forcing himself to his feet against his mother's protests. "I can deal with some bumps and bruises, thank you." "That was impressive, kid," Tonks appraised him, casually strolling over as if the fight had been a walk through the park. "I've fought a few fellow trainees who aren't nearly as good as you are." "Thanks," Harry panted, fighting the urge to brace himself against the wall from the dizziness in his head. His pride prevented him from admitting that he was in pain, not wanting to give her the satisfaction. Keep it up and you'll be a formidable auror once you're my age, Tonks said seriously. Your dad's taught you well. Harry declined to correct her that his father hadn't taught him a thing, or that he was, in fact, much closer to Tonks' true age and skill level than his own peers. He still wished to keep his time travel a secret, lest he draw too much attention to himself too quickly. Harry has many more options than becoming an auror, Lily said gently. It's an honorable profession, Mum, Harry said. And if it's something I'm good at, why not get paid for it? I'd hate to see the two men in my life waste their lives fighting for a living, Lily sighed. Why not do something safer, like teaching? Boringe? Tonks laughed. Anyway, thanks for letting this happen, Mrs. Potter. I'd love to give Harry some pointers the next time I'm stationed here. We'll see what my husband thinks, Lily sighed. James sounded a bit concerned when the subject was brought up at dinner, which Tonks was invited to stay for. He clearly didn't like the idea of his son fighting a nearly trained auror, but grew fascinated as Tonks excitedly recounted the duel for him. He's brilliant, James, honestly, she said. He just needs to build up his stamina and find an identity, and he could be great. That's so, James remarked, eyeing his son with newfound appreciation. Remus mentioned you had a knack for it, but I assumed he was just being polite. What do you mean by identity, Tonks? Harry asked. Most duelists excel in one particular branch of magic and use it to their advantage in fights, Tonks explained. Like your father favors transfiguration and Moody favors curses. What's your identity? Harry asked. Illusion, Tonks smirked. A perk of my metamorphmagus abilities. I didn't show you my full arsenal today, but I specialize in tricking the opponent into seeing things that aren't actually there. You'll have to teach me that sometime, Harry said. He'd read somewhere that Kneazle wands had an affinity for illusory magic and was eager to see what he was capable of in that field. The duel with Tonks tied Harry over for the next few weeks, as he replayed it over and over in his mind, looking for weaknesses in Tonks' defense, imagining tiny things he could have done better. He knew he shouldn't be disappointed to lose to someone 7 years older than him, with professional training to boot, but he still felt like he was far behind schedule. There was a Dark Lord out there far more powerful than anyone he'd faced thus far, and Harry felt woefully unprepared to defend himself from such a threat. July came to a close, and with it came Harry's 13th birthday. The family celebrated with a hearty breakfast and gift opening, as James took the day off of work to spend time with his son. It was a modest celebration, but Harry didn't mind. Simply spending the day with family in a carefree environment was more riches than he'd ever known in his previous timeline. You know, Harry, said James as they lounged around the living room, throwing a sheepish grin towards Lily. There's one more gift I haven't mentioned. There is? Lily frowned, surveying the room full of empty boxes. I thought this was everything. It's out back in the broom shed, said James. Go on, son. See what it is? Harry stood and hustled out to the backyard. He crossed the lawn to the shed and threw it open, laughing with glee when he saw a shiny, new firebolt sitting inside, with a small blue ribbon tied to the end of it. Bloody hell, Harry said, grabbing the firebolt and examining it in both hands. It's beautiful, James, Lily groaned, as the rest of the family came outside to see for themselves. We talked about this. He's earned it, Lil, said James, saving Dahlia, finishing top of his class. Not to mention the display he put on against the Malfoy brat in their match last year. He could use an upgrade. He won't be used to the speed, Lily protested. He could hurt himself. I'm a fast learner, Mum, Harry grinned. The firebolt felt just as he remembered it, and he could not wait to try it out. His father's clean sweep was a fine broom, but he was too used to the best of the best. Harry wanted to take the firebolt out to test it right away, but Lily refused. James took Harry's side, and eventually they managed to wear Lily's protest down, until she gave up and retired to bed early that evening. She'll get over it, James assured Harry as they walked down the path towards the secluded practice field that was warded against muggles. I practically had her convinced already. I just jumped the gun a little with the purchase. She'll forgive you once she sees me fly in a match, Harry agreed with a cocky grin. Harry sprinted the last few yards to the field, mounting his broom impatiently, eager to get into the air. Now, it's best to take it slow to start and get used to the feel of the broom dash, James advised him. But Harry kicked off hard, rocketing into the air with a rush of speed. He shot straight up into the sky, leaving the sleepy town of Godric's Hollow far below him. Once he felt he'd climbed high enough, he tipped the broom handle backwards and flipped over into a steep dive, whooping with delight at the rush of adrenaline as he careened back to Earth. He yanked hard and leveled out just feet from the ground, whipping past his father just in time to hear his yelp of shock. Harry zipped around the field at full speed until he could no longer feel his face due to the wind chill. He swooped back over to James, dismounting cleanly and breathing heavily with excitement. "What a rush!" he exclaimed. "Your mom definitely would have killed me if she saw that display," James muttered. "But I was right in thinking you inherited your old man's instincts on a broom. Think I can take it for a spin?" Harry eagerly handed the broom over to his father and watched as he too kicked off and shot into the sky. James was a bit wobbly at first, clearly out of practice after years of Quidditch in action, but his instincts soon kicked in and he became a blur, shooting off into the distance at lightning speeds. Harry had heard of his father's prowess on a broom in his previous timeline, but seeing it firsthand left him in awe. If there was never a war, he had no doubt James Potter could have been a star Quidditch pro. Harry and James traded turns on the fireball until it was far too dark to see anything. Then they returned home. "I'd best go tend to your mother," James muttered as they entered the house. "Speaking of which, she's visiting her sister's family in Surrey tomorrow. If you don't want to go, you're welcome to come into work with me while she's away." "Absolutely," Harry exclaimed. Anything to break up the monotony of home arrest sounded wonderful, and spending the day in the Aura office sounded fascinating. "All right, we'll leave after breakfast," James nodded. "Sleep well, kiddo." And he ruffled Harry's windswept hair before disappearing upstairs for the night. Dahlia wound up coming along to the ministry as well, having politely declined to join her mother at the Dursleys for the day. At least, describing her relatives as those fat freaks struck Harry as rather polite by Dahlia's standards. It was apparently Dahlia's first time inside the ministry, as she marveled at the atrium with its marble tile decor and ornate fountain at its center. "Morning, James," called out a brusque voice. Amelia Bones was also entering the ministry, sharply dressed and stern-faced as ever. "Stuck with the young ones today?" "Little field trip," James winked at her. "Say, do you think you can show Dahlia up to my office? I'll be up shortly." "Sure thing," Amelia nodded. "Come along, Miss Potter." Harry watched curiously as his sister trotted off with her, excitedly rattling off questions about everything that sprang into her mind. "Are we not going with them, Dad?" Harry asked, frowning. James sighed and dropped to a knee in front of his son. "There's actually another reason I brought you in today," he admitted. "Dumbledore told me about your condition." Harry stiffened at this. "Condition?" he repeated innocently. "He says you've been having visions," said James. "About the future. Some accurate, some misleading. Is this true?" "Yeah." Harry sighed heavily. He'd hoped to keep this cover story secret from his family, but Dumbledore clearly had other ideas. "Why didn't you tell us?" James asked softly. "I didn't want you to worry," Harry said, and it wasn't entirely a lie. "Or think I was some kind of freak." "I would never think that about you," James said adamantly. "The Potters haven't had a seer in our lineage in over 2 centuries, but it's not unheard of. It's a difficult branch of magic to understand, and if you do have the sight, I want you to learn how to control it." "Yeah, okay," Harry muttered. He was feeling rather uncomfortable with the direction this conversation was headed. Had he been brought here to be dissected by some expert who would debunk his claims instantly? "Dumbledore recommended you meet with Saul Croaker," James continued. "He's the head of the Department of Mysteries. Bit of an odd bloke. All unspeakable, sir, really, but he fought on our side in the last war, and he means well." "What's he going to do to me?" Harry asked nervously. "Do to you?" "Good heavens." James laughed. "He just wants to talk. If anyone can impart some wisdom for a young seer in training, it would be him. He's well-versed in all manner of obscure magic that most people don't understand the first thing about." "All right," Harry nodded. A simple conversation didn't so bad, so long as this Saul Croaker fellow wasn't some kind of legilimens. He hadn't kept up with his occlumency practice as of late and didn't feel prepared to defend his mind against mental probing. James led Harry to the lifts, where they descended to level 9. "Department of Mysteries," announced the cool overhead voice, giving Harry a chill of foreboding. His last visit to the department had proven disastrous in his old timeline. James approached the heavy black door that had plagued Harry's dreams for a year and knocked 3 times. Harry expected the door to open, but instead a panel of the wall behind him slid aside, revealing a hidden door. "What?" demanded an aging wizard in purple robes, eyeing James suspiciously. "Mr. Croaker?" asked James. "I'm Ore Potter. I was encouraged by Dumbledore to introduce you to my son here, Dash." "Ah, so this is the troublemaker Albus was prattling on about," Saul sneered, eyeing Harry with a disdainful expression. "All right then, Sonny, come on in." "It's okay, you go on," James encouraged Harry. "I'll be up in my office with Dahlia. Feel free to come and join us at any time." "Thanks, Dad," said Harry, watching with some trepidation as James headed back to the lift. Saul beckoned Harry inside the secret door, where he found himself in a cozy office space, decorated with all kinds of unrecognizable trinkets and devices. "Have a seat," said Saul, gesturing to the small wooden chair opposite the desk. Harry obliged, perching on the edge of the chair, as Saul settled heavily into his own, looking exhausted. "So, Albus tells me you're having visions, are you?" I suppose," Harry shrugged. "You suppose, huh?" Saul said, pointedly, looking unamused. "Either you are or you aren't, kid. Which is it?" "I don't really know what to call them, but sure, let's call them visions," Harry said lamely, feeling a bit called out. "I'll be frank with you, Potter," said Saul. "I don't put much stock in divine prophecy, and neither does Albus. Whether you are or are not a legitimate seer isn't actually that interesting to me. And why Albus would waste his one favor on such a trivial matter slightly baffles me." "His one favor?" Harry frowned. "As it so happens, I owe him one after the last war," said Saul, looking slightly miffed by this fact. "The Dark Lord came after me and my family in the late 70s, but Albus protected us. I owe him much more than some babysitting, so if this is all he asks of me, I'm downright chuffed, to tell the truth. So you won't be able to help me, hone my craft or whatever?" Harry asked. "Or separate truth from fiction of what I see?" Saul narrowed his eyes at Harry. "What do you mean truth from fiction?" he asked. "If you are having visions, they would be nothing but truth. That's how the sight works." Harry hesitated before going on. This guy knows a lot more about divination than Dumbledore does. He deduced. Lying about his abilities clearly wouldn't work here. How much of what I tell you are you going to share with Dumbledore?" he asked. Saul scoffed. "Not only do I not care what Dumbledore thinks," he said, "the great fool sent you here to me, in my own department. As long as we're here, I'm bound by my unspeakable oaths to never share what I learn here with anyone else, on my magic and my life." "So you won't, or rather, can't tell Dumbledore what we discuss here?" Harry repeated slowly. "You catch on quick for a little kid," Saul sneered. "Why? Afraid the scary old headmaster is going to give you a detention." Harry noted the sarcasm and mild disdain in Saul's tone, but he was suddenly very intrigued by the possibilities he was presented with here. If Saul was to be believed, he could not tell anyone else what Harry shared with him. That made him a potentially valuable confidant, and Harry was starting to go mad with the secret he'd been harboring for so long. "What if I told you I lied to Dumbledore?" said Harry. "That I don't have any seer abilities at all?" "Then I commend you for pulling a fast one on the old geezer," Saul smirked, raising a pretend glass to toast Harry. "It's never too young to understand that our heroes are rarely as wise and all-knowing as we pretend them to be. But I do know certain things that are going to happen," said Harry, "because I've lived them before, in a sense." Saul reverted back to his cynical demeanor at this. "What are you on about, Potter?" he asked. "Don't think you can fool me as easily as old Albus. My screws aren't that loose upstairs, not yet." Time to throw caution to the wind, Harry thought. "I'm a time traveler," he said. "Or a dimension traveler is maybe more accurate." Saul stared at Harry for a long while at this, scrutinizing him. Harry half expected Saul to laugh in his face at this revelation, but it was perhaps a credit to Saul's job working with extraordinary magic that he did not. "Go on," he said slowly. "I was 15, nearly 16 in my last existence," Harry explained. "Me and my friends broke into the Department of Mysteries because, well, it's a long story. And I went through that stone archway with the veil over a dash." Saul's wand flicked into his hand faster than Harry could blink, and the door behind him slammed shut and a muffling charm was applied to it. How did you come to learn of the veil's existence? Saul demanded in a severe tone. That is highly classified information. As I said, I passed through it, Harry shrugged. No one passes through the archway and lives to tell the tale. That's just the thing. I didn't, Harry said. That was the end of my existence in that alternate timeline. And I met a person, I guess you could say, who called it self-death dash. Are you pulling my leg, Potter? Saul demanded. You could have learned of the veil somehow. I don't know how, but you could be making all the rest of this up for all I know. I saw other things in the Department of Mysteries while I was there, said Harry. A cabinet full of time-turners, a hall full of glass orbs with prophecies in them, a planetarium. Saul suddenly looked far more interested in Harry than he ever had before, sitting up straight and regarding the boy with high intensity. Come with me, boy, he said, standing from his desk and striding around it. Harry stood to follow, but instead of exiting out the door, Saul walked straight over to a bookshelf and tapped it with his wand. It swung open to reveal a hidden passageway, which he beckoned Harry through. Harry walked into the adjoining room, which was completely empty, save for a familiar stone basin sitting at the center of it. Show me, Saul demanded, pointing at the pensieve. Harry hesitated for a moment, unsure if he should trust Saul with everything he knew. But the man was bound by oaths, after all, and it couldn't hurt to show him at least one memory to corroborate his story. So Harry tapped his wand to his forehead and extracted a silvery wisp of memory, dropping it into the pensieve. He watched it swirl around in the basin, then stepped forward to put his face into it. But Saul held out his hand to stop him. With a twirl of his wand, Saul sent the wispy material spiraling outward from the pensieve until it surrounded them in the room. After a moment, the mist resolved itself into Harry's memory, making it appear that they were standing within it without needing to enter the pensieve. Brilliant, Harry muttered, as he watched a familiar scene play out before him. It's this way, I can feel it, a much older Harry was saying, leading Ron, Hermione, Neville, Ginny, and Luna down the corridor into the Department of Mysteries. He and Saul silently watched as the teens navigated their way through the many rooms, eventually reaching the Hall of Prophecy. Saul muttered something to himself as the older Harry reached for the silver orb with his name on it, picking it up off the shelf. Harry could barely bring himself to watch the rest. The Death Eater ambush, running for their lives, fighting, the Order's arrival, serious death. Finally, older Harry shouted and tore himself away from Remus, diving through the veil and plunging the room back into darkness. Harry stood tentatively watching Saul for several long moments, as the Unspeakable stood with his arms crossed, deep in thought. There is no possible way you could have fabricated this memory, Saul eventually muttered. It was far too detailed to be gleaned from secondhand knowledge of this place. And yet, certain things are amiss. How so? Asked Harry. I am bound by my oaths not to reveal what is contained within these halls, Saul said carefully. And while I cannot confirm nor deny that what you have shown me is accurate, I can say with certainty that there is no prophecy in our records that bears your name. Harry nodded slowly at this. But there is a near-identical one in its place, he surmised, with Neville Longbottom's name on it. Saul's eyes went wide at this revelation. He opened and closed his mouth a few times, clearly trying to find a way around the oaths preventing him from confirming this deduction. The prophecy that you showed me in your memory, he finally managed, had a question mark next to your name. Do you know what that means? No, said Harry, shaking his head. Prophecies are often ambiguous, Saul explained, turning to pace restlessly about the room. When the seer leaves the subject or object of the prophecy unspecified, it presents a dilemma to the unspeakables, you see. We are often forced to leave the information blank, or occasionally, provide our best guess as to its meaning. Do you catch my drift? Harry nodded slowly, trying to wrap his head around what Saul was saying. Is there a question mark beside Neville Longbottom's name in this timeline then, he asked. Saul grimaced. He obviously could not answer that directly. In your memory, he said instead. The question mark would indicate that you were not the only possible subject of the prophecy. If a similar prophecy existed in this timeline, and if it too had a question mark beside it, the same inference could be drawn. That was as close to a yes answer as Harry was going to get. I was the boy who lived in my timeline, he explained. I was sent here, to this world, where it was Neville Longbottom instead. Does that mean this prophecy led Voldemort to target the Longbottoms instead of me in this timeline? Saul said nothing for a long while processing this. There is one bit of information I can share with you, he finally said. It is common practice for Unspeakables to keep new prophecies secret from the public until they have been fully realized. This makes them less likely to become self-fulfilling, you see. But once they have been realized, they are placed on the official record and made accessible via ministry records. But mine never was in my timeline, Harry muttered. People were trying to steal it, to hear what it said. In November of 1981, Saul went on, still pacing nervously about the space. A particular prophecy of interest was due to be made public as part of this process. But Albus Dumbledore intervened and convinced the head Unspeakable, my old boss, to keep it a secret. To this day, the record remains sealed. Neville's prophecy? Harry asked. Saul gave him a scathing look. Obviously, he couldn't answer. It is rare, but not unheard of for prophecies of great import to remain sealed, Saul went on. But in this particular case, Albus was convinced that the prophecy may not have been fully realized yet. To this day, I fail to understand why, considering the outcome of said prophecy. Harry nodded slowly in vague understanding. So, assuming a similar protocol was followed for the prophecy in my memory, he said, framing his questions in terms Saul could actually address. If it contained, say, information about a Dark Lord, and said Dark Lord was believed dead, would that cause the Unspeakables to consider the prophecy fulfilled? Hypothetically, that is correct, said Saul, nodding vigorously. So imagine the surprise if this hypothetical prophecy was fulfilled. But the most respected wizard of the century managed to convince the department head that it was not yet complete. A strange occurrence, one might hypothetically say. Voldemort is not dead, Harry said frankly. He lost his body when he attacked Neville, but his spirit lives on. And in my timeline, he found a way back to power. Saul's face went white at this revelation. He stopped pacing and looked momentarily like he was about to faint. Harry waved his wand and conjured a small chair, which Saul gratefully sank back into, steadying his head in his hands. A remarkable bit of transfiguration for someone your age, Saul remarked, looking down at the chair beneath him. But then, you aren't actually 13, are you, Mr. Potter? I guess you could say I'm closer to 18 now, Harry shrugged. Saul laughed at this. That explains a lot, he said. You had the department quite befuddled a few months ago. I did. Harry frowned. Fudge came blustering into my office back in April waving your student record in my face, Saul explained. Said the trace wasn't working properly on you. I dismissed it as a clerical error at the time, but now it makes perfect sense. I don't have a trace on me? Harry asked, bewildered. Even I do not fully understand the magic behind the trace, Saul admitted. But I do know that once a young witch or wizard turns 17, it stops functioning at once. Clearly the trace believes you to be of age. Harry did the math in his head. He was only a month shy of his 16th birthday when he passed through the veil in his last timeline. That meant that, mentally, he turned 17 just 13 months after entering his new timeline. At the end of last summer, he deduced. So by the time I returned to Hogwarts for second year dash, the trace no longer applied to you, Saul nodded. Congratulations, Mr. Potter. No matter how much Fudge whinges about it, the Ministry cannot track your use of underage magic. As far as your magic is concerned, you are a grown adult, no matter the age of your body. So, I take it you believe my story? Harry asked sheepishly. I see no other way you could know what you know, Saul chuckled. Albus told me a bit about this Chamber of Secrets fiasco that occurred this past school year. I take it you dealt with something similar in your previous timeline? I did, Harry confirmed. And I know exactly who did it and how. Only, things didn't happen quite the same way in this timeline. Understandably, Saul nodded. You've been here long enough that the butterfly effect would have altered many things that you think you know by now. Yeah, Harry said bitterly. Like Quirrell being innocent all along. That's what that was about. Saul asked, arching an eyebrow. I remember reading about that curio in The Prophet last summer and wondering why on earth 2 Hogwarts staff members would come to blows. Pettigrew was working for Voldemort, trying to steal the Philosopher's Stone, said Harry. And Lucius Malfoy planted Riddle's diary at Hogwarts to open the chamber dash. Slow down, boy, slow down. Saul groaned, still clutching his head as though it were about to explode. I don't have the bandwidth to process all of this right now. I'm still reeling from the fact that you passed through the veil of death and lived to tell the tale. I didn't exactly, if you'll remember, Harry chuckled. Saul rolled his eyes at this. All the same, said Saul, checking his watch. Let's call it here. Needless to say, this has been very enlightening, Mr. Potter. Can we continue this meeting on another date? Yeah, I suppose, Harry nodded. His initial trepidation had melted away, and he was now eager to speak freely about the secrets he'd been harboring for so long. I'll write to your father to make the arrangements, said Saul. In the meantime, would you be so kind as to write down everything you can remember from your last timeline? Anything of note that pertains to the Dark Lord would be valuable to begin deciphering differences between this timeline and your last. So you think it's worth your time after all? Harry asked. Let's see. The darkest wizard of our time, plotting his return to power to take over Britain once more? Saul mused. Yes, I'd say that is worth taking steps to avoid. Harry felt a sudden wave of relief wash over him at these words. For the first time since he arrived in his new life, he did not feel completely alone. There was somebody else in on the secret with him, somebody he could confide in without fear of judgment or negative repercussions. Saul led Harry back out into his main office and opened the door, beckoning Harry back into the main hall. I look forward to our next meeting, Harry Potter, he said, shaking Harry's hand firmly. Likewise, Harry said. Mr. Croaker, do you think I should tell Dumbledore what we discussed here today? Saul considered this. You've concocted an appropriate cover story for the time being, he mused. Albus always did have a penchant for sticking his nose into other people's business. I think perhaps we ought to maintain the status quo for now, until we understand better what we're dealing with. All right, said Harry. Thank you, sir. And he headed back up to the atrium, feeling for perhaps the first time that he was making tangible progress towards neutralizing the threat of Voldemort once and for all. Year 3-02 of a relative sort. /N. I have one more big surprise for the series in this chapter that I've been keeping secret this whole time. Can anyone guess who / what it is? I've dropped subtle hints in previous chapters, but I hope it will still catch you off guard when it comes. August seemed to stretch onward to infinity, as Harry was forced to while away the long hours inside while he knew the other kids his age were out enjoying the sunshine. He tried to entertain himself by conversing with the various aurors that rotated in and out of their posts watching the house, but not all were as friendly or conversational as Tonks. Moody nearly blasted a hole in Harry's chest when he approached the grizzled veteran unannounced, and Rufus Scrimgeour didn't even entertain a conversation, harshly ordering Harry back inside. Harry also noticed that his mother was more reserved and withdrawn as the summer drew to a close. At first, he assumed that she was giving him and James the silent treatment after their disagreement over the firebolt. But he later overheard a late-night conversation between his parents that assuaged his concerns. Don't take it personal, dear, James assured Lily. I've tried to tell you that brother-in-law of yours is no good dash. Vernon was worse than usual this year, Lily muttered. His sister Marge was in town, and she's an awful influence on all of them. Doting on Dudley, treating everyone else like rubbish, slandering your name. Oh, to hell with the statute of secrecy, James muttered. You can't let your sister spread lies about us, filling her family's head with malicious rumors, calling our children freaks. Petunia used to keep her husband in line more, Lily sighed. I don't know what's happened to her, but she's become a wallflower dash. Harry didn't need to hear any more, retreating down the hall to his bedroom, lest he get caught eavesdropping. Surely his mother could see just how awful the Dursleys were, and wasn't blinded by love for her sister. He was more glad than ever that he'd declined to visit them when invited the past few summers. 14 years of enduring their antics in his previous timeline was more than enough. Later that week was the arrival of Harry and Dahlia's Hogwarts letters via owl. Harry tore his open at once, grateful for anything productive to do. Dear Mr. Potter, this fall, you will be entering your 3rd year at Hogwarts. Enclosed are 2 forms we request you fill out and send back to the school at your earliest convenience. The first is a permission form to visit the village of Hogsmeade, which must be signed by a legal guardian in order for you to leave the castle grounds. The second is a course selection sheet, in which you must indicate which, if any, electives you wish to pursue from this year onward. Students are encouraged to take no less than one elective and no more than 3, though any number can be selected. Also attached are your required materials for each course, including for any and all electives you select. You are responsible for providing such materials and bringing them to the school for the upcoming term. As always, the Hogwarts Express departs from platform 9 3/4 at King's Cross, London on the 1st of September at 11 o'clock sharp. Do not be late. Sincerely, Minerva McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress. Harry located the electives course sheet, which outlined the 5 bonus classes he could sign up for. Muggle Studies was out. He knew he could likely sleepwalk through that OWL exam and pass with flying colors thanks to his years with the Dursleys. He loathed the idea of taking divination again, but figured it would look suspicious to Dumbledore if he didn't. So he signed up for it, along with care of magical creatures for more easy credits, and to stay in Hagrid's good graces. The other 2, arithmancy and ancient runes, seemed too intimidating and time-consuming, so he skipped both. Harry brought the Hogsmeade permission slip to his mother, but she insisted on looking over his course selections first. "Oh no, this simply won't do," she tutted. "You are far too brilliant a student to not challenge yourself. Arithmancy and ancient runes are tricky subjects, of course, but someone with your intellect should find it no trouble at all." Harry groaned. He couldn't exactly own up to the fact that his intellect was a byproduct of already having taken all of his previous classes before. That advantage would be null in classes he knew absolutely nothing about. But his mother insisted, so he reluctantly signed up for both, leaving him with a daunting course load for the upcoming semester. "Mum, when can we go to Diagon Alley to pick up our books?" Dahlia asked, running in with her own list of required materials. "We won't be going this year," Lily said adamantly. "It's too risky with Pettigrew on the loose. He would attack anyone in broad daylight, with so many witnesses." Harry protested. "I won't risk having you two in danger again after what happened last term," Lily said firmly. "We can mail order everything we need anyway." Harry wanted to argue further, but held his tongue. He was certain he could take Peter in a duel if it came to blows, though he had to acknowledge that Dahlia was more liable to get herself into trouble. He'd hate to see anything happen to her, so he resigned himself to spending the rest of the summer indoors, counting down the days until September 1st. Harry decided to dedicate himself to the task Saul Croker had given him, writing down everything he could remember about his interactions with Voldemort in the last timeline. It was an unpleasant task, unearthing all the traumatic experiences he'd lived in a prior life, but he remained diligent, sparing no details. He kept the notebook under his pillow and even charmed it to appear blank to outside observers, in case his sister or parents came snooping. No need to alarm them with such memories they would likely interpret as paranoid delusions. With only a week left of summer, Harry awoke to a good bit of news, though it certainly wasn't framed that way to him. The morning's Daily Prophet headline read, "Pettigrew spotted in England outside Dovetown." "That means he's not near us, right?" Harry said optimistically. "Dovetown is only 20 miles from Hogwarts," Lily sighed. "The Ministry seems to think he might be headed for the school." "What would he be doing back there?" Harry asked. "He knows the Philosopher's Stone isn't there anymore, doesn't he? We can't rule out the possibility that he's after you or Neville." "Longbottom," said Lily. "The Ministry is adding extra protections to the school in case he decides to infiltrate." "Where's Dad?" asked Dahlia, marching into the kitchen for breakfast. "Up at the school, I imagine," Lily sighed. "Dumbledore asked him and Sirius to help secure some of the secret entrances in and out of the school. He probably figures they know their way around better than most." "Dumbledore's probably right," Harry chuckled. He retreated to his room later that day to activate the Marauders map. Sure enough, he could see the dots of James Potter and Sirius Black patrolling the grounds, no doubt installing protective wards or blockades in the 7 major passageways in and out of the school. Dumbledore remained in his office most of the day, along with Cornelius Fudge. Hopefully whatever they were discussing was less heated than the last time he'd seen them both in the headmaster's office. The good news was that the Ministry withdrew their orders from Godric's Hollow, and Harry and Dahlia were finally allowed to visit the village again. "Just make sure to stick together," Lily called out after them as they departed the house for the first time in weeks. Dahlia, of course, gave Harry the slip immediately, off to cause who knows what mayhem. Harry decided to head back down to the creek, as it was still warm enough to enjoy some time in the water. The usual crowd of teens was present, frolicking in the water, sunbathing, and gossiping in the shallows. Harry spied Kelly amidst the crowd, the girl who'd invited him to the party. He caught her eye briefly, but she merely gave him a curt nod before returning her attention to her friends. She seemed quite chummy with an older and taller boy, who was all too comfortable to playfully wrap his arms around her and splash about in the water in her orbit. Guess that window closed fast, Harry lamented. The cruel irony of Harry's newfound freedom was that the final week of summer went by in the blink of an eye. He had one final meeting, scheduled with Saul Croker before departing for King's Cross the following morning. His mother escorted him to the ministry, and Harry found his own way down to level 9. Saul was waiting in the hallway for him when he arrived, beckoning him wordlessly into his office. "So," said Saul, flicking his wand to close and silence the door behind them. "You finish your homework, kid?" Harry pulled the notebook out of his robes and handed it to Saul. The man took it, settling into his chair as he flipped open to the front page and began to skim its contents. Harry waited patiently as Saul flicked from page to page, eventually giving up and tossing the notebook on his desk. "I'll dive into the details another time," he sighed. "Why don't you give me the bullet points?" "Well," said Harry, "I encountered him 4 times in my last timeline. Once as a baby, of course, once in my first year when he tried to steal the Philosopher's Stone, once when his memory opened the Chamber of Secrets, and once in my 4th year when he resurrected himself using my blood." "Using your blood?" Saul frowned. "Why would he do that?" "Because he couldn't touch me before," Harry explained. "Something about my mother's sacrifice to save my life. It created some kind of permanent protection against Voldemort until he took my blood, then he was able to again." "Fascinating," Saul muttered. "Sounds like an arcane form of blood bond magic. Very powerful, but also difficult to replicate. It would explain how Longbottom survived as a child. Though I fail to understand how the criteria for a blood bond was formed." "A blood bond?" Harry asked, frowning. "It's not a perfectly understood phenomenon," said Saul, "and usually only occurs in matters of life and death. Basically, it requires both parties to agree on some sort of magical arrangement, then one member reneging on the deal." "What kind of arrangement could have been made in this case?" Harry wondered. "That's the perplexing bit," Saul frowned. "The Dark Lord doesn't strike me as the type to converse before striking down his enemies. Whatever transpired between himself and Alice Longbottom must have been more than a wordless exchange." Harry was suddenly reminded of his recurring nightmares in his previous timeline, hearing the last few seconds of Lily Potter's life. "Not Harry, please. Not Harry. Stand aside, foolish girl. Please, not Harry, take me." "She must have offered herself in exchange for her son," Harry said aloud. "She's hardly the first parent to die trying to protect their child," Saul scoffed. "And that in itself doesn't constitute an agreement." "But Voldemort gave her the chance to step aside and live," said Harry. "She refused, and he struck her down anyway." "How can you know that?" "Because I heard it," Harry sighed. "In my timeline, I had recurring nightmares about her, about my mother's final moments." "Fascinating," Saul breathed. "Why would he do such a thing? He stood nothing to gain from sparing her life." "Dunno," Harry shrugged. He'd never given much thought to why Voldemort offered to spare his mother. "Does it make a difference?" "It makes all the difference in the world, you foolish boy," Saul barked. "If we are to hope to defeat the Dark Lord, we must understand his motives and his actions completely. Only then can we stay one step ahead of him. That brings us to Pettigrew." "What about Pettigrew?" asked Harry. "You told me he was in the Dark Lord's employ," said Saul. "And now he's on the loose. We must determine how this impacts things, if this accelerates the Dark Lord's return." "In my timeline, my Uncle Sirius was the one who escaped from Azkaban," Harry explained. "He was framed by Pettigrew for betraying my parents and broke out to try and kill him. Pettigrew's cover was blown, but he escaped and found the Dark Lord in Albania and helped him return to his body." "I see," Saul mused. "Normally I would say we should behave as though the same thing is happening. But given the recent news, we must tread with caution." He's headed the wrong direction for his motives to be the same. All right, Harry nodded. I just don't understand what he stands to gain from going north. He may feel he has unfinished business at Hogwarts, said Saul. There are numerous possibilities as to why. He may be delusional, believing his master to still be present in the school. He may have a vendetta against yourself or Mr. Longbottom, or he may not be in his right mind after such a long stint in Azkaban. The latter didn't seem plausible to Harry. Sirius had been relatively sane after 12 years in prison, so only 1 year shouldn't have completely destroyed Peter's mind. Maybe he hopes to curry favor with Dumbledore for protection? Harry suggested. That would be a best-case scenario, Saul sighed, but we can't afford to plan for best-case scenarios right now. We need to determine what his motives are. Us and half the Auror office, Harry chuckled hollowly. Their guess is as good as mine. It's not actually, Saul said sternly. Remember, you've lived this before. It may be different, but some things always stay the same. Do you think you're the first person to meddle with time? It can be altered, but human behavior generally cannot. People are who they are, and if Pettigrew resurrected his master in your timeline, it's likely he will do so again, and he believes there is something he needs to do first. Harry pondered this. Maybe he's trying to kidnap Neville, he suggested, to help with the resurrection ritual. That is possible, Saul acknowledged, though I question why he would not target Longbottom at his home, rather than the most securely guarded building in magical Britain. Maybe it involves me and Neville somehow, said Harry, since that's the only place we're together. Perhaps, said Saul. We need to dig deeper, I fear, to understand who both Pettigrew and Riddle are as people. Your parents were friends with Pettigrew, were they not? That may put you in a unique position to learn more about him. I will see what I can dig up about Riddle in the meantime. Harry didn't particularly love this plan. Bringing up Pettigrew with his mother or father seemed unpleasant, and if he dug too deep, they might become suspicious why he was asking so many questions. But his attempts to research Riddle had turned up a dead end, so he figured it was a better plan than nothing. I'll see what I can learn, he agreed. Harry and Saul made a few last-minute plans before deciding to adjourn their meeting. I'll go over your notes, and we can meet while you're home for winter break, said Saul. If you think of anything relevant, send me an owl. Just don't be an idiot and make it obvious to prying eyes what we're talking about. Got it, said Harry, standing to go. He was halfway to the door when he paused, turning back towards Saul. One last thing, actually. It's probably nothing, but Dumbledore stole a family heirloom of my dad's and gave it to Neville Longbottom last year. An invisibility cloak. Do you reckon that's related in any way? Saul frowned at this. What do you mean by heirloom? He asked. It's been passed down the Potter lineage for generations, said Harry. Impossible, Saul snapped. Invisibility cloaks don't last that long. They are good for 5, maybe 10 years of use before the thestral hairs in the fabric go bad and the illusion fails. Not my cloak, Harry said, remembering his trusty cloak fondly. It was perfect even after all that time. I never got caught while using it. Saul pondered this for a moment, stroking his bearded chin. Surely not, he muttered. What? Asked Harry. Nothing, said Saul. Put it from your mind. I'll look into it to see if it's worth raising a fuss over, besides the obvious transgression of Albus thievery. Harry nodded and left Saul's office. Once again, he was left feeling grateful that he didn't have to fight this battle alone. But he was also intimidated by the task ahead of him, suspecting that his quest to eradicate Voldemort's presence from this world would be more difficult than he initially thought. September 1st dawned overcast and chilly, and Harry found himself reluctant to return to school. He'd finally reclaimed his summer freedom and knew a difficult year with a full course load awaited him. Lily accompanied Harry and Dahlia to platform 9 3/4, as James was still preoccupied with the Pettigrew investigation. Be good this year, Lily told her children, her gaze lingering especially upon Harry. I mean it. We will, Harry promised. He couldn't foresee any trouble in the coming year. No heirs of Slytherin to catch, no stones to protect. Only a cowardly escapee with unknown motives lurking in the shadows, whom Harry almost hoped to catch in the act. The train whistle sounded, and the Potter children hurried onto the train to embark on another year at Hogwarts. Harry made his way through the compartments, looking for a place to sit. Dahlia had already joined Ginny, reuniting the terrible twins, as they had come to be known in Gryffindor House for their rambunctious personalities. Daphne Greengrass was in a compartment loaded with Slytherins, alongside her younger sister Astoria, who was entering the school that year. Harry also spied most of his Quidditch teammates, crammed past capacity in a compartment, and Luna Lovegood, who had somehow found herself in a car with a group of sixth years who were bemusedly listening to her explain what a rackspurt is. "Hi, Harry," a voice called out. "Come and join us." Hermione was waving at him from a half-full compartment. Harry gratefully entered, grinning when he saw Ron and Neville already seated there. He loaded his trunk in the overhead bin and sat opposite them. "Have a good summer, Harry?" asked Ron. Harry was pleased that he was no longer on a last-name basis with Ron. The enmity over Ginny last term had clearly been forgotten. "Not really," Harry grumbled. "My parents insisted I stay at home, what with Pettigrew and all." "Same," Neville sighed forlornly. "Gran thinks he's going to come after me and finish what Voldemort started." "Somehow I doubt it," Harry muttered. "He had plenty of chances in our first year. He's probably off hiding in some hole somewhere, too afraid to stick his rat nose out." He still hadn't figured out what Pettigrew was after, but seriously doubted he would try to enter the school and risk facing Dumbledore's wrath. Harry listened politely as Ron and Hermione recounted their exciting vacations. The Weasleys had once again gone to Egypt to visit Bill, and Hermione's parents had taken her to southern France. Before long, the train was rumbling along through the rural English countryside, and the four friends were laughing and trading stories, all worries about Pettigrew and Dark Lords out of their minds. Harry opted to largely stay out of the conversation as the train ride went on, preferring to sit back and listen to Neville, Ron, and Hermione converse in their easy manner. It was a great sign of trust that they allowed Harry to listen in on their more private conversations without self-consciousness. The inside jokes, the specific language one only uses with close friends. Harry had relished in having that private world to rely on in his last timeline, and was happy to see Neville thrive in such a tight-knit group environment. "Who'd you reckon will teach us defense this year?" asked Ron as they munched on snacks from the trolley some time later. "Whoever it is big shoes to fill," Hermione sighed. "Lupin was a brilliant professor. My gran is friends with Griselda Marchbanks in the Department of Magical Education," said Neville. "She says Dumbledore had a hard time finding somebody this summer." That can't be good news, Harry thought. Such a time crunch could only increase the odds that they get somebody like Lockhart again, who had no business being in charge of teaching anything. Just then, their compartment gave a small lurch and the train began to slow. "Why are we stopping?" Ron frowned, peering out the window. "We can't be there yet," said Hermione. "It's not even nightfall yet." "Somebody's moving out there," said Ron, squinting out the window as the train grinded to a dead halt. "I think they're boarding the train." "Surely not," Harry thought to himself. This same scenario had played out in his original third year as well, and it didn't end well. Lupin had been there to rescue them, but he was long gone, off traipsing through mainland Europe somewhere. But maybe this was an entirely different situation after all, and the worst thing imaginable wasn't coming down the corridor to haunt their nightmares. Harry felt a creeping chill spreading throughout the compartment, and a sensation of dread began to settle in the pit of his stomach. Not again, he thought with alarm. He'd hoped they wouldn't have to endure another school year with the Dementors, but it seemed the Ministry was once again disregarding Dumbledore's wishes and pulling out all the stops to catch Pettigrew. "What is that?" Ron yelped, pointing at the door. Through the window, they could see a dark hooded figure gliding down the corridor towards them. Harry struggled to control his emotions as the feeling of despair beginning to overwhelm him. "Think happy thoughts," he reminded himself, trying not to panic as the darkness fought to choke all rational thought from his mind. "Think happy thoughts." The compartment door clicked open, and the Dementor stuck its head in, its shuddering, rattling breath the only noise it made. At once, Neville fell to the ground, screaming and clutching his head in agony. Harry could only imagine the feeling. The cursed scar amplified all feelings of despair and fear currently coursing through all of them. "Think happy thoughts." Harry kept trying to remind himself. Had he ever been happy before? He couldn't remember. All that was playing through his mind was everything that had ever gone wrong in his life or lives. Watching Cedric get murdered, losing Sirius to the Veil, learning of Dahlia's capture. None of them are dead in this timeline, Harry remembered. "I have friends and family. I'm loved." And quite suddenly, a vivid image formed in his brain. His first day in this new timeline, waking up on his birthday, laughing and eating breakfast with his family. The family he'd always dreamed of, the one he would do anything to protect. Harry sprang to his feet and pointed his wand at the Dementor. Expecto Patronum. The compartment was flooded with brilliant white light as Harry's Patronus exploded from the tip of his wand, driving the Dementor back. The hooded monstrosity was forced to flee as the four-legged creature chased it down the corridor and out of sight. Within moments, it felt like they had emerged from an icy cold bath. Ron and Hermione gasped for air as though they weren't breathing. Harry trembled slightly, still feeling the after-effects of the unnatural chill brought by the Dementor. Neville was still on the floor, rocking back and forth in the fetal position, muttering gibberish under his breath. What the bloody hell was that thing? Ron shuddered. Dementor, Harry muttered, kneeling beside Neville to check on the boy. They guard Azkaban's prisoners. Whoever let them on a train full of school children deserves to join them. Harry, was that a Patronus charm? Asked Hermione shakily. I've read about it before. It's extremely advanced, and even some adults can't manage a corporeal Patronus. Yeah, it was. Harry shrugged. Wait, yeah. I've seen my dad cast it before to send messages, said Ron. Only his was a dog. What was yours, Harry? A stag, Harry said. Same as my dad's. Are you sure? Hermione frowned. It didn't look like a stag. It had no antlers. I think so, Harry muttered. He hadn't gotten a good glimpse of the animal before it cantered off after the Dementor. Could his Patronus have changed? What would it be if not a stag? A hippogriff, maybe? He couldn't think of what else it would have become. What's wrong with Neville? Said Ron, noticing the boy for the first time, still trembling and curled in a ball at their feet. Help me lift him up, said Harry. Ron knelt down to help Harry hoist Neville up by the shoulders, placing him back in a seat. Harry dug through the pile of sweets they'd purchased from the trolley and located a chocolate frog, unwrapping it and thrusting it into his hands. Here, Neville, eat this. Neville muttered something incoherent, but he shakily lifted the frog to his lips and took a bite. After a few more unsteady nibbles, his breathing slowed and his eyes cracked open, darting around the compartment nervously. That was bloody awful, he groaned. Don't worry, it's gone, Harry reassured him. The train had rumbled back to life and resumed its journey to Hogsmeade. Who was that screaming? Neville asked, looking around. It sounded like a woman. No one was screaming, Neville. Hermione frowned. I swear I heard it, Neville insisted. Someone was saying, not him, take me instead. Harry felt a profound sadness for Neville in that moment. He knew exactly what he was hearing. Repressed memories of his mother begging Voldemort for her child's life. He'd encountered the same memories in his last timeline, and while he was grateful he was no longer as affected by the Dementors now, he felt terribly for Neville having to carry that burden himself. But he couldn't bring himself to explain in that moment. It didn't feel like the time or place to lay something so heavy on the poor kid. Just eat, Harry said instead, digging once more through the pile for more chocolate and handing some to Ron and Hermione. It'll make you feel better. Ron and Neville dutifully munched on their chocolate frogs, but Hermione was regarding Harry with an odd expression on her face. Is she onto me? Harry wondered. He'd made it 2 full years in this timeline without people questioning how he knew so much more advanced magic than his peers. Would she catch on to his secret? He simply gave her a reassuring smile and selected a frog of his own to soothe his anxiety. The rest of the trip was uneventful and mostly quiet, as Neville shivered quietly in his seat and Ron did his best to cheer his friend up. The train pulled into Hogsmeade Station well past dark, and students began disembarking with their luggage to find a carriage up to the castle. Go on down to the lake, Tori, Harry heard a familiar voice say, and turned to see Daphne ushering her younger sister towards the dirt path with the other first years. You'll be perfectly fine. Ugh, I know that, Daph, scoffed Astoria, prying her arm free of her sister. I don't need a babysitter. Harry was briefly reminded of his own sister by the petulant way she stomped away and had to suppress a smirk when Daphne turned his way. One carriage ride later, and Harry found himself back in the cozy Great Hall with his fellow Ravenclaws. The room was full to near capacity with loudly talking students, catching up with friends, and complaining loudly about the late hour. Harry himself was rather hungry. The train ride had been stressful and unnaturally long, and there was no sign that the sorting ceremony was about to begin. "What's taking so long?" grumbled Terry Boot, glancing around the hall. "Shouldn't the first years be here already?" Dumbledore must have sensed the restless energy in the room, for he soon stood to take the podium, raising both hands to hush the students. "The sorting ceremony will take place momentarily," he announced. "But first, we might as well get introductions out of the way. Welcome back to a new year at Hogwarts, everyone. As some of you may have noticed, the school is playing host to the Dementors of Azkaban this year to protect the school from escaped convict Peter Pettigrew. I would ask everyone to exercise caution when around these creatures, as they will not distinguish between friend or foe if you find yourself in between them and their intended prey." The students muttered nervously to one another at this announcement. Clearly, Harry's compartment had not been the only one to receive an unwanted Dementor visit on the train. "We also have 2 new staffing changes to announce," Dumbledore went on. "Firstly, join me in welcoming our new Care of Magical Creatures instructor, Rubius Hagrid." There was a polite smattering of applause as Hagrid awkwardly stood from the head table and nodded to the crowd. Harry could hear Hermione, Neville, and Ron whooping and cheering louder than most, causing the half-giant to redden and beam at them. "Doesn't Hagrid usually bring the first years across the lake?" muttered Padma Patil. "Wonder who's in charge this year." As if on cue, a side door opened, and the first years filed into the Great Hall, staring about the room in wonder. At once the students began gossiping loudly, as all eyes were drawn to the man at the front of the line, leading the new students in. A tall, thin man with wire-rimmed glasses, holding his wand aloft to guide a silvery stag Patronus ahead of them. "Ah, and here comes our second new hire," Dumbledore beamed. "Ladies and gentlemen, please give a hand to our new defense against the dark arts professor, distinguished Auror James Potter." The crowd applauded even louder than they had for Hagrid, many standing from their seats to get a better look at the man. Clearly his reputation preceded him. Harry simply gawked at his father in awe. He hadn't even considered it a possibility that he might teach them this year. Why had he not said anything? His eyes found Dahlia across the room, and she too looked surprised. "Sorry we're late, Headmaster," James said sheepishly, waving his wand to dissipate the stag. "A few stray Dementors decided to follow us across the lake." "Not to worry, Professor," Dumbledore beamed, turning back to address the students. "The Ministry has kindly loaned us Professor Potter for 1 year as an added measure of defense. And as you just saw, he is quite adept with the Patronus charm. So if anyone would like to learn how to defend themselves against Dementors, I'm sure he would be glad to help." James nodded his assent as he took his place at the head table beside Hagrid. "Blimey, Potter, why didn't you tell us your dad's teaching us this year?" said Terry Boot in awe as McGonagall stepped forward to begin the sorting ceremony. "I had no idea," Harry said honestly. "He didn't tell me." "I don't get it. Who's his dad?" asked Kevin Entwistle. "Are you daft? He's probably the most decorated Auror alive, aside from Mad-Eye Moody, of course," said Anthony Goldstein. "Go easy on him. He's Muggle-born," sighed Padma Patil. "But that's really exciting, Harry. Do you think he'll help Flitwick run the dueling club this year?" "Maybe," Harry shrugged, "though I have a feeling Dumbledore would keep him busy with Dash." "Hey, hush!" A sharp voice came from across the aisle. Daphne Greengrass was leaning over from the Slytherin table to reprimand him. "My sister's about to be sorted, show some respect." Harry sighed and focused his attention back on the first years, anxiously awaiting their turn. "I'm sure Astoria will wind up in the snake den just like her," he thought as the first few names were called and sorted. Might as well be polite. But the next name McGonagall called shook Harry to his core. At first he thought he didn't hear her right. There was simply no way that name was correct. But one look at the portly, terrified-looking blonde boy as he timidly approached the sorting hat confirmed his fears. He sought out his sister at the Gryffindor table and his father at the head table, who both wore matching looks of astonishment. He had heard McGonagall perfectly clearly after all. Dudley Damien. The boy was the spitting image of his older brother Dudley, so much so that Harry would have believed it to be him if he hadn't heard the name right. His mind raced as McGonagall placed the hat on Damien's head. Had Vernon and Petunia had a second child in this timeline? Perhaps without the burden of baby Harry, being left on their doorstep, they would have done so. But the boy was magical? He did share Lily Evans' lineage after all, so it would make sense that another Muggleborn would be produced from that line. Did his mother know that this was going to happen? Harry remembered the conversation he'd overheard between his parents earlier that summer. The unpleasantness Lily had faced from Vernon and Marge. Had they already received Damien's Hogwarts letter? Were they supportive of their son coming to Hogwarts? Or did they resist, as they had with Harry? The look of fear and discomfort on the boy's face indicated that it might be the latter. After a few minutes of deliberation, the Sorting Hat finally declared, Hufflepuff. The yellow and black table cheered politely as Damien timidly approached his new house. Bloody hell, Harry muttered in disbelief. You know that kid, Potter? Asked Michael Corner. Yeah, he's my cousin, said Harry. I didn't know you had magical cousins, Harry, said Hermione. I didn't either, Harry chuckled. He's Muggleborn. Poor chap looks about to wet himself, guffawed Terry Boot as Damien took his seat, and the next first year was called up by McGonagall. Harry couldn't disagree. He never thought he'd feel anything akin to sympathy for a Dursley, but he could only imagine what Damien must be feeling at this moment. Alone, hundreds of miles from home, in a world he didn't know existed a few weeks prior. Would he even be able to function in such a setting? Harry finally tore his eyes away from Damien when Greengrass, Astoria, was called. The platinum-haired girl skipped up and sat excitedly on the stool. The Sorting Hat took about 30 seconds before declaring her a Gryffindor. The red and gold table roared with appreciation, as Harry heard a small groan of frustration behind him. He turned to see Daphne, shaking her head as her little sister headed off to the opposite side of the hall to join her new house. Gryffindor's not so bad, Harry reassured her. She'll make plenty of friends there, I'm sure. She'll be wasted in Gryffindor, lamented Daphne. She has too much potential to spend all her time with those meatheads. Harry was mildly scandalized by this insinuation. Despite no longer being a Gryffindor himself, he still felt a strong affinity and affection for the house and its inhabitants. He turned back to watch the rest of the sorting, still distracted by the unexpected arrival of a cousin he didn't even know existed minutes before. As soon as the sorting ended and the feast began, Harry excused himself and rushed up to the head table to confront his father. Did you know about this? He demanded. Not until yesterday, said James in between bites of asparagus. Sorry I didn't tell you sooner. Fudge wanted an Auror stationed at the school for added protection and to keep an eye on Dumbledash. Not you, Harry groaned. Him, and he pointed towards the Hufflepuff table, at the blonde 11-year-old staring suspiciously at the plates of food around him, too afraid to take a bite. Oh, that, James sighed, setting down his fork. Your mother mentioned that he seemed withdrawn at dinner the other night. But your aunt and uncle never said anything, or even suggested this was a possibility. What are we going to do about this? Harry demanded. What is there to do? James shrugged. Let him experience Hogwarts for himself, I suppose. I'll tell your mother about it in the morning. Harry was shocked at his father's nonchalance about the whole thing. Perhaps as a pureblood, he didn't realize what a culture shock Damien must be experiencing. The same culture shock Harry had experienced in his first timeline. And Damien didn't have the same support system to guide him on his journey. He returned to his seat, contemplating what his next move should be. Once the feast concluded and the students began filing out of the hall, Harry rushed over towards the Hufflepuff table, searching for the blonde-haired boy, but he was nowhere to be seen. Had he already left the hall at the earliest convenience? Would he even know how to get to the Hufflepuff common room? Harry instead spotted a familiar face and changed course. Ron? Hey, Ron, he called out. Ron Weasley broke away from Ernie Macmillan and Justin Finch-Fletchley to face him. What's up, Harry? He asked. Listen, there's a new first year in your house, said Harry. Blonde, overweight kid. You saw him. Yeah, rings a bell, said Ron. Why, what about him? He's my cousin, said Harry. Muggle-born. I don't think he knew he was a wizard until this summer. Whoa, Ron said, wide-eyed. Good for him. Yeah, I guess, Harry muttered. Do you reckon you could help him out if you get the chance? Show him around the common room? Explain how things work? I think he might feel a bit out of place at the moment. Sure, I'll try, Ron shrugged. And the redhead rejoined his house, mates to file out of the Great Hall. Harry watched him go, hoping this would be enough. Despite his distaste for his aunt, uncle, and older cousin, Damien Dursley was still family, and Harry felt compelled to help the kid any way he could. Year 3-03. Time enough for two. Harry was uneasy as he awoke for his first day of classes the next morning. Aside from his worries over Damien and his constant festering fear of Voldemort's return, he had no idea what the coming term would look like for him course-wise. How would he handle a full load of classes, two of which he had zero experience with? Would he flounder and be exposed as a fraud, or would he rise to the occasion? Would he be able to juggle everything on top of Quidditch and his personal research? After a quick breakfast in the Great Hall, Harry queued with the other Ravenclaws to receive his class schedule for the term. When he reached the front of the line, Professor Flitwick greeted him with a warm smile. "Welcome back, Mr. Potter," he squeaked. "I'm delighted to see you challenging yourself with a full course load, and I have no doubt you'll excel in all your classes." "Thank you, Professor," Harry nodded, though privately he was less sure. He'd coasted so far in his classes by already knowing all the material, and he wouldn't have that same advantage in arithmancy or ancient runes. "Step aside for a moment, my boy," said Flitwick. "I'll need to deal with you and Miss Granger privately." Harry frowned in confusion, but obeyed and stood off to one side of the hall. Hermione joined him soon after, also looking confused. "Did we do something wrong?" she asked in a hushed tone. "Dunno," Harry shrugged. They waited in silence until the last Ravenclaw had received their schedule. Then Flitwick beckoned them over to a secluded corner. "You two are the only third years to sign up for more than 3 electives this year," said Flitwick. "While not technically against the rules, it does create some challenges with your scheduling." "How so, sir?" asked Hermione. "There are only so many hours of the day to schedule classes in," Flitwick explained. "And unfortunately, arithmancy and ancient runes create conflicts with your scheduled lessons in divination and potions. We won't have to drop any of them, will we?" Hermione asked worriedly. "I'd like to get all my OWLs, Professor." "And so you shall," said Flitwick. "The headmaster has granted special permission for you two to attend all your classes as necessary." He handed them each a slip of paper containing their full course schedule for the term. Harry scanned the sheet briefly. It was intimidating, with every day full to the brim except Tuesday and Thursday evenings. Hermione's looked identical, except those evenings were reserved for Muggle studies, which he declined to take. "I don't understand, Professor," Hermione muttered, frowning down at her own schedule. "There are multiple classes scheduled in the mornings on 3 separate days. How can we attend 2 classes at once?" "With this," said Flitwick, reaching into his robes and pulling out a small object on a golden chain. "What is that?" Hermione asked, but Harry's stomach gave a jolt. He knew exactly what it was. "This is called a time turner," Flitwick explained. "It can allow you to travel backwards in time, up to several hours." "How does it work?" asked Hermione in awe. "Like so," said Flitwick, throwing the chain around his neck. "Simply turn the dial over once per hour you wish to travel back. Watch closely." And Flitwick turned the dial over twice in his hands. For a brief second, it appeared that sand was traveling upwards in the hourglass. Then both Flitwick and the time turner disappeared into thin air. Hermione gave a low shriek of surprise. "Where did he go?" she asked. "Backwards in time by 2 hours," came a mirthful voice from behind them. They turned to see a beaming Flitwick approaching them from the hall entrance. "I've had to camp out in my office for the past 2 hours to avoid being seen in 2 places at once." "Wicked," Harry grinned. He had to appreciate the theatricality on display. Rather than simply explain it, Flitwick wasted 2 hours of his life to prove it firsthand. "But be warned," Flitwick said in a grave tone. "You must be very, very careful not to cross paths with yourselves while in the past. Find a safe, secluded place to travel from. Then avoid retracing your steps until you're certain your past selves have disappeared from the timeline. There have been disastrous consequences from witches and wizards meeting their past selves, and we mustn't have that happen here." "Understood, sir," Hermione nodded. "We'll be careful." And she reached for the time turner, but to her and Harry's surprise, Flitwick held it back. "Unfortunately," he sighed, "the Ministry has only sanctioned the use of the time turner for Mr. Potter here, given his exemplary record. We could not obtain permission for you, Miss Granger, due to your legal troubles over the summer." "So, I won't get to use it?" Hermione asked, looking crestfallen. "You will," Flitwick corrected her. but it must remain in Mr. Potter's possession at all times, and you must only use it for attending classes. I trust that you two can share the responsibility of time travel together?" "Yes, sir," Harry said, and Hermione nodded vigorously alongside him. "Good," Flitwick nodded, and he gently placed the time turner in Harry's palm. "I would recommend that you keep this to yourselves, as other students may get jealous. This is a privilege few students receive. And if you have any questions, my door is always open." "Thank you, sir," said Harry, and he and Hermione headed for the exit. When they reached the entrance hall, they turned towards one another. "This is insane," Hermione breathed, eyeing the golden device in Harry's hand. "I can't believe they would actually allow 2/3 years to travel through time." "Seems rather irresponsible," Harry agreed, barely suppressing a grin. "We'd best not disappoint them. So what class do you reckon we should attend first?" "What do you mean?" Hermione asked. "We have our choice between divination and arithmancy," Harry said, pointing to the conflicting boxes on their schedule. "In theory, we could do them in either order." "All right," Hermione said in realization. "How about divination first?" Harry nodded and led the way up to Trelawney's classroom. It was an odd feeling, knowing at that very moment a future version of himself and Hermione must be elsewhere in the castle, having already traveled backwards to attend the other class. Harry groaned internally as they climbed the stepladder up into the divination classroom, the familiar stench of perfumes assaulting his nose. "Why did I sign myself up for 3 more years of this torture?" he lamented. But at least it should prove easier the second time, and he could use the opportunity to learn more about prophecy to bolster his cover story. He viewed Professor Trelawney under a different light now, knowing she was in fact a legitimate seer. She had correctly predicted Pettigrew's defection to Voldemort in his previous 3rd year, and appeared to have made the prophecy that led to Voldemort targeting the Potters, or the Longbottoms in this timeline. Still, it was hard to take her rambling, vaguely coherent monologue seriously. She went on and on about seeing the beyond, making offhand remarks to students every once in a while, usually spelling their doom. She predicted that Dean Thomas would experience a bitter failure in due time, that Draco Malfoy would suffer a humiliating defeat, and that Hermione would crush a rival and come to regret it. "Such rubbish," Hermione muttered under her breath. Harry didn't know what she had to complain about. Hers was the least doom and gloom prediction Trelawney had made thus far. And just moments later, Trelawney broke into hysterics when she took a glimpse into Neville's teacup. "My dear boy," she shrieked. "You have the grim." "What's a grim?" Neville asked worriedly. "It is an omen of death." Trelawney trembled. "You have been marked for it. There is no escaping the grim, and I fear you will suffer a most painful end." Ron grabbed Neville's teacup to look for himself. "Looks kind of like a tiger to me," he shrugged, eliciting a few chuckles from their nearby tablemates. "One mustn't make light of the grim, Mr. Weasley," Trelawney snapped at him. "Tread carefully, young Longbottom, lest you succumb to an early grave." Neville looked slightly concerned by this, though everyone around him seemed to not take her too seriously. Harry was a bit perturbed by her prediction. She had been correct about Harry's fate in the previous timeline, and knowing what he knew about the true nature of Neville's scar, death did seem to be looming over him constantly. After a painful hour and a half of listening to Trelawney's dour interpretations of everyone's tea leaves, class was dismissed. Harry and Hermione attempted to carefully extricate themselves from the pack of students heading down the hall, seeking a quiet place to disappear into the past, but they were stopped short. "Hey, Harry, Hermione, where are you going?" asked Neville. "Don't the Ravenclaws also have defense next period?" "Yeah," said Harry. Bathroom. I'll meet you guys there." "Same here," Hermione squeaked nervously, and they hurried off down the hall before anyone could ask too many questions. Harry led the way through the throng of students, eventually locating a broom cupboard and pulling Hermione inside. "What on earth, Dash?" Hermione protested. "We can't risk being seen," Harry explained, closing the door behind them. He fumbled in his robes for the time turner, which was more difficult in the cramped quarters and in pitch blackness. "Ouch, you're standing on my foot," Hermione hissed. "Sorry," Harry groaned. "Lumos!" The wand in his pocket ignited, giving him enough light to see what he was doing. He clumsily threw the gold chain around his and Hermione's necks. 2 hours, do you reckon? He asked. Should be fine, Hermione said impatiently. Her bushy hair was tickling his nose, and he could feel her leg bouncing nervously. She clearly wanted to get out of the tight confines of the closet as much as he did. Harry turned the hourglass over twice, then waited. He suddenly felt as though he was falling backwards at great speed, a blur of shapes and colors rushing past his eyes. Just as he felt like he was becoming motion sick, the sensation ended, and he found himself back on solid ground in the closet, Hermione beside him. You all right? He asked, holding out an arm to steady her. Yes, fine, Hermione said primly, despite her obvious discomfort. Let's go. Harry pocketed the time-turner and exited the closet into the hall, which was thankfully empty. He checked his wristwatch. It still read 10:55 a.m., but he knew it must actually be 8:55 due to the time travel. Right. So our past selves are currently heading from the entrance hall to Trelawney's classroom, he reasoned. We should be able to get up to Vector's classroom without crossing our own paths. Makes sense, Hermione nodded, and they broke off towards the 6th floor, careful to avoid the main staircase where their past selves were heading to divination. Harry entered the unfamiliar arithmancy classroom, already feeling trepidation about his decision to sign up for the course. He hadn't shared many classes with this group of students, either. Clearly, divination was seen as the less prestigious subject, as there were few underachievers to be seen in this group. Professor Vector was a stern, cross-looking woman Harry had only ever seen in passing or at meals in the Great Hall. She reminded him of Professor McGonagall, commanding the room with a sharp speech pattern that just dared anyone to interrupt or disrespect her. Unlike McGonagall, however, Vector did not take questions and spoke as if she expected them all to understand the material already, which Harry clearly did not. He found himself increasingly bewildered as her lesson went on, drawing complex graphs and figures on the board that he could not make heads or tails of. Hermione took studious notes, and he tried to do the same, but it was as though she was speaking an entirely different language. Math had always been Harry's worst subject in primary school with the Dursleys, and arithmancy was like math with a bunch of extra made-up numbers and symbols. He was relieved to have defense next, easily his best subject, and was eager to see how his father would handle the class. He and Hermione met up with a group of Slytherins coming from divination, drawing a confused look from Neville. How did you beat us here? He asked. Didn't you both use the bathroom? Took a shortcut, Harry shrugged. Luckily, James Potter ushered them all inside the classroom shortly after, cutting off any further lines of questioning about their whereabouts. The defense classroom was situated as it always was, but there were little placards on each desk with a name written on it. Find your assigned desk and take a seat, James ordered. The class grumbled at this, splitting apart from their friends to find their names. Harry noticed that everyone had been paired with someone from the opposite house. Hermione was seated awkwardly beside Pansy Parkinson. Neville was paired with Sue Lee, and Harry was forced to join Draco Malfoy, who gave him a dirty sneer as he took his seat. Welcome to Year 3 Defense, announced James. This year your focus will largely be on identifying dark magical creatures and how to deal with them if encountered. However, due to current events happening in the outside world, Professor Dumbledore has also asked me to teach you all the basics of how to defend yourself if attacked by a dark witch or wizard. A few students murmured nervously at this, but Draco Malfoy threw his hand up into the air. Question, Professor, he drawled. Why should most of us have to learn to protect ourselves from Peter Pettigrew? I mean, if I see him come after Potter or Longbottom here, I would just run in the opposite direction. The Slytherins laughed appreciatively at this quip. Harry expected James to get angry at this outburst, but instead he merely smiled. Very good, Mr. Malfoy, he appraised the teen. Your first instinct in any encounter with a dangerous wizard should be to run away and avoid conflict altogether. Take 2 points for Slytherin. Draco looked surprised by this response, but smirked at his successful class disruption. However, running is not always the best solution, James continued. Turning your back on an enemy can often mean serious injury, or even death. What if Pettigrew turns his wand on you, Draco? How would you respond? Draco's face paled a bit at this. I dunno, disarm him, he scoffed. Not a bad thought, James nodded. Why don't you come up here and demonstrate for the class? Draco nervously got to his feet, and joined James at the front of the room. "Now, pretend I'm Pettigrew," said James. "You see me raise my wand to curse you. Now, defend yourself. Stupefy. EXP. PLE Armus." Draco stammered, clearly caught off guard. Twin jets of red light burst from each of their wands, passing each other by. Draco's hit home, sending James' wand flying out of his hand, while James' stunner hit Draco squarely in the chest, sending him sprawling backwards, unconscious. The class laughed at the sight as James retrieved his wand and revived Draco, who sat up looking rather cross. "You see," said James. "Draco managed to disarm me, but my own spell still hit him. In a sanctioned duel, that would be considered a draw, but this isn't a duel. It's life or death. Your first thought should always be to defend yourself by either countering, blocking, or dodging the spell coming your way. Your objective is not to win the fight, but to buy yourself enough time to either escape or for a teacher to arrive to protect you." The class hurried to jot down notes as James outlined other methods of defending oneself from incoming spellfire. Draco returned to his seat, wincing as he gingerly sat beside Harry. "Not a word, Potter," he muttered mutinously under his breath. Harry just grinned to himself. He didn't need to say anything to rub it in. That made one of Trelawney's predictions correct already. That certainly qualified as a humiliating defeat for Malfoy. Harry's stomach was growling by the time class was dismissed for lunch. It may have been noon for everyone else, but thanks to the time travel, it was already 2 p.m. for him, and he wasn't used to so many classes in a single morning. Hermione clearly felt the same, for she hurried ahead of the pack to the Great Hall and was already loading her second plate when the rest of them arrived. Care of magical creatures came next, giving a grateful Harry the chance to step outside and enjoy some sunshine. Hagrid took them out to the pasture to meet Buckbeak the Hippogriff, whom nobody seemed eager to step forward to greet personally. Harry didn't mind doing so himself, but he gently encouraged Neville to go instead. Neville nervously inched forward, bowing low before the great winged beast. Buckbeak eyed him suspiciously for a moment before inclining his own head in greeting. "Well done, Neville." Hagrid beamed. "Take 5 points fair, Slytherin. How would you like a ride?" "And no, that's okay, Dash," Neville stammered, but Hagrid was already lifting the boy up onto Buckbeak's back. After a swift slap to his backside, Buckbeak reared back and took off into the sky, a terrified-looking Neville holding on for dear life. Harry imagined that Neville's flight wasn't nearly as exciting and freeing as his own had been, but when Buckbeak came back down to land, Neville did look flush with adrenaline and accepted the cheers of his classmates with a little smile. Draco clearly couldn't stand someone else being the center of attention, striding forward towards Buckbeak when Hagrid wasn't looking. "Oh, please. I bet you're harmless, aren't you?" he sneered, reaching forward to touch the hippogriff. Buckbeak squawked indignantly, rearing back to strike at Draco with his long talons. Harry acted quickly, whipping out his wand and yanking it backwards, pulling Draco out of harm's way as Buckbeak swiped at the place he'd been moments before. "No, Malfoy!" Hagrid shouted, rushing forward to quell the agitated beast. "Get off me!" Draco spat, swatting away Crabbe and Goyle's helpful hands. "I could take care of myself, thanks." "I somehow doubt that," Harry thought ruefully as he stowed his wand away. Draco shot him a nasty glare for his stunt, but at least it was better than Buckbeak being sentenced to death by the Ministry. The afternoon concluded with ancient runes, another class Harry had been dreading. Luckily, Professor Babbling took more care in explaining the basics of her subject, which struck Harry as rather like learning a second language. Their third-year material would largely be learning how to translate runic scripts, identify their linguistic origin, and describe their magical application. "I could learn this," a relieved Harry thought as he skimmed the chapter Babbling had assigned them as homework. "It's mostly memorization, isn't it? It's just a matter of taking the time to learn it." And thanks to the small golden device concealed on a chain around his neck, time was something he had in ample supply. Harry wanted nothing more than to pass out after dinner that night, but he forced himself to stay awake and complete a bit of homework in the common room. The amount of work expected of them to complete was already daunting, and Harry still had over half of his classes yet to come later in the week. Only when he could no longer physically keep his eyes open did he retire to his dorm and pass out the second his head hit the pillow. The rest of the week fared no better for Harry. He felt as though he had no room to breathe. His days were entirely consumed by classes and homework. It made little difference whether he was using the time turner or not. It seemed like there was always an endless stream of places to be, work to be done. Even his free periods on Tuesday and Thursday were barely a reprieve, as they were the only chances he got to catch up on homework he was already dreadfully behind on. How did Hermione do this the first time? Harry thought as the week dragged on. She didn't seem as perturbed as him by the schedule, maintaining her usual pleasant demeanor and always turning in her homework precisely on time. This was where his advantage over her was starting to dissipate. He far outstripped her in terms of knowledge, but she had him crushed in work ethic and time management. The busy work of 11 classes was starting to bury him alive. Harry barely felt like he was functional by the end of the first week, just going through the motions until the weekend could arrive. He was berated twice by professors for nodding off in class, once by Snape, who took great pleasure in docking 10 points from Ravenclaw and assuring him that his mother would be ashamed of his conduct. Still, Harry managed not to blow up any cauldrons for the remainder of the lesson, and he was gratefully released for the weekend. Harry planned to head to bed straight after dinner, but a prefect intercepted him on the way back to the common room with a missive from Dumbledore, requesting his presence. What could he want now? Harry wondered as he made his way up to the headmaster's office. Fizzing Whizbees, Harry announced to the gargoyle, who sprang aside to allow Harry access to the spiral staircase. "Ah, Mr. Potter, you made it," Dumbledore greeted him as soon as he entered. "How is your third year treating you thus far?" "It's challenging," Harry sighed as he sank into an armchair. "Lots of homework to do this weekend." "Ah, yes. Third year is when classes tend to get more difficult," Dumbledore nodded. "But I am sure you are up for the challenge. Have you and Miss Granger had any problems with the time turner?" "No, sir, not yet," said Harry, delicately extricating the golden hourglass from under his shirt. He and Hermione had successfully used it 3 times thus far, with the only hiccup coming when they were nearly spotted exiting a broom covered together by a gaggle of second-year girls who surely would have spread word like wildfire about it. "Glad to hear it," Dumbledore nodded. "And how have your divination classes been? What is your impression of Professor Trelawney?" Harry struggled to find the appropriate words to describe the odd woman. "She's unique," he said diplomatically. "She seems to see things other people can't. I've had owls from parents for over a decade demanding that I fire her." Dumbledore smiled knowingly. "She seems to have a penchant for predicting the imminent demise of each of her students." "I didn't notice that yet," Harry chuckled. "And do you find her classes productive?" Dumbledore asked. "Have they helped you understand your visions better?" "So that's what this is about," Harry realized. Dumbledore was fishing for information about Harry's seer talents. "Not sure yet," he shrugged awkwardly. "But I'll keep at it and see if it helps." "Very good," Dumbledore nodded. "Sybil Trelawney may seem odd to the outside observer, but I have credible reason to believe she does indeed possess the sight, and you would do well to observe her methods." "I will, sir," Harry nodded, hoping that was the end of the meeting. "And how was your meeting with Mr. Croker at the Ministry over the summer?" asked Dumbledore. "Your father mentioned that he took you, but I've heard nothing from Saul about how it went." "Oh," said Harry. It was useful, I think. He taught me some ways to improve my visions and separate the truth from fiction." "Excellent," Dumbledore beamed. "Has he prescribed you any particular techniques to hone your craft? Surely someone of his expertise had valuable insight into your particular set of skills." "I am most curious to hear what he had to say." Dumbledore's expression was as pleasant as ever, but Harry felt the piercing stare of those blue eyes penetrating his soul. He was being observed by one of the most terrifying wizards alive, and he felt naked and vulnerable under his gaze. He wished he'd practiced his occlumency over the summer, because if Dumbledore attempted to legitimize him now, he was certain he'd have no defense. "Well," Harry said, thinking fast, "he did, sir. But he also mentioned that some of what he told me shouldn't be mentioned outside the Department of Mysteries, since he could get in trouble for revealing its secrets." Harry's heart pounded as he waited for Dumbledore's response. He half expected Dumbledore to get angry with him for withholding information from him. But instead, he merely smiled. "Naturally," he said. "Well, as long as you think he is of help, I am glad that you have his counsel." "As am I," Harry said, letting out a small sigh of relief. "And as always," said Dumbledore, "if you have any troubling visions, perhaps relating to Voldemort or to Peter Pettigrew, I would encourage you to come to me with them. Or your father, if that would make you feel more comfortable." "I will, sir," Harry nodded. "I haven't seen anything noteworthy yet." "Very well," said Dumbledore. "You're free to go. Feel free to say hello to Fawkes on your way out." Harry gratefully stood and headed for the door. He paused at Fawkes' perch, admiring the majestic bird that had saved his and Lupin's lives in the Chamber of Secrets. He gently scratched under the bird's beak, marveling at the intense warmth of the phoenix feathers that did not burn him. He then departed the office, grateful to have escaped without giving away anything more to the headmaster. The weekend brought a much-needed reprieve from the rigor of class attendance, but he still had a mountain of homework to complete. He spent most of his free days in the library, scribbling essays as quickly as possible and reading his assigned text faster than he could comprehend the words. He was able to complete most of the busy work without too much trouble, having already done it all once before in his last timeline. But ancient runes and arithmancy slowed him down. The former consumed the most time by far, forcing him to commit dozens of foreign glyphs to memory, while the latter continued to stump him completely. He filled out his assigned worksheet as best he could, certain that he'd get an awful grade, but resolving to pay closer attention in the next lecture. Luna joined him for large stretches of his long study sessions, as she too was far behind in her coursework. "I missed nearly half of my first year, due to the basilisk, you know," she hummed as she completed her defense homework beside Harry. "I was almost held back a year, but Father convinced Flitwick to give me summer packets to catch up to the rest of my class." "Well, that's fortunate," said Harry. He was now doubly impressed with Hermione's work ethic. He'd forgotten that she too missed much of her second year in the last timeline in addition to her full course load the following year. "Look, Nargles!" Luna exclaimed, pointing at a picture in Harry's open divination textbook. No, Luna. Those are gnomes," Harry frowned. He was working on an essay for Trelawney about the supposed divining properties of gnome saliva. "A common misconception," said Luna firmly. "Mother always said Nargles hid among the gnomes to hide their power from the world." "Your mum believed in Nargles as well?" asked Harry. "Oh, yes," Luna nodded fervently. "She always took me down to the creek to catch them. Sneaky creatures. They are, and you can never be sure if the ones you catch are actually Nargles or just common gnomes. They are good at hiding it, you see." Harry listened politely as Luna rambled on about Nargles and her expeditions with her mother. He was often amused by her fantastical beliefs, but also did not want to interrupt what was clearly a fond memory Luna had of her mother. He knew she'd lost her mother just a few years ago, but didn't dare mention it as Luna seemed to be in good spirits about it at the moment. Still, he did have to tune her out for much of the afternoon as he crammed in as much work as he could. The evening sun rapidly faded away, and Harry packed his things to grab a quick dinner before retiring to the common room for the night. He heard a squeal of delight as he entered the Great Hall, turning to see Ginny and Dahlia jumping up and down excitedly near the Gryffindor table. "Good news," he asked as he walked up to greet them. "Ginny's made the Gryffindor Quidditch team," Dahlia said excitedly. "Oh, congratulations." Harry appraised the redhead. "What position?" "Seeker," Ginny grinned, her hair still windswept from the recent tryouts. "I wanted to try out for Chaser, but Angelina preferred to move back to her natural position." "I knew you would make it," said Dahlia. Dean Thomas looked rather cross when he walked up to the castle earlier. Harry had heard Dean talking to his desk, made about wanting to try out for Seeker in one of their classes the previous week. Clearly he'd been bested. "There's yet another Trelawney prediction confirmed," he thought bemusedly. "Guess that makes us rivals then," Harry grinned. "I'll be going out for Ravenclaw Seeker again this year." "Good luck with that," Ginny smirked. "I hear Cho Chang's been working out all summer at a Quidditch camp to prepare for the upcoming season." Harry felt a jolt of dread at this revelation. He'd assumed he had the Seeker position in the bag since he was gifted the Firebolt, but Cho still had a size advantage on him, and Roger Davies clearly liked her more. He would have his work cut out for him at Ravenclaw's tryouts the following afternoon. Just then, Astoria Greengrass walked up to join their circle. "You two are cousins with Damien Dursley, aren't you?" she demanded, looking at Harry and Dahlia. "Yeah," said Harry. "What about him?" "Kid is a nightmare," Astoria groaned. "He disrupts every class, bullies the other first years. Apparently, he's lost Hufflepuff more points than everyone else combined. Harry's heart sank at this news. He'd worried that Damien would struggle to fit in with his peers, and to hear that he was intentionally causing problems for those around him was confirmation of those fears. "I could have told you that," Dahlia scoffed. "That whole family is mad. Nobody raised by Vernon Dursley could ever grow up to be a decent human being." "I'll talk to him," Harry sighed, scanning the hall for signs of the boy. He had been keeping an eye out for Damien ever since the welcome feast, but hadn't had an opportunity to introduce himself yet. He wasn't sure what the extent of their relationship was prior to his awakening in this timeline, but it clearly wasn't very strong. Harry couldn't devote much attention to this problem, as first he had to survive another brutal day of classes followed by what would surely be a grueling tryout. He technically had a conflict with his final class of the day, herbology, but thanks to the time turner, he was able to attend both. He snuck around the back of the greenhouses after class let out, turned himself back 2 hours, then hustled down to the Quidditch pitch to get dressed. Harry strode out onto the field with his broom, joining the group of hopefuls waiting for Roger to arrive. "Hello, Cho." He greeted Cho Chang amicably as he stood beside her. "Potter," she said neutrally, nodding in his direction. But she did a double take when she saw the broom clutched in his hand. "Is that a firebolt?" "Oh yeah," Harry said nonchalantly, turning the broom so she could see the insignia printed on the handle. "My dad got it for me for my birthday." "Huh. But she looked far more nervous now than she had before. "All the better for me," Harry figured. Roger Davies arrived on the pitch soon after, and the prospective tryouts gathered around him. "Right. So we've lost a few more players to graduation this year," he announced. "We'll be trying out players for all 4 positions. And if you made the team last year, it's not a guarantee that you'll make it this year. So I want to see your best flying today." On one hand, Harry was glad for this change of philosophy from Roger. Players shouldn't automatically earn a spot based on making the team last year. But he also knew Roger probably only changed his mind to give Cho another chance, so it didn't make him feel any better in the moment. Roger started with the Chasers, looking to fill out the 2 positions around himself. There wasn't much to be excited about. Cade Wilson had improved significantly from his last season, but nobody else had a particularly impressive tryout. Roger immediately gave Wilson his spot back and reluctantly chose an undersized second-year girl named Veronica Selwyn, who could at least pass effectively. The beaters and keepers went next. 7th-year keeper Gabriel Page handily retained his spot, while the beater spots were filled by returning player Adam Samuels and newcomer Stephen Mescal. That left just the Seekers to go, and Harry felt the familiar butterflies raging in his stomach as Roger turned to him and Cho. "Right, same as last year," said Roger. 3 snitches, first to 2 wins. "Sound good?" "Okay," Harry nodded. The firebolt finally gave him the speed advantage he needed to overcome this flawed system. Cho reluctantly nodded as well. She could hardly complain, given her sizable advantage the year before. They took their place at the end line as Roger flew over to the other side of the pitch. He blew his whistle, releasing the first snitch as Harry and Cho kicked off from the ground. At once, Harry's anxiety melted away. He flattened himself against his broom handle and quickly outstripped Cho as the field became a blur around him. He spotted the snitch hovering around the center goalpost and yanked his broom upwards to chase it, snatching it from the air within seconds of taking off. Harry heard the appreciative whistles of the crowd as he returned the snitch to Roger. Roger, too, looked quite impressed by the show of speed, but held his tongue as they reset for the next snitch. Harry tried his best to remain calm as he lined up with a frustrated Cho again, not letting himself relax until the job was done. Roger blew his whistle again, and Harry once more outpaced Cho across the field. This time, however, the snitch was more agile and tricky to track down, darting in and out of sight behind the goalposts and forcing Harry to slow down to assess its movement. Cho came rocketing in from behind, slamming into Harry's side as she attempted to use her size to overpower him. Harry absorbed the blow and stayed level, waiting for a moment to strike. The snitch remained dangerously close to the ground and posts, preventing Harry and Cho from diving after it safely. Harry circled around the back of the post to coax it out of hiding, and it eventually did so, making a beeline across the pitch. Harry and Cho pounced on it. Cho was slightly closer, reaching her fingertips as far as they could stretch for the tiny golden ball. But Harry put on a late burst of speed to snatch it out from under her, triumphantly holding the snitch aloft as the crowd cheered him on. "Damn, Potter, that's a nice broom you've got there," Roger whistled as Harry returned the snitch to him. "I think we have our winner. Unless you'd like a third go anyway, Chong." Cho looked rather pensive as she landed beside Harry. "I play chaser as a secondary position, she said. "Any chance I can get a tryout there instead?" That surprised Harry. He'd only ever knew Cho as a seeker, but he supposed it made sense for her to know multiple positions, given her extensive training in the sport. Roger also looked surprised by the revelation, pondering her request over for a moment. Eventually, he blew his whistle and turned to the remaining members of the team. "Selwyn," he barked. "Back in the air." Veronica Selwyn looked alarmed by this. Clearly, she thought she'd secured her position already. But she mounted her broom and met Roger and Cho at center field. Harry couldn't hear what was being discussed, but it seemed to be a one-on-one to determine who would take the third chaser's spot. Harry hadn't considered this possibility. He always saw Cho as a rival, but could she be a teammate in a different capacity? Unfortunately for Veronica, it was clear from the start that she was outmatched. Cho proved nearly as effective as a chaser as she did a seeker, flying proverbial circles over the younger and smaller girl. Cho put up a quick 5 goals against Veronica, who struggled to even get the quaffle past Cho's staunch defenses, and Roger blew his whistle to call an end to the rout. "All right, Selwyn, you'll be moved to reserve chaser," Roger told the dejected second-year girl. "Chong, you'll be our third starting chaser. Congratulations." The team clapped politely for Cho, who looked far more pleased than she had a few minutes prior. "Well done, Cho," Harry said earnestly, extending a hand to her. "I never knew you could play 2 positions so well." "Thanks, Harry." Cho beamed, no longer looking as cross with him. "It will be good practice, anyway. Father says the pro scouts like to see players excel at multiple positions, so this will let me show off more of what I can do." "You're thinking of going pro?" Harry asked. "Maybe," Cho shrugged with a bashful grin. "Hopefully it's seeker, but I'd happily play chaser too." "You should think about it as a career, too. You're quite a talented seeker yourself." "Oh, thank you," Harry said, surprised by the earnest compliment. He hadn't given much thought yet in this timeline to a career path, always assuming he would follow his father into the Auror office. But what if the upcoming war could be averted? Could he do something more carefree with his life, like Quidditch? It was a wonderful possibility he hadn't even considered. "Hang on a second, isn't that a Hufflepuff?" Roger Davies frowned, pointing into the grandstands. There was indeed a student with a yellow badge watching them from afar. "Diggory's sending spies after us now." Harry sighed, recognizing the intruder at once. "That's my cousin," he groaned. "I'll handle this." Damien fled as soon as he realized he'd been spotted. Harry apologetically took his leave from the team, chasing after the boy. It didn't take long to catch up on the grounds, as he was far more in shape. "Damien, hey Damien, wait up," he called out. The blond boy turned, a little winded, and gave Harry a defiant look. "What?" he demanded. Do you know who I am?" Harry asked. "Course I do," Damien grunted. "You're my tosser cousin who never came over for dinner." Harry felt a pang of regret at this reminder. "Yes, sorry about that," he said. "Your parents and I never got along too well." "What'd you want?" Damien asked, crossing his arms. To make sure you're adjusting to Hogwarts all right," said Harry awkwardly. "How are you finding the school so far?" "Awful place," Damien spat. "Bunch of swats in all my classes. They won't let me call home. And there's not even a faffing wrestling team I can join." "There are other clubs you could sign up for," Harry shrugged. "And I can let you borrow my owl if you want to write home dash." "I'm not sending my dad letters with a bloody pigeon," Damien scoffed. "He'll shoot it out of the sky." "Okay, well," Harry stammered, trying to find any common ground he could with the kid. "Have you met my friend Ron? He's in your house." "Who, the ginger kid?" Damien laughed. "He's a wanker, just like the rest of them. He talked to me like I was handicapped or summit." Harry cringed internally at the thought. He hadn't considered how indelicate Ron could be at times. A pureblood like him might not have the tact necessary to deal with a boy who only learned about magic a few weeks ago. "Well, I just want to help you fit in," Harry sighed. "If there's anything I can do, help you with homework, introduce you to people dash. Save it, Potter," Damien sneered. "I'll never fit in here." I reckon I'll just keep stirring up trouble until they have no choice but to chuck me out and send me home where I belong." And he spat a mouthful of phlegm at Harry's feet, turning to stomp petulantly back up to the castle. Harry watched him go with conflicting emotions. Damien reminded him so much of his older brother Dudley. He couldn't help but feel an innate dislike for the boy. But he could only imagine the turmoil the poor kid was going through. Thrown into a world he didn't understand, alienated from his intensely anti-magical parents, feeling trapped and light years away from his safe spaces. "I have to help him somehow," he thought determinedly. Just one more item to add to his already daunting to-do list. Year 3-04, a silver omen. Harry's struggles to stay afloat didn't lessen much as the weeks wore on. A full load of classes continued to drain him physically and mentally, as did the stress of keeping his grades up and performing well with the Quidditch team. While most of his homework remained pitifully easy to complete, it still consumed so much of his free time that he had little time to devote to anything else. Worse yet, arithmancy continued to be a thorn in his side. His first assignment came back with a failing grade, and the material continued to prove devilishly tricky to understand. Professor Vector pulled him aside after one lesson to berate him for his poor performance thus far. "I expected better from you this term, Potter," she said sternly. "Your other professors have been singing your praises for 2 years now, but I don't see any of that spark in my class." "Sorry, Professor," Harry sighed. "I'm just not that great with numbers. Perhaps you consider getting help from your classmates?" Vector suggested. "I notice you spending time with Miss Granger quite often. I'm sure she would be happy to assist you with the homework." "I'll ask her," Harry sighed. He was hesitant to approach Hermione for help after the tensions between them in the previous year, even though logically he knew the diary was impacting her psyche. Besides, he already spent an awful lot of time with her using the time turner to attend classes, and while he enjoyed her company, she could be a bit much in large doses. But he was in serious danger of failing his class, so he made his way to the library that evening and approached Hermione's table. "Hey, Hermione," he asked meekly. "Got a minute?" Hermione looked up from her essay, looking frazzled. "What is it, Harry?" she asked. Harry stammered, still feeling a bit shameful about his failure in the class thus far. But he also knew she was ultimately the reason for his success from his previous timeline, so he swallowed his pride. "I'm having trouble with the arithmancy assignment. Could you help me?" To his relief, Hermione did not rub it in or refuse his request. Instead, she beamed at him. "Of course," she said. "Here, have a seat." Harry sat beside Hermione as she rummaged through her things and pulled out her own worksheet. She had naturally completed hers already, despite it only being assigned earlier that very day. "How are you such a natural at this?" he grumbled. "Oh, I've just always been good with maths," Hermione shrugged modestly. "I'm sure it's how you feel about every other subject." "None of those subjects are that easy to me," Harry said honestly. "You're way more brilliant than I am honest." Hermione flushed slightly at this compliment, but did not acknowledge it. "Let me see how you approach it," she said instead, turning to Harry's blank assignment. They spent the next hour working through it, with Harry awkwardly trying to explain his thought process for each answer. Hermione was patient with him, walking him through his mistakes and misconceptions. She was a far better teacher than Vector, or maybe Harry was just more used to her methods of explaining things in terms he could understand. By the end of the assignment, he was able to complete a few of the problems himself, finally feeling like he had a rudimentary understanding of what was being asked of him. "Well done, Harry," Hermione appraised him. "See, I knew you'd get it eventually." "Thanks to you," Harry grinned. "You're a lifesaver, Hermione." "Happy to help," Hermione smiled back. Then, she glanced up at the clock on the wall and gave a tiny gasp. "Is it already that late? Oh, I have so much more to finish tonight." "Don't sweat it," Harry said, pulling the time turner out from under his shirt. "We can always use this to buy ourselves more time." "Harry, no!" Hermione chastised him. "Flitwick told us we're only allowed to use it to attend our classes. He also told us you aren't technically allowed to use it at all," Harry pointed out. "So, what does it matter? As long as we avoid meeting ourselves, it will be fine." "It isn't right," Hermione said adamantly. "Dumbledore put great faith in us to do the right thing, and we don't want to let him down." Harry was annoyed with Hermione's insistence on following the rules, but he held his tongue. He had planned to share his time, Turner privileges with Hermione completely, but if she refused to step outside the lines dictated to them, he no longer felt bad about excluding her. He was desperate to buy himself more time to catch up on sleep and assignments, and if she didn't want to join him, that was her loss. By the time Madame Pans shooed them out of the library, it was nearing midnight. Harry wanted nothing more than to sleep in the following day, but his alarm rudely disrupted his slumber bright and early. He went through his morning like a zombie, barely functional in his classes and feeling on the verge of delirium. Terry Boot had to nudge him multiple times to keep him awake in potions, as Snape kept walking past their station and looking suspiciously at Harry. By the time lunch rolled around, Harry was at his breaking point and knew he couldn't last through his afternoon classes. But he had an exam in Transfiguration next period which he couldn't afford to miss, so he had to hatch a plan. "I'll catch up with you guys in a bit," he told his classmates as they headed to the Great Hall for lunch. "Forgot one of my books in the dorms." Harry met nobody else on his way up to Ravenclaw Tower, which was fortunate because he was too tired to speak to anybody. He crossed through the common room up to his empty dorm, pulling out the time turner. "Tempest," he muttered. The time glittered over his head, reading 12:05 p.m. He'd left the dorms shortly before 8 to head to breakfast, so he figured 4 hours should be safe. Harry turned the hourglass over 4 times in his hands and felt the now familiar rushing sensation of falling backwards in time. He landed back on his feet and found himself back in the same dorm for hours in the past. He heard a rustling noise to his left and turned to see Kevin Entwistle rummaging through his dresser. Kevin turned around with a jolt to see Harry standing there. "Blimey, Harry, you scared me," Kevin breathed. "I didn't hear the door open. I thought you'd left for breakfast already." "Just grabbing something," Harry lied, and he pretended to rummage through his own belongings until Kevin found what he was looking for and left the dorm. Finally alone, Harry kicked off his shoes and crawled into bed. He was immediately overwhelmed by the warm embrace of the covers, falling asleep almost instantly. He awoke with a start an unknown amount of time later. "What time is it?" Harry wondered in a panic. "Have I overslept?" He cursed himself for not setting an alarm. What if his past self had walked into the dorm and found his future self sleeping in the bed? He grabbed his glasses and squinted at the clock on the wall. It read 12:04 p.m. "Shit," Harry mumbled under his breath, scrambling out of bed. He hastily put on his shoes and headed for the door, but froze when he heard footsteps approaching from the other side. He dove under Anthony Goldstein's bed as the door opened, and he heard someone enter the dorm. Himself. Harry resisted the urge to look, squeezing his eyes shut and holding his breath. "Tempest," he heard his past self say. He heard the gentle tinkle of the golden chain as his past self pulled out the time turner. Harry waited until he felt certain his alter ego had disappeared into the past, then cracked open one eye. The dorm was empty once more. "I'll have to be more careful from now on," Harry thought to himself as he headed down to the Great Hall for lunch. It could have been catastrophic if he hadn't woken up in time, and he knew he'd just gotten away with something. He could have avoided the whole situation by just traveling back before entering the dorm. But that plus his failure to set an alarm had led to a near disaster. Hermione was right. Meddling with time was dangerous, and he was playing with fire by disobeying Flitwick's orders. Harry entered the hall and took a seat beside his fellow Ravenclaws. "Find it?" Terry asked. "Sorry," asked Harry, bewildered. "Your book," Terry said. "You said you left it up at the dorm." "Oh," said Harry, remembering his excuse from hours before, which was just minutes before in Terry's mind. "Yeah, thanks." And he began to load his plate with food, heart still hammering from the close call earlier. Still, he couldn't say the risk wasn't worth it. He felt rejuvenated after his long nap, and was able to make it through his afternoon classes without nodding off. Better yet, he was able to complete his homework that evening well before midnight, ensuring that he would get another full night's rest before the next day's classes. The time turner was a useful and powerful tool, and Harry planned to take advantage of it much more often. He just had to be smarter about how and when to use it. As long as he took precautions to avoid crossing his own path like today, he should be fine. His course load felt more manageable now that he had more time to sleep and study. He decided that using the time turner to sleep in his dorm was too risky. He instead opted for the room of requirement for this purpose. It provided him with a cozy desk to do homework at and a warm bed to sleep in, along with an alarm clock designed to wake up at precisely the moment he next needed to be somewhere. As long as he remembered to travel back in time before entering the room and stayed inside until his past self had disappeared, the plan worked flawlessly. Quidditch practice was ramping up as well, with their first match against Gryffindor coming on the first weekend of November. I hear their new seeker, Ginny Weasley, is pretty good, Roger Davies informed the team. Of course, the twins could just be hyping up their own sister, but Angelina seems more confident than last year. Have you seen her fly, Potter? A little bit, Harry said vaguely. He'd flown with Ginny plenty of times at the Burrow and knew she was a gutsy, aggressive flyer, but also knew he had both the size and speed advantage over her. Let's not take this one for granted, said Roger. They may not be a free win like they've been the past few years. Every point we can score could be crucial, so no slacking this month. Roger trained them hard all October long, which was just as well with Harry. He felt out of shape from the summer stuck indoors and needed the training to get himself in peak condition for the season. It meant he needed more recovery time to rest after such grueling sessions, but time was something he had plenty of now. He had no qualms about using the time turner every day if need be, even multiple times a day in some cases. The third week of October brought another new activity to Harry's busy schedule, the first meeting of the dueling club. It seemed that most of the school showed up to the Great Hall. Once word spread that James Potter would be assisting Professor Flitwick with the lessons. Harry was glad to see the number of students who clearly held his father in high regard, and was also eager to see James fighting prowess for himself. Once the room was packed full of students, Flitwick took to the stage to begin the session. "Welcome to another year of the Dueling Club," he announced. "I'm happy to announce that this year I will be assisted by our newest defense against the dark arts teacher, Auror James Potter." The crowd applauded generously as James took the stage beside Flitwick, raising a hand to quiet them. "We will get to dueling strategies in future club meetings," said James. "But I've had a lot of students approach me in the past few weeks about dealing with the Dementors patrolling the grounds. So today, I'm going to teach you all how to cast the Patronus charm." There was a great deal of excitement at this prospect. Clearly, many students were perturbed by the Dementor's presence. Neville in particular perked up to pay closer attention to James. Dementors feed on happiness and attempt to suck all joy, hope, and life out of humans, James explained. But the Patronus is a being of pure happiness and light. To conjure one, you have to focus on the happiest memory you can think of. Not just any memory. The moment of your life you felt the most joyful, content, and happy. Otherwise, you may struggle to produce a Patronus. "Can we see yours?" asked a sixth-year Slytherin boy. Of course, James nodded. He closed his eyes for a few seconds, then flicked his wand. Expecto Patronum, a silver stag erupted from his wand tip and trotted proudly around the room over the students' heads, drawing oohs and ahs of appreciation. "What memory did you use, Professor?" called out another student. "The first time my wife told me she loved me," said James, with a vaguely distant smile on his face. A few girls in the crowd squealed with delight at this, while Harry spotted Dahlia across the room, making gagging motions that made Ginny double over in silent laughter. "Now, we'll break up into groups to try for ourselves," said James. "Don't worry if you can't get one. It's an extremely advanced charm, and I wouldn't expect any but a few of the older students to produce more than just mist." Harry walked over to Neville, Ron, and Hermione and watched them practice the spell for themselves. Hermione was frustrated at once, mimicking James' wand movement and pronunciation precisely, but failing to get anything to come out of her wand. Ron was flourishing his with gusto, but succeeded only in poking himself in the eye. Neville had his eyes scrunched up in concentration, muttering the incantation under his breath, but he too had little success. Looking around the room, Harry saw that none of the other students were faring much better. A few 6th and 7th years were able to spray white mist briefly, but nothing corporeal emerged from it. Only Cedric Diggory managed to maintain a cone of white mist for more than a few seconds, to the amazement of his group of friends, before it too faded away. "Mr. Potter," squeaked Professor Flitwick, who was walking around the room, encouraging students and giving pointers. "Why aren't you practicing?" "Oh," Harry muttered. "I'm helping the others." "Harry can already make one," said Ron. He used a Patronus to drive away the Dementor on the train. Flitwick's eyes went wide. You are able to produce a corporeal Patronus? He asked, flabbergasted. Yes, Harry admitted. But I didn't want to show any of the other students up. Nonsense. Flitwick squeaked with delight. I imagine your success will only encourage the others and show them that it's possible. Would you care to demonstrate for us all? A small crowd had gathered to watch this exchange, many looking curiously at Harry. He sighed, wanting to keep his abilities concealed, but he relented and drew his wand. He closed his eyes, focusing on the memory of his 11th birthday, spending the entire day with the loving family he'd always wanted. Expecto Patronum. At once, the great silvery Patronus burst from his wand and galloped around the room. The entire room went silent and watched in awe as the four-legged creature did a lap around the hall, rearing its head and flexing its wings. It was the first time Harry had seen it in a more expansive setting, and he saw clearly now that it was not a stag, nor did it appear to be a hippogriff. It was thinner, devoid of feathers, and had more of an equine appearance to it. What is it? One of the students wondered aloud. It's a thestral, exclaimed Lee Jordan. The creatures that pull the school carriages. Harry recognized it quite clearly now. The skeletal frame, the bony wings. He'd ridden one all the way to London in his last timeline, after all. The silvery thestral finished its lap and came to a halt in front of Harry, flapping its wings one last time before disappearing into mist. A smattering of applause broke out, and even James joined in, beaming at his son. Well done, Harry, he said. 10 points to Ravenclaw. Blimey, Potter, Anthony Goldstein breathed. How'd you end up with a thestral for a Patronus? Yeah, that's pretty morbid, isn't it? Chimed in Padma Patil. Dunno, Harry shrugged. Why had his Patronus changed? He wasn't even aware that was a possibility. Had his brush with death given him a more macabre representative of his soul? Did it say something about his deeper desires in this timeline? It was a rather ominous sign, one he wasn't sure about the significance of. He noticed his father giving him a curious look from the stage and wondered if James was thinking the same thing. Despite Harry's successful Patronus, nobody else managed the charm by the end of the lesson. Students began filing out of the Great Hall for their common rooms. Harry chased after the Hufflepuffs, realizing that now was a golden opportunity to act on an idea he'd had recently. Hey, Cedric, Harry called out. Cedric and his group of friends turned to see Harry walking over. You got a second? Sure, Cedric shrugged, and he bid his friends farewell as they departed the hall without him. Congrats, by the way. Oh, that? Harry grimaced, thinking of his successful Patronus. Just beginner's luck is all. I'm in on making the Quidditch team, Cedric grinned. Roger Davies has been bragging about your firebolt to everyone. Right, Harry muttered, reddening a bit at this. Listen, can I ask you for a favor? Sure, what's up? Asked Cedric, crossing his arms and leaning casually against the wall. There's a first year in your house, said Harry. Big bloke, blonde, muggle-born. Name of Dursley. You know him? Cedric frowned a bit at the name. Yeah, I know him, he muttered. Been causing a lot of problems. He's my cousin, Harry explained. His parents aren't exactly fond of magic, so he's having difficulty fitting in. Do you think there's anything you could do to help him? Like what? Cedric asked, throwing out his arms in exasperation. I'm no therapist. I caught him watching our Quidditch tryouts the other day, said Harry. He might take an interest in the sport if someone explained it to him. Think you could teach him a thing or two? Cedric pondered this. First years aren't allowed on the team, you know, he said. I'm not saying you should recruit him, said Harry. Just fly around with him a bit. Maybe have him hit a few bludgers around. You think giving that kid a beater's bat is a good idea? Cedric grimaced. Might help him let off some pent-up energy, Harry shrugged. Just a thought. Huh, Cedric hummed thoughtfully. Not a bad idea. Yeah, maybe I'll invite him to our next practice. Thanks, said Harry. I owe you one. You got it, Cedric grinned. Maybe you can teach me the Patronus charm sometime. Oh no, I'm sure you'll get it soon enough on your own, Harry said quickly. But he realized from the mirthful look on Cedric's face that he was only joking. See you on the pitch, Potter, Cedric smirked, turning to leave. Don't think I'll go easy on you. Harry smiled in spite of himself, watching Cedric go. He'd been bitter rivals with the older boy in his past timeline, both in Quidditch and in the Triwizard Tournament, but had always liked him regardless. Perhaps in this timeline they could be allies, or maybe even friends. Regardless, he would do everything in his power to ensure Cedric's survival in this lifetime. Harry spent the next few days wondering what his father's perturbed expression might mean. Was he more surprised about the fact that his 13-year-old son could cast a flawless Patronus charm, or that his Patronus was a Thestral? He wasn't actually sure which was more alarming. He didn't find out the truth until the following Monday, when he was intercepted on his way to lunch after his defense lesson. "Hold on a minute, Harry," James called out. Harry reluctantly waited as the last few groups filtered out of the classroom, and he was left alone with his father. "When did you learn the Patronus charm?" James inquired. "That's well beyond your age level. Read about it in a book last year," Harry shrugged. "Uncle Remus helped me with it." The last part wasn't even a lie. He just declined to mention that it was a different Lupin in a different timeline. "He never mentioned it," James muttered thoughtfully. "I thought your Patronus might be a stag like mine." "Your grandfather Charles Patronus was a stag too." "Yeah," Harry said awkwardly. "Dunno what that's about." "Listen," said James softly, placing a gentle hand on Harry's shoulder. "I think it might be best if you see a mind healer. You've been through a lot in the past 2 years, more than any 13-year-old should have to go through. A Thestral Patronus at your age is extremely alarming. I worry that witnessing Professor Quirrell's death might have done a number on you." "I don't need a mind healer," Harry snapped. "I'm fine, Dad, honest. I've seen some frightening things, but I always did what I had to do to save myself and the people I care about." James looked at him with a pained expression. "You remind me so much of myself at your age," he sighed. "Too much so. Your mother remains convinced that my saving people thing will get me killed one day." Harry chilled at this statement. He remembered Hermione using the exact same phrase in the last timeline, shortly before he led them to their doom in the Department of Mysteries. Saving people thing. Had he inherited that too from his father? "Honestly, I'm fine," Harry insisted. "Besides, I have Saul to talk to. He's given me some techniques to clear my mind, and I've been doing really well lately." Saul hadn't actually done any such thing for him, but it was a reasonable enough lie that he hoped his father would buy it. James' face did seem to soften slightly at this. "I wish you could just have a normal childhood," he sighed. "I feel like I took a wrong turn somewhere in raising you." "You raised me to stick up for myself," Harry said adamantly, "and take care of the people around me. I'm just doing what I think will best help me do that." James considered this for a moment. Then, he unexpectedly leaned down and brought Harry in for a crushing hug. "I love you, son," he muttered, "and I'm so proud of you. I just wish I could protect you better from the evils of the world." "You have," Harry said, trying not to get choked up by the gesture. "I feel safe knowing you're out there fighting that evil for us." James pulled back and nodded, angling his face away from his son, probably to avoid showing emotion. "Be careful this year, won't you?" he said. "We still don't know what Pettigrew is up to, and you should be safe here in the castle, but just well, you know." "I'll be ready if he comes for me," Harry said. "I take it you've sealed the secret passages?" "As much as can be done," James sighed. "Even if he manages to wriggle through in rat form, the wards ought to alert myself and Dumbledore before he can get very far." That made Harry feel marginally better about things. He too remained perplexed by Peter's motives being this close to Hogwarts, but knowing the obstacles placed in his path, and knowing how inept the man had proven to be time and again, gave him some measure of calm. Harry didn't have much time to worry about Pettigrew in the coming weeks anyway. Practices were ramping up ahead of their Quidditch match against Gryffindor, and his homework remained a constant drain on his free time. Even with the time turner buying him extra hours to work with, he was spread thin, and any threat of death of kidnapping by a deranged convict seemed distant and not worth worrying about. He just kept his head down and focused on the tasks at hand, which were challenging enough to begin with. Halloween arrived, a Sunday, and as usual Harry found himself swamped with assignments due the following day. He also had exams in arithmancy and history of magic in the coming week, two of his least favorite subjects, and he needed to cram in as much study time as possible to brush up on the material. He spent the whole afternoon in the library, where he was joined by Luna, whose odd non-sequiturs were always a welcome distraction from the rigors of classwork. "Awfully gloomy day today," Luna sighed as she stared out the window. "Feels as though a storm is coming, don't you think?" Harry glanced out the window. It was a gorgeous, sunny afternoon, not a cloud in the sky. "You think so?" he muttered, not really paying that much attention to her. "Oh yes," Luna insisted. "It's just like the day my mother died. Don't you ever just get the feeling that something horrible is going to happen, and you can't quite place your finger on it?" "Sure, I guess," Harry shrugged. "I try to ignore that feeling, though. No use worrying about things you can't control." "I suppose that's true," Luna agreed. "After all, if you can't know what's going to happen, how could you control it? And if you could control it, wouldn't the feeling be for nothing?" "Yeah," Harry said absent-mindedly, not really following her circular logic. She was full of odd sayings and nonsensical rationale. He just enjoyed the serene sound of her voice working through a thought in her own unique way. Luna was one of the few people he knew who spoke her mind no matter what, even if it made no sense. Honesty was a trait he valued higher than anything in a timeline where he was still unsure who couldn't be trusted. Harry's stomach began to rumble around 6:30, and he headed to the Great Hall for a bite to eat. After scarfing down some mashed potatoes and roasted pheasant, he got up to leave, but he was intercepted once again. "Hey, Potter!" a voice called out. Roger Davies was walking across the hall towards him. "Some of the lads on the team are headed to the pitch to get in some extra warm-ups. Want to join?" Harry said, thinking he still had a ton of homework to do tonight, and he had planned to spend the evening in the room of requirement getting it all done. But the weather outside was lovely, and some casual flying did sound divine right about now. "Sure, I'll meet you down there." Roger grinned as Harry took his leave of the hall. But rather than turn left to head out the door to the grounds, he turned right and took the stairwell up towards the 7th floor. He had every intention of joining Roger at the pitch, but there was no reason why he couldn't do so and complete his homework. Besides, he had had a brilliant idea about the time turner that he wanted to make use of. Harry had quickly discovered that there were limits to the time turner's abilities. He could only turn himself back a maximum of 4 hours. Any more turns of the dial would not send him any further back than that. Furthermore, the sand in the hourglass had to replenish itself before reuse, so he couldn't use it multiple times in a row to get around this limitation. But what if there was a way to buy even more time? Harry had just the solution. "Hello, Calvin." Harry greeted his sister's pet Kneazle, who was roaming the 7th floor near the room of requirement. The cat arched its back and hissed angrily at him. Harry gave it a wide berth, chuckling and shaking his head. "That damn beast will never like me," he thought bemusedly to himself. He arrived at the blank stretch of wall and paced 3 times in front of it, imagining exactly what he needed, and stepped through the door once it appeared. He emerged in a tiny entryway, closing the door behind him. The roughly 6 by 6 foot space had nothing except a second door opening up into the wider room, the exit behind him, and a clock on the wall displaying the local time, currently 5 minutes to 7. In his mind, he'd called it an airlock, or perhaps a time lock was more accurate. He only needed the space to exist for him to safely travel backwards in time within. He pulled out the time turner and turned the dial over 4 times. And after a brief, uncomfortable journey through time, he was back safely within the airlock, with the clock now reading 5 minutes to 3. Harry entered the larger room of requirement, which was situated with a desk, a comfy bed, and thick walls to block out all outside noise that might distract him. Rattling pipes, passing ghosts, and the like. He knew that 4 hours of homework would be draining and he wouldn't feel much like flying afterwards, which was what the bed was for. He had conceived of a way to double his stay in the room of requirement without missing any time in the outside world. Harry dove into his homework straight away. He was finally getting into a rhythm. Thanks to Hermione's assistance, even the arithmancy assignments were becoming more intuitive to him. After tackling that in ancient runes first, a subject he'd grown to enjoy, he worked his way methodically through the busy work of his other classes. An essay for Professor Snape here, a worksheet for Professor Sinistra there. By the time he completed the last assignment, it was nearing 7 p.m., and he was predictably exhausted, as his internal clock felt more like 11 p.m. At that very moment, his past self was standing in the airlock, turning himself back 4 hours, and Roger Davies was expecting him down at the Quidditch pitch. Instead, Harry tucked himself into the bed and set an alarm for 3 hours and 55 minutes, falling asleep almost at once. He was shaken awake by the blaring of his alarm soon after, yawning and stretching as he got out of bed. He was now 4 hours late to his appointment with Roger, but thanks to his extended stay, the sand in the hourglass had fully replenished and the time turner was ready for use again. Just in time for him to travel back and make it to his Quidditch appointment after all. Harry re-entered the airlock and shut himself in, eyeing the clock on the wall. He had to be careful to time his jump properly. If he went too early, he would land precisely where his past self was standing. He waited until the time read 11 o'clock precisely to be safe, then turned the dial of the time turner over 4 times. He once again felt himself falling backwards until he landed back on his feet. The clock now read 7 o'clock, which meant one version of his past self had just departed the airlock into the past, and another was just getting into bed inside the room. Harry exited the room and headed for the stairs, internally celebrating his successful ploy. 8 hours of productive work and rest complete, and only a handful of minutes wasted in the outside world. Could he take his newfound technique to an even deeper level? What if he asked the room to assemble itself with multiple airlocks and study/sleep zones? Could he repeatedly travel back and cycle between them without a single minute passing in the outside world? The possibilities frightened and enthralled him, and he knew he'd have to put serious thought in before attempting such complex maneuvers. He vaguely wondered what kind of effects this would have on his body. Was he aging at a more accelerated pace than his peers due to all the extra hours he was adding? Was there some other negative physical impact the repeated time travel would cause? He figured the Unspeakables wouldn't have allowed him to have the time turner if that was the case, but he might as well ask Saul about it at their next meeting. He was enjoying its benefits far too much to consider not using it at this point. Harry's mind was so preoccupied with the implications of time travel that he walked directly into somebody when he rounded a corner without looking. He looked up to apologize to the passerby and found himself staring directly into the face of Peter Pettigrew. It took a moment for Harry to register the face. It looked sunken and slightly delirious, the telltale sign of someone who had spent significant time at Azkaban. Peter also seemed somewhat shocked by Harry's sudden appearance, perhaps slowing his reaction time. It was only then that Harry realized that he was in tremendous danger. Both drew their wands at the same time. Harry was slightly faster, erecting a shield charm just in time to block Peter's first hex. The shield shattered from the force of the impact, and Harry was knocked backwards several steps, staggering to remain upright. He fired a return volley of spells, which Peter neatly sidestepped. Harry didn't recognize any of the spells that were sent back his way, forcing him to flatten himself to the floor to avoid them. "Help!" Harry shouted at the top of his lungs. "Somebody help!" He could hear the paintings on the wall shouting with alarm and scrambling out of the way. Perhaps one of them would run to fetch a professor, but Harry couldn't count on backup right now. There was a murderer bearing down on him, and based on his quick reaction times, he was a far more skilled duelist than Harry had expected. Harry launched himself back to his feet, throwing as many spells as he could at the man. He even threw in some less than savory spells, like the Bonebreaker Curse, in a desperate bid to outmaneuver him. Peter was keeping up with his every move, but he seemed surprised by the dangerous curses in Harry's arsenal. One of the Bonebreakers grazed Peter's arm, and Harry saw the man wince and clutch the injured spot. Harry raised his wand to finish the job, but he froze at the terrifying look of murderous rage on Peter's face, as he too raised his wand to deliver a devastating blow. Tyrannus Crepitus. Harry saw the sizzling spell headed his way, knowing instinctively that it could mean nothing good. He raised a shield charm instinctively to block the spell, but it wasn't aimed at his body. It hit the ground a few feet short of him, just shy of his shield. The next thing Harry knew, the world had been rent apart at the seams. He knew only a deafening bang and a bright flash of light. Then he was flying through the air like a rag doll, until his head hit something solid and his world went black. Year 3-05. Old wounds reopened. Harry awoke in a daze, vaguely aware of the sound of beeping monitors and humming instruments all around him. He blinked to adjust to the light, groping around for his glasses until he located them atop a bedside table. He expected to see the hospital wing come into focus when he put them on. Instead, he found himself in an unfamiliar room, bathed in sterile white light and filled with odd devices he did not recognize. The door opened, and a woman dressed in white healer's robes bustled into the room, pausing when she saw his eyes open. "Oh, Mr. Potter, you're awake," she remarked. "How are you feeling?" "Sore," Harry croaked. "Where am I?" "St. Mungo's," said the healer. "Let me check your vitals, and I'll go ahead and notify your family." The healer performed a series of diagnostic charms over Harry's body, humming thoughtfully on occasion and jotting down notes in her clipboard. She paused briefly at his chest, frowning at a flashing red rune that appeared from her wand, but eventually moved on. Once she was satisfied, she left the room, leaving the door ajar. Harry slowly wriggled his arms and legs to make sure he was still intact. His entire body ached. He vaguely remembered the explosion, followed by a long stretch of blackness. He had no idea how long he'd been out, but considering they'd transferred him here, it must have been a serious blow. Hope that bastard Pettigrew got caught, Harry thought grimly. Well, look what the Kneasel dragged in. Harry looked up to see Saul Croaker standing in his doorway, smirking down at him. "Hello, Saul," Harry muttered glumly. "Heard you had a little run-in with a certain prisoner on the loose," said Saul. "Caught with your trousers down, did you, Potter?" "I gave him a good fight," Harry said defensively. "He just caught me off guard, that's all." "That's not what I hear," said Saul. "Word is that Pettigrew took a chunk out of Hogwarts Castle on his way out. The blast could be heard from Hogsmeade. How on earth were you not vaporized?" "Erected a shield charm just in time," said Harry. "Guess it must have absorbed most of the blow. Must have been one hell of a shield charm," muttered another healer, who tottered into the room to attend to the instruments at Harry's bedside. "Judging by the burns to your face and arms, you should have been killed." Harry gingerly raised a hand to feel his face. The skin felt unnaturally smooth and rubbery. "I'm not going to be disfigured, am I?" he asked tentatively. "Not by a long shot," the healer chuckled. "Skin is much trickier to regrow than bones and more time-consuming, but you'll be right as rain by next week." "Next week?" Harry groaned. "But I have a Quidditch match on Saturday." "It is Saturday, kid," Saul chuckled. "You've been out for nearly a week. You didn't notice all the well-wishes?" Harry glanced to his left to follow Saul's gesture, seeing bunches of flowers and cards sitting atop the bedside table. He groaned. He'd been looking forward to their match against Gryffindor, which was likely being played at that very moment. Here's hoping Cho can handle Ginny, he thought. Now he could only hope Roger would give him his spot back when he returned. The healer finished her work and bustled out of the room to attend to her next patient. Saul drew his wand and cast a muffling charm on the door, stepping fully into the room to sit beside Harry. "How's your research going?" Saul asked him. "My what?" Harry asked. "On Pettigrew," said Saul. "Remember? Looking into his past, like we discussed over the summer?" "Oh," said Harry. I've been busy." "Right," Saul nodded. "Understandable. It's not as if a Dark Lord is rising to power and his servant is breaking into Hogwarts to potentially help resurrect him." "I didn't say it wasn't important," Harry snapped. "I'll work on it, all right? I just haven't had the time." Saul gave Harry a scathing look. "You are aware that I was the person who signed off on your usage of the Time Turner this year, correct?" he said. "Do you really think I did so for the sole purpose of you attending all your classes?" Harry hadn't considered this before. "You wanted me to use it to study Pettigrew?" he surmised. "We can't afford to waste a single day, my boy." Saul scoffed. "Anything we can learn to counteract the Dark Lord's return is a precious commodity, and I would hope you'd make that a higher priority than passing your third-year exams." Harry bit back the retort on the tip of his tongue, knowing that Saul was absolutely correct. "I will," he sighed. "Have you found anything about Riddle?" "I'm making some progress," said Saul. "I may have a lead on the orphanage he grew up in here in London. With any luck, some of his fellow orphans will still be alive and willing to speak about him. And if they're not, well, I have ways of coercing them." "Coercing them?" Harry asked, frowning suspiciously. "Not torture, if that's what you're thinking," Saul scoffed. "No, I'll offer them some muggle cash for information, and failing that, a bit of Veritaserum ought to get us the answers we seek." "And you think learning about his childhood will help us prevent his rise?" asked Harry. Saul gave him another scathing look. "Have we not been over this?" he groaned. "Determining the past is the first crucial step towards divining the future. And you still need to figure out where this timeline diverged from your own and caused such drastic ripple effects." One such ripple landed you in this hospital room, did it not? Harry sighed. Once again, Saul was completely right. He still had no clue what Peter's motives were, though he now knew for certain that he was after something or someone in the castle. Was it him Peter wanted? Or was it simple coincidence that they crossed paths that fateful evening? He needed to dig deeper to figure out what the man might be after. Rapid footsteps could be heard coming in their direction, and Saul dropped his muffling charm as Lily Potter skidded around the corner and entered the room. "Harry, oh my dear," she cried, wrapping her arms around her son. "How are you feeling? We were so worried about you." "I feel all right," said Harry, though the closeness of his mother's touch made him realize just how foreign the skin on his face and hands felt. "Just tired, that's all." "You look miles better than you did when they brought you in," said Lily. "Severus said you very likely would have had permanent scarring if he hadn't found you in time." "Snape found me?" asked Harry. "Yes. He heard the explosion and found you soon after," Lily explained. "He managed to put your body under stasis until you could be transported here. Such a brilliant man." Harry nodded, though privately he knew Snape was likely able to save him thanks to his extensive knowledge of the dark arts and how to counteract their effects. But Snape had saved his life and appearance, so he wouldn't begrudge the man just this moment. "Oh, Mr. Croaker, I didn't see you there," said Lily, standing to extend a hand to Saul. "What brings you to St. Mungo's?" "Just paying my well wishes to your son, Mrs. Potter," said Saul politely. "He's a good kid, and I hate to see anything bad happen to him." "You're too kind," said Lily. "Harry says your tutelage has been most helpful for his progress." "I can't thank you enough." "The pleasure is mine," Saul smiled. "You've got quite the impressive young man here, and I've learned much myself from watching him grow." Saul winked at Harry, who smiled in spite of himself. Saul may be prickly and standoffish, but he could put on airs otherwise, and seemed willing to keep Harry's secrets for him, from both Dumbledore and Harry's parents. "I'd best get back to my department," said Saul, moving to exit the room. "Keep up with those exercises, Harry. I promise you'll see the benefits soon enough." "I will, sir," Harry nodded, and Saul left the room, leaving him alone with his mother. "Your father is on the way," Lily informed him. Dahlia insisted on attending the Quidditch match to watch Ginny play, and he would only let her go if he chaperoned her. "Still being overprotective, is he?" Harry chuckled, rolling his eyes, as if anything bad could happen to her at a packed Quidditch match. Lily did not see the humor in his statement. "You were attacked within the confines of the school, which we all assumed was perfectly safe," she retorted. "Your father and I take you and your sister's safety very seriously, and we will not leave a single opportunity for Peter to harm either of you." Harry was sobered by her passionate response. "I know, I'm sorry," he said quickly. "I take it they didn't catch him then?" "Severus spotted him on the way to you," Lily said grimly. "He fled when they saw each other. Severus pursued him, but he transformed into a rat and got away." "Coward," Harry thought bitterly. "Apparently Calvin nearly caught him," Lily said with a wry smile. "He pounced as soon as Peter transformed." Harry felt a swell of appreciation for the Kneazle that he'd never felt before. He'd always assumed the great cat hated him, but clearly he hated Pettigrew more. The door suddenly burst open again, and James and Dahlia rushed into the room. The latter was still sporting the red and gold attire of her house, clearly fresh off of the Quidditch match. "Thank Merlin," James exhaled and knelt to give Harry a hug. "You gave us all a terrible fright there, son." "Glad you're alive, idiot," said Dahlia, also giving her brother a hug. "What happened, Harry?" asked James. "We all heard a tremendous explosion. Then Snape found you in bad shape." "Pettigrew," Harry grumbled. "I ran into him, and we dueled." "You dueled him?" James said, shocked. "How did the explosion happen?" "He cast some spell I didn't recognize," Harry said. "Tyrannus Crepitus. I shielded myself, but it knocked me backwards anyway." "He cast the excavation curse indoors?" James gasped. "I'm surprised he would try something so stupid. It was invented to clear away land from a safe distance. The Death Eaters used it to bomb villages during the First War." "Probably where he learned it," Harry muttered bitterly. "He seemed to know a lot of dangerous spells only Voldemort could have taught him." All three of his family members cringed at the use of the name. "Must you say that wicked man's name, darling?" Lily sighed. "Why shouldn't I?" Harry said defiantly. It's only a name. Maybe we should be calling him Tom, since that's his real name. It's just a bit much for some people. James sighed, eyes flitting over to Dahlia. Harry saw the look of fear in his sister's eye at the mention of the Dark Lord, and decided not to belabor the issue. We need to have the conversation again, James, said Lily firmly. Now's not the time, James began, exasperated. When is the time, then? Lily demanded. When my children are killed. We can't keep doing this. Doing what? Asked Harry. Your mother wants to send you to Ilvermorny, James sighed. You've had far too many incidents at Hogwarts, and she thinks what will that solve? Harry demanded. If Uncle Peter is after me, he'll just follow me there, and Dad won't be there to help me, or Dumbledore or Snape. Ilvermorny is a fine school, and their headmistress is well-versed in fighting the dark arts. Lily began cautiously. And what if he goes after Dahlia next time? Or Damien? Harry went on. I can defend myself, but they can't. I won't separate myself from my family if any of us are in danger. I think Harry is right, James said gently. This was a horrible incident, but we're better off sticking together than spreading apart. I can teach Harry and Dahlia some things to better protect themselves. They shouldn't be in such a position in the first place. Lily wailed. They're just children. Why do you insist on making me fight with one hand tied behind my back? Harry snapped. I find myself in these situations whether I want to or not. So why can't I learn how to fight back? Lily opened her mouth to retort, but was interrupted by a small whimper of fear. Dahlia was clutching her mother tightly around the waist, clearly distressed by the turn in the conversation. James gave his wife and son a stern look to drop the subject, and they reluctantly obliged. Who won the match? Harry asked, still thinking about the Quidditch game he'd missed. What? James asked, perplexed by his question. Oh, that. Gryffindor by 20. It was brilliant, Dahlia said excitedly, clearly glad for the change of topic. Our chasers flattened yours. Fred and George knocked Paige off his broom and would only let in 2 goals. We won even though your girlfriend caught 2 of the snitches. Girlfriend? James remarked, grinning at his son. The Chong girl? She's a fair flyer, and not a bad looker either. That girl is your student, James? Lily groaned, slapping her husband on the shoulder. What? And she could be my future daughter-in-law one day, James shrugged. I'm only saying Harry would be doing well with her. She's not my girlfriend, Harry groaned, giving his smirking sister a nasty look. We're just teammates. Suit yourself, James shrugged. I was already chasing after your mother by your age, but we all move at different speeds, I suppose. And I rejected you for the next 4 years straight, Lily reminded him with a wry smile. Perhaps this Miss Chong ought to steer clear of the Pottermen as well. They can be rather persistent. Cho's way above Harry's station anyway, Dahlia said nonchalantly. She deserves better. Gee, thanks, sis, Harry deadpanned, aiming a playful kick at her when his parents weren't looking, which she dodged effortlessly with a giggle. In truth, he had taken notice of Cho's good looks. It was around the same time in his last timeline that he developed his first crush on her. He still had reservations about her after their disastrous dating attempt in his original 5th year, but perhaps without the specter of Cedric's death hanging between them, a better outcome would be possible. He had a brief mental image of passionately kissing Cho under mistletoe and had to force his thoughts to drift elsewhere. The healers would not clear Harry for release, saying that his skin needed more time to settle after its rapid regrowth. Lily stayed with him as he recovered while James and Dahlia returned to Hogwarts. By the following Monday, Harry was itching to leave, but they would only allow him to get out of bed for light exercise and to ensure his body was adjusting properly. Finally, on Wednesday, they gave him the all-clear, and he and Lily stepped through the flue into the headmaster's office. "Welcome back, Mr. Potter," said Dumbledore when they arrived, seated behind his desk. "Glad to hear you are all right after such a terrible encounter." "Thank you, sir," Harry nodded. "I take it security will be stronger from now on to prevent this from happening again?" "Harry, don't be rude," Lily hissed in his ear, but Dumbledore merely chuckled at his question. "No, Mrs. Potter, Harry is quite right," he said. "I am embarrassed to have let such an event happen under my watch. I have identified the weakness in our wards and ensured that Mr. Pettigrew will not be able to sneak in undetected like that ever again." "That's wonderful news," Lily sighed, sounding relieved. I spoke with Headmistress Roberts at Ilvermorny just yesterday, Dumbledore went on. She is willing to take either of your children if the necessity arrives. Oh no, that will no longer be necessary, Lily said quickly. I'm not leaving Hogwarts. Harry protested. I know, sweetheart, Lily huffed. Just exploring all of our options. Your father and I decided you can stay for now, but it's just nice to know you have the choice, There is no choice, Harry said stubbornly. Hogwarts is my home. I'll never leave it. Lily started to say something several times, but stopped short. Harry glanced at Dumbledore, who was staring politely down at his desk, but seemed to be smiling to himself at Harry's sentiment. In any case, you are always welcome here, Harry, said Dumbledore diplomatically. I will do all that I can to accommodate you and your family. Thank you, Professor, said Lily. You're most welcome, Dumbledore nodded. I should also return this to you, Harry. And he held out the time turner on its golden chain, glimmering softly in the evening light. Harry took it, examining it. There was a small crack in the top of the hourglass, but it otherwise appeared undamaged. How did it survive the blast? Harry wondered aloud. It suffered extensive damage, but Professor Snape managed to repair it when he found it on your person, Dumbledore explained. Be advised that it lost a bit of sand during the blast, so it may only be capable of traveling back 3 hours rather than 4. Understood, Harry said, putting the chain around his neck and stowing the time turner away down his shirt. The more limited time constraint would make his workload even more challenging, but at least it hadn't been destroyed completely, or worse, stolen by. Pettigrew. I believe students should be gathering for dinner right about now, said Dumbledore, glancing at a clock on the wall. If you hurry, you can join them. All right, said Harry. He hugged his mother goodbye. She held on him longer than usual, squeezing him tight. Then she finally released him, and he hurried from the office towards the Great Hall. Harry could hear faint whispering all around him as he traversed the empty halls of the castle. He turned to look and saw the painting shy away from his gaze, clearly gossiping about him. That can't be a good sign, he thought. He arrived at the Great Hall and entered, which immediately fell to a hush at his arrival. Every student in the room stared at him, turning to whisper to one another under their breath. Lovely. I'm back to being the center of gossip around here. Harry located his year-mate seated in the center of the Ravenclaw table, taking an empty seat beside Terry Boot. Blimey, Potter, you're alive! Terry breathed in awe. Surprised? Asked Harry nonchalantly, reaching for a plate to begin his dinner. We all heard the explosion, all over the grounds, explained Sue Lee. I was at the greenhouses with Hannah Abbott, and we saw a giant hole blasted out of the astronomy tower. We thought for sure someone would be killed. Did you really fight Pettigrew? Asked Anthony Goldstein. No one knows what happened, but we all heard he came after you. I don't know what he was after, Harry said honestly. I just kind of ran into him by accident. And we only dueled for a few seconds before he cast that spell that caused the explosion. Harry was pelted by more and more questions from his classmates, but he eventually asked for some peace and quiet while he ate. He could still hear the whispers of his peers all around him, as the entire student body had obviously heard some version of what happened. Why can I never just have a peaceful year at Hogwarts? Harry lamented. Students eventually began trickling out of the hall towards their common rooms. Harry spotted Cho Chang with a group of her friends milling about near the entrance and decided to greet her. Hello, Cho. Harry greeted her. Cho turned to face him, and there was no mistaking the brief look of disdain in her expression before she forced a smile. Harry, she said sweetly. So glad you're all right. We missed you terribly in the last match. Thanks, Harry grinned. I heard you did well against Weasley. 2 snitches to 1? Yeah, Cho said, crinkling her nose a bit at the reminder. She got lucky with the 1, honestly. Damn, near flew up her sleeve, even though I beat her to the chase. Ah, Harry said. Well, I look forward to catching up with the rest of the team at the next practice. Again, the brief look of annoyance in Cho's expression before she recovered betrayed her true feeling about this prospect. Can't wait, she said, then briskly turned to walk away. Harry sighed internally at this reception. Clearly, she wasn't happy about potentially losing her seeker spot again to him. He couldn't entirely blame her, either. She had beaten Ginny in the last match and wasn't the cause of the team's loss. But this didn't seem to affect Roger, who welcomed Harry back with open arms at the next practice. Potter, glad to see you back in one piece, he said, embracing Harry in a brief hug. We missed you against Gryffindor, made it came down to the wire. So I heard, Harry nodded, noticing Cho's thinly veiled look of annoyance behind Roger. We've got Hufflepuff next, Roger told the team. Diggory was dominant against Malfoy in their last match, but their chasers are a weak point. We can exploit that if we can take one or two of the snitches. So let's work hard to prepare. The match isn't until February, whined one of the beaters. We've got midterms coming up. We can't waste a single day if we want to stay sharp, Roger retorted. We can still win the cup if we beat Hufflepuff and Slytherin, so let's work hard, all right? Harry knew this meant several more months of intense training through the winter, which would cut into his free time. But he still had the time turner, which meant he could afford to fill up his schedule and continue to use the room of requirement to his benefit. He just had to be more vigilant with the Marauders map to ensure Pettigrew wasn't lurking nearby before coming and going on his own. Predictably, Harry was assigned a mountain of catch-up assignments for each of his classes after missing a week and a half of lessons. Worse yet, he only had 5 weeks before midterm exams, increasing the amount of stress and studying on his plate. He knew he would need to sneak off and use the time turner in order to get everything done, but with the recent attack, it seemed every professor was watching him like a hawk in the halls, making it difficult to sneak off on his own. Harry waited until Saturday evening to make his move. He joined his classmates for dinner, then excused himself to the bathroom. But he instead hightailed it for the 7th floor corridor, intending to spend as many hours as possible inside the room of requirement completing homework. Boy, Harry, where'd you think you're going? Harry wheeled around. His father was marching down the corridor towards him. Busted. Bathroom. Harry lied. Rubbish. I saw you sneak away from your friends, James said sternly. Don't lie to me. Harry deflated. I just wanted to see the damage Pettigrew caused. He invented. We've sealed off that part of the castle for now, said James. The stone had been rebuilt, but Dumbledore wants to make sure there's no lingering magical damage to the tower before reopening it. I see, Harry sighed. That would certainly make it more difficult to access the room of requirement. If he wasn't able to reach it without alerting the staff, his mounting load might prove too unbearable after all. Why don't you come with me? James suggested. I'm conducting a sweep of the grounds. I can show you some of the new protections we've added. All right, Harry shrugged. He wasn't exactly looking forward to an evening of studying, and that seemed like a fine alternative. We're still trying to determine how he got through the school wards without alerting anyone, James explained. It's possible he got around them by transforming, so we've added additional animal, tracking charms, and other measures. Dumbledore has also purchased 30 Kneasels to roam the grounds, so he'll be in for a nasty surprise if he approaches in rat form again. Nice, Harry smirked, imaging Peter's alarm when cornered by a hissing Calvin in his animagus form. They arrived at the 3rd floor offshoot from Central Hall. James paused by the statue of the one-eyed witch, frowning and looking at his son. Perhaps I shouldn't be showing you where the secret passages are, he muttered. Oh, please, you think you're the only one that's explored this castle? Harry grinned. He walked forward and drew his wand, tapping it against the statue. Descendium. The back of the statue gave way, revealing the entrance to the passage to Honeydukes. James raised his eyebrows at his son, then merely chuckled. I suppose I should reprimand you for knowing that was there, he remarked, but I'm not one to talk. After you then, explorer. Harry smirked and lowered himself into the passage. After a short slide into the wider tunnel, he found his way blocked by a mountain of earth and debris. It appeared the passage had been partially caved in. We sealed off all of these passages, figuring that would be Pettigrew's first choice of entry, James explained, joining his son in the cramped tunnel. Here, let me check how the wards are holding up. Harry moved aside as his father drew his wand and muttered an incantation under his breath. The cramped space flared briefly with light, pulsing down the tunnel in cool, golden waves. James frowned at whatever feedback he received. That's odd, he muttered. I'm positive I cast a motion detection ward and several tripwire enchantments here, but they don't seem to be active. Maybe the explosion affected them? Harry suggested. No, they remained active at every other passage I checked, James muttered. Look here, and he pointed at the top of the rubble heap. A small hole could be seen, far too small for a human to crawl through, but just enough for a rat. He must have come in through here, Harry surmised. I don't understand how he sensed and deactivated the wards, though, James muttered. I hid them fairly well. Uncle Peter seems to be full of surprises, Harry said darkly. He remembered the surprising quickness and power Pettigrew had shown in their brief duel, thinking once again that they all must have underestimated the man. I'll have to inform Dumbledore, said James. Give me a moment to reset the wards and secure this hole. I'm certain he won't try the same spot again. Harry climbed back out of the passage as his father got to work with his wand. A few minutes later, he crawled back out to rejoin his son, lightly covered in dust and panting from the effort. Let's head to my office, James sighed wearily. I've got a case of butterbeer stashed there. They made their way to the defense classroom, and moments later were seated on opposite sides of James' desk, sipping ice-cold butterbeer in contented silence. Harry realized that now was a perfect time to ask about Pettigrew, remembering Saul Croker's initiative to dig into the man's past. What was Uncle Peter like in school? Harry asked innocently. James gave him a dark look. We don't need to get into all that. He sighed. Surely he wasn't always like this. Harry insisted. You were friends with him, weren't you? James took a deep swig of his butterbeer, and for a moment Harry feared he was going to change the subject. Truthfully, we let him tag along because he was in our dorm, James sighed. We figured he might get us in trouble if he caught us sneaking in late at night, so we invited him. What was his personality like? Harry asked. Who did he get along with best? Why do you care? James groaned. He's a monster. What does it matter what he was like as a kid? Voldemort was a kid once too, Harry reasoned. Maybe if someone noticed the path he was on back then, things would have turned out different. James pondered this for a moment, then chuckled. Yeah, maybe, he scoffed. I never thought he'd cross over, to be honest. He was terrified of the Slytherins, besides Snape, of course. Snape? Asked Harry, surprised. He and Snape were friends? Not friends exactly, said James. He and your mother were tight until 5th year, and Peter took a shine to them. They were all outsiders in their own unique ways. Occasionally I saw him and Snape talking in the halls, but Pete always scurried away when his Death Eater buddies showed up. Do you think Snape recruited him? Harry asked, intrigued. Dunno, James shrugged. Course, Snape later turned spy for our side, or so Dumbledore says. Do you believe he's on our side? Harry asked. What does it matter? War's over, James shrugged. Personally, I think he was playing both sides and just saving his own hide, but your mother disagrees. Not worth arguing about it anymore. Harry wanted to dispute this, to say that Snape's loyalty would be of the utmost importance in the coming war, but held his tongue. From James' body language, it was clear that this was a common point of contention between him and Lily. Peter liked Alice Longbottom, didn't he? Harry asked instead. Oh, sure. James laughed, relaxing slightly at the amusing thought. Just a schoolboy crush, I reckon. She graduated in our 5th year, and he never spoke about her again. Never saw him date anyone else, though, before or after graduation. Did they ever see each other again, after school? Harry asked. At order meetings, or elsewhere? Why are you so keen on bringing these things up? James asked. Those were unpleasant times, and I wasn't entirely focused on what Peter was up to during the war dash. I'm just trying to understand him better. That's all, Harry shrugged. I can't understand why he turned to the Death Eaters. Surely there must have been some sign, some indication dash. Must you continue rubbing salt in the wounds, Harry? James suddenly snapped, shooting his son an icy glare. Can we please just drop it? Oh, okay, sorry, said a startled Harry. James remained on edge after this, and though he didn't apologize, he offered Harry another butterbeer before sending him on his way. Clearly, James wasn't the right person to ask about Peter's past. Harry wondered if his father still blamed himself partially for his friend's betrayal. He wondered how he might feel if somebody like Ron had turned to the Death Eaters after school, and how responsible he might feel for it. Something about the connection to Snape intrigued Harry, though, and seemed worth exploring. He contemplated whether to approach Snape about this, but worried he'd get a similar reaction for dredging up old memories from the war. He wasn't on as bad terms with Snape as in the last timeline, but there was still an icy distance between them that made Harry wary of the man. The specter of James' past bullying clearly still loomed large. Harry was too preoccupied with Quidditch and schoolwork in the coming weeks to consider his next move anyway. He was slowly catching up with all the work he'd been assigned while away, but more kept coming in every lesson, and he had yet to begin studying for the midterms. He tried once more to sneak off to the room of requirement one evening, only to find the entire wing of the tower sealed off with no possibility of getting through. He would have to carefully plan out any time turner usage to catch up on sleep or homework, but he dared not risk it while teachers continued watching him like a hawk. One reprieve came in the form of the first Hogsmeade visit of the term, on a relatively warm Saturday in late November. Harry knew he ought to spend the day working, but he was burned out from the grind of classwork and felt the need to reward himself with one day of relaxation. Harry joined the queue of students waiting to be cleared for the visit by Filch, who stood by the great oak door checking names off of a clipboard. He looked as surly and sour as he had in the previous timeline. Clearly, 1 year on the job at Hogwarts was enough to develop a general disdain for the student population. "Harry Potter," Harry announced when he reached the front of the line. Filch flipped a few pages and scanned his list, frowning. "No Potter on my list," he said. "No visit for you today." "What?" "But I turned in my permission slip," Harry protested. "Take it up with your head of house," Filch muttered uncaringly. Next, frustrated, Harry turned to seek out Flitwick. Instead, he saw his father walking into the great hall and confronted him. "Why am I not cleared for Hogsmeade?" he demanded. "Didn't you and Mum sign the form?" "We pulled our consent after what happened on Halloween," James sighed. "I don't think it's wise for you to stray from the castle right now." "But I was attacked inside the castle," Harry retorted. "Do you really think he would attack me in public in broad daylight?" "I'm not putting anything past him at this point after what he pulled," James said firmly. "He's clearly not in a right state of mind. We can keep a closer eye on you here." "Such bullshit," Harry grumbled. "Language," James reprimanded him, but Harry was already stalking away. Why could he never have anything fun happen to him? "Hey, Harry," said Hermione, waving to him from across the hall, Ron and Neville behind her. "Want to join us on the carriage ride?" "Can't," Harry said glumly. "I don't have permission to go to the village." "Oh," Hermione frowned. "We'll see you when we get back, then." And the trio awkwardly walked through the front doors, a surly Filch ushering them along. Harry instead stalked into the Great Hall, which was filled mostly with first and second years who could not yet visit the village. He did not see Luna anywhere at the Ravenclaw table, but he did spy Dahlia, Ginny, and Astoria seated at the Gryffindor table, and sauntered over towards them. "Mind if I join you?" he asked. "I suppose." Dahlia sighed listlessly. She was watching Ginny and Astoria play wizard's chess. The former appeared to be winning handily. Clearly, Daphne's skill in the game had not transferred down to her younger sister. "Not going to Hogsmeade, Harry?" asked Ginny, as she took one of Astoria's undefended pawns. "It's all my brothers have been talking about all week." "Not allowed," Harry said glumly. "My parents apparently believe Peter Pettigrew is going to walk down the middle of Main Street and murder me in broad daylight." Dahlia and Ginny exchanged grim looks at this, but Astoria giggled at the morbid joke. "Everyone swears you're some prodigy duelist around here," Astoria remarked. "I beg to differ. You're the only person I know who's wound up in St. Mungo's from a duel." Once again, Dahlia and Ginny did not find this amusing, but Harry laughed heartily at the return jab. Astoria clearly had also not inherited her sister's icy demeanor or lack of funny bone. "Your queen is undefended," Dahlia remarked as Astoria moved her knight. A moment later, Ginny triumphantly captured the queen with her bishop. "Damn," Astoria huffed, flicking her king over in resignation. "I'm rubbish at this game, Weasley. Can't we do something that takes less brain power, like exploding snap?" "Percy will have a conniption fit if we light the common room on fire again," Ginny sighed. "Though, come to think of it, he's in Hogsmeade. Maybe we should do something more explosive." "Ugh, here comes trouble," muttered Dahlia under her breath. Harry turned to see Damien Dursley saunter into the Great Hall. He paused at the foot of the Hufflepuff table, crinkling his nose in clear disappointment, then turned and walked back out of the hall. "Give me a second," said Harry, and he stood to follow the boy. He caught up with him halfway to the stairwell, shouting for his attention until Damien turned to face him. "Oh, it's you again," Damien huffed. "What'd you want?" "Come with me," said Harry. "I have something to show you that I think you'll enjoy." And he turned towards a different stairwell, marching purposefully ahead without looking back. He knew Damien wouldn't follow if he demanded it, but if he dangled something enticing in front of him, he might just come along anyway. And sure enough, he heard shuffling footsteps behind him as he made his way up to the third floor. "Where are you taking me?" Damien whined. "Are you going to make me do homework or summit?" "This is a fun field trip, trust me," Harry called back over his shoulder. He continued marching ahead until he arrived at a tapestry in the third-floor corridor, across which danced a flutter of fairies through a painted grove. "Cool picture," Damien deadpanned, clearly unimpressed as he stopped in front of the tapestry beside Harry. Harry ignored him, pulling back the tapestry to reveal a hidden passage behind it. "After you," he said, beckoning Damien inside. Damien inched forward, peering into the hole in the wall at the stone spiral slide within. "Hell no," he spat. "You probably want to send me to get stuck in the dungeons, don't ya?" "Suit yourself," Harry shrugged. He grabbed the top lip of the entryway and jumped, launching himself feet first down the slide. He whooped with excitement as he descended 3 stories, eventually skidding through another tapestry and coming to a halt on the floor. He stood and waited, and sure enough, he could soon hear Damien follow, making no audible noise but sliding smoothly to a stop beside him. "That it?" Damien said coolly, though his face betrayed a twinkle of amusement. "Not quite," said Harry. "You hungry?" "No," Damien denied flatly. But Harry knew this wasn't the case. He'd recognized that look of annoyance in the Great Hall, the same one he'd once felt in his first year when he realized meals weren't served at all hours of the day. "Come on, it's not far from here," said Harry, turning to walk down a side passageway. In truth, his destination wasn't that far from the Great Hall. He'd just taken a slightly longer route to show Damien the hidden shortcut. Damien trotted alongside him, no longer as openly hostile as he was before. "You aren't allowed in our common room, you know," Damien drawled as they approached the entrance to Hufflepuff's lair. "Nobody's allowed." "I know that," Harry chuckled. He turned right instead of left at the fork, towards the painting of a bowl of fruit. He stopped in front of it, beckoning Damien closer. "Tickle the pear." Damien glared at him. "Is that some kind of joke?" he demanded. "Nope," said Harry. "Go on, tickle it." Damien grumbled something under his breath, but he relented. He put his stubby finger to the painting and stroked the green fruit, which giggled heartily as the painting swung forward to reveal another hidden entrance. Harry beckoned Damien inside, paying extra close attention to the preteen's face as they entered. The kitchens were bustling with activity at this hour. As the house, elves were hard at work preparing that evening's dinner. Damien gaped at the tiny creatures, clearly not having encountered them in his magical journey thus far. One of the house elves noticed them standing there and whistled to get the others' attention. They all eagerly gathered around the 2 boys, looking pleased by the unexpected visitors. "Good afternoon, sirs," one of the elves squeaked, practically hopping from one foot to the other with excitement. "May we offer you some snacks?" "What you reckon, Damien?" asked Harry, turning to his cousin. "Fancy anything in particular?" Damien crinkled his nose suspiciously. "You got any of those toasted pastry thingies?" he asked. "We had a bunch of them at the Halloween feast." "Does sir mean pumpkin pasties?" asked the house elf. "We certainly do." And 2 other elves hustled off towards a pantry, emerging seconds later with a plate full of piping hot confections, which they thrust towards Damien. He slowly took one, as though expecting some kind of practical joke, and took a tentative nibble. After one bite confirmed it was indeed what the elves claimed, he grabbed 2 more and stuffed them both in his mouth, groaning with pleasure. "Don't overdo it now," Harry chuckled, selecting one for himself. "Wouldn't want to fill up before dinner." "I had a light breakfast," Damien retorted through a mouthful of pastries. "Swimme." "Anything for the older sir?" asked the first house elf, looking up expectantly at Harry. "Nothing for me, thank you," Harry said politely. "Just showing my cousin around the castle." "Well, you and your cousin are most welcome any time," the elf bowed. "Any time of day or night." "You're too kind," Harry bowed back. Damien looked thoughtful at the elf's last statement. "Day or night?" he repeated. "What, you working here around the clock?" "Oh, not always, sir," said the elf. "We sometimes has night cleaning shifts in the castle, but yous can always find us down here in our quarters." "You sleep down here too?" asked Damien. "You don't have, like, families?" The elves looked puzzled by this question. "House elves do not has families, sir," said another elf. We is not breeding elves. Once we is given a master, we is not to be having families. A master? Damien repeated, looking even more confused now. What are you, slaves or summit? The elves looked uncomfortable with this question. We is happy to serve our masters, said one tentatively. House elves live to serve. We is not feeling like slaves. But you get paid, don't ya? Damien asked. The reaction was immediate. The elves began wringing their hands together and wincing at this suggestion. It is a great dishonor for a house elf to accept payment, one wailed. Headmaster Dumbledore is most kind to offer it, but we doesn't dare accept. Damien turned to Harry, a look of horror on his face. What kind of madhouse is this? He demanded. You freaks keep slaves in the basement, where nobody can see them, and W-Hat's so bleedin' funny. Sorry, Harry said, wiping the smile off his face. Damien was reminding him very much of Hermione in his previous timeline, when she too learned the true nature of house elves. He was picturing Damien and the rest of the Dursleys wearing SBW badges, which had caused him to chuckle aloud. But he could see from the look on his cousin's face that he didn't find it funny at all. I'm not hungry anymore, Damien muttered, throwing a handful of pumpkin pastries back on the tray and stomping out of the kitchen. Harry let him go, knowing his common room was right around the corner. He grabbed one more pastry for himself and thanked the elves before departing and returning to the Great Hall. He hadn't given a lot of thought to the house elves in this timeline, as he had yet to encounter Dobby or any of the other elves he'd met in his past life. He wondered what creature might be up to these days, and Winky, probably still serving their own twisted masters. Harry felt a twinge of guilt at the thought, wondering if he ought to do something about it. But the house elves would have to wait. First, he had a pesky Dark Lord and his minions to take care of. Year 3-06, Marionettes. As Harry resumed classes the following week and settled back into the rhythm of lessons and homework, he continued to hear the whispering gossip of his peers all around him. At first, he assumed they were still talking about his run-in with Pettigrew, but quickly realized he was not the topic of conversation for once. Everyone seemed to be buzzing about Neville Longbottom and some incident that had transpired at Hogsmeade the previous Saturday. He asked Hermione about it in the library one afternoon as they worked together on arithmancy homework. Oh, that, she muttered, frowning at the memory. A Dementor wandered into the village and had to be chased off by some of the shopkeepers. We weren't in danger or anything, but Neville had a really bad reaction to it. Did he? Harry grimaced. Yes. It was like the train all over again, Hermione sighed. He collapsed and grabbed his head, screaming like he was being assaulted, right in the middle of the street. A bunch of people stared. It was awful. Blimey, Harry muttered. Is he doing okay now? He remembered seeing Neville in classes earlier that week, looking miserable and not participating in group activities. Dunno, he doesn't like talking about it, said Hermione. I told him to ask Professor Potter for more training with the Patronus charm, but he doesn't want to worry him after what happened with you and Pettigrew. Noble git, Harry chuckled. He remembered his own reluctance to accept help from others in the last timeline, and now that he was on the other side of it, he saw how stupid and self-defeating it was. Maybe you can help him? Hermione said hopefully. You can cast a Patronus. I bet if you worked with him, he might be able to get it. Yeah, maybe, Harry shrugged. In truth, he couldn't see a way to fit it into his busy schedule. He was still behind in classwork and hadn't been able to access the room of requirement to use the time, Turner safely. That wasn't even considering his quest to dig further into Pettigrew's past, as he knew Saul would be disappointed if he came to their next meeting over winter break with nothing. He had ruled out broaching the topic with his father again, who clearly did not want to speak or even think about Pettigrew. He could ask his professors who had taught Pettigrew back in the day, but worried that news would get back around to Dumbledore and he would find himself under scrutiny from the headmaster once more. But the person he most wanted to talk to was Snape, who had apparently been closer to Pettigrew than Harry thought. Would he be willing to discuss this with Harry? He strongly doubted it, but it was worth a try. He decided to make his move after an afternoon potions class later that week, which had them all brewing an antidote for pimples. Snape had strolled past his station once, merely looking into Harry's cauldron and giving a curt nod before moving on. That was the highest praise he could ever hope to get from the professor. Harry stayed behind as the class filtered out of the room and Snape began loading their samples into a box. "Excuse me, Professor," he announced, approaching the desk. "Potter, Snape said neutrally without looking up at him. I never got a chance to thank you, said Harry. For saving my life. I mean, my mother said you put my body under stasis to keep me alive from the blast. I really appreciate that. Snape did not react much to this. Of course, he shrugged. Only doing my job. I heard you ran off Pettigrew as well, Harry continued. He must have been frightened to see you, of all people, show up. Snape stiffened a bit. I imagine the threat of being caught weighed more heavily on his decision to flee, he said. Any teacher's presence would have had the same effect. But especially you, sir, Harry insisted. You knew Pettigrew in school, didn't you? Were you friends with him? Snape, who had been ignoring Harry's gaze this whole time, suddenly snapped his focus onto the boy, glaring at him with those deep black eyes. Who told you that? He demanded. Your father. No, my mother, Harry lied, hoping the mention of Lily would soften Snape's anger. She just said you spent time with him sometimes. That's all. His gambit worked, and Snape's expression softened somewhat. His angry demeanor receded back to a veneer of cool calm. I suppose we were casual acquaintances, he shrugged. I would never have considered him a friend, not with the stunts his little crew of degenerates pulled. Harry knew Snape was referring to his father with the degenerates comment, but did not rise to the obvious insult. Did you know he was into the dark arts back then? He asked innocently. He was far too much of a coward to engage with that arena while a student, said Snape. When he turned to the Dark Lord's service, I know not. But you must have noticed when he did, right? Harry inquired. You were a part of Voldemort's circle yourself, weren't you? Do not speak the Dark Lord's name to me, Snape hissed angrily. I have renounced those ties, as you very well know, and none of this concerns you in the slightest. I beg to differ, Harry challenged. Pettigrew came after me, remember? I figure I ought to know what I'm up against. Pettigrew would not dare attack you in the castle again, Snape said. You would do well to keep your head down and let the adults handle this, Potter. I imagine even your foolhardy father would tell you the same. Once again, Harry swallowed his retort to the insult against James. Sorry for imposing, Professor, he said with a small bow. I was only curious. And he hastily left the room, simmering with frustration at the failed ploy. Of course, Snape wouldn't want to talk about it. If he had recruited Pettigrew to Voldemort's inner circle, he surely wouldn't admit it openly to Harry. And if he hadn't, he would likely seek to distance himself from the man anyway, wishing to leave those memories far behind him. Harry should have known this would come to a dead end, but Harry was reminded of something else James had said to him. They were all outsiders in their own unique ways. Perhaps Snape and Pettigrew hadn't bonded much with their fellow classmates, or even their teachers. But they might have sought solace and companionship in something else. Harry left the dungeons and headed up to the first floor. There was somebody he could talk to about this after all. He reached the girls' bathroom on the first floor, and after pressing an ear to the door to ensure no students were inside, he pushed it open. Myrtle, he called out. Myrtle, are you here? Moaning Myrtle drifted glumly out of a toilet, glaring when she saw who it was. Oh, it's you, she huffed. The boy who was spying on girls last year. That wasn't true, Harry defended himself. I was defending them against Slytherin's monster. Myrtle softened a bit at this. I heard a rumor that the monster was slain, she said. Do you know who killed it? Remus Lupin killed it, said Harry. He avenged your death. Myrtle smiled at this news. Remus was always a very kind boy, she said. I'm glad to hear it. You knew Remus as a student? Asked Harry hopefully. Not well, but I heard him defending me in the halls when his friends made fun of me, said Myrtle. Those awful Potter and Black boys. Harry felt a lurch of unpleasantness at this reminder of his father's past behavior, but quickly moved past it. What about their other friend? He asked. Peter Pettigrew. Did you ever know him? The quiet one? Asked Myrtle. Not really. He always seemed so very sad, though. I saw him when he came back as caretaker, too, and he always kept to himself. Has he made any friends since leaving? I don't think so, Harry said, deciding not to get into Peter's more recent activities to alarm Myrtle. What about Severus Snape and Lily Evans? Did you know them? A smile spread across Myrtle's face. Lily Evans? She asked excitedly. What a lovely girl. She came in here sometimes and talked to me. Her friends Marlene and Dorcas didn't like me much, but she was always so kind. Did she ever talk about Severus or Peter? Asked Harry. Oh, yes, Myrtle said, and her expression dropped again. She came in here crying in her 5th year, saying that the Snape boy had said awful things about her. He called her a mudblood. Yeah, I know, Harry frowned. Lily Evans is my mother. Who she is? Myrtle said, brightening again. Do tell her to come and visit me sometime, will you? I will, Harry nodded. But what about Peter Pettigrew? Did she say anything about him? Not really, Myrtle sighed. I heard some other girls gossiping about him, though. They were laughing at him for embarrassing himself by asking out some older girl above his station. I don't remember who. Alice Foley? Harry guessed. Yes, that was it. Myrtle agreed. She also seemed kind. I wonder what ever became of her. Harry declined to tell her the truth of Alice Longbottom's fate, not wishing to upset her further. Thank you for the time, Myrtle, he said instead. I'll send my mother Lily your regards. And he left the bathroom, feeling once again that he hadn't learned much. Though now that he thought about it, it was rather odd that Peter would pledge his loyalty to the man who murdered the girl he loved. Perhaps the two were unrelated, and he'd gotten over Alice by the time she was killed. But Harry remembered the fondness with which Peter had spoken about Alice, the regret he harbored for their falling out, and wondered if there was more to the story than he was picking up on. As Harry walked down the corridor, he suddenly realized that he was quite alone. There were no teachers eyeing him from behind doors, no Mrs. Norris leering at him with her blood-red eyes. This could be a golden opportunity to get some quality time in the room of requirement. The way was blocked off, but he knew of at least one hidden passageway that could get him around the obstruction. Harry stole through the castle, careful to avoid passing ghosts and sounds of footsteps in the distance. When he reached the foot of the astronomy tower, he located the portrait of Beetle the Bard and pulled it away from the wall, revealing the base of a spiral slide, similar to the one he'd taken Damien down elsewhere in the castle, and shut himself inside. Terrace Steruntus, he muttered, pointing his wand at the smooth stone. It began to shift and reform itself into stairs, which he used to climb up several stories. He reached the top, blocked off by another portrait, and pushed it forward, stepping out onto the 7th floor just around the corner from the room of requirement. Harry noticed two things straight away. For one, the tower was much draftier than it normally was. Despite the exterior having been rebuilt, remnants of the magical damage to the structure still remained. For another, he was face to face with Argus Filch, who was frozen mid-sweep of a broom, staring at the sudden appearance of a student. Student out of bounds, he cackled with glee. This tower's been closed off from students, boy. Harry groaned. Of course he would be caught red-handed immediately. Filch grabbed him by the collar, an unnecessary touch, Harry felt, and dragged him all the way to the defense classroom, marching Harry proudly into James' office. Caught your son in the astronomy tower, Potter, Filch announced with a malevolent grin. Past the barriers. That's a clear violation. James groaned at this news. Damn it, Harry, he said. We've been over this. You're not to go up there anymore. Yeah, whatever, Harry grumbled. You won't get very far with that attitude, boy. Filch scoffed. I reckon this calls for a detention. Unfortunately, I quite agree, James said, crossing his arms and looking supremely disappointed with his son. These rules are for your own safety, and you can't just treat them like they don't exist. What? Like you never snuck out of bounds when you were a student? Harry said, rolling his eyes. I didn't have a deranged murderer after me when I was a student, James roared, standing from his seat to make his displeasure fully known. That'll be 10 points from Ravenclaw for your cheek, and if you push it, I'll tack on another detention. Harry glared petulantly at his father. He couldn't dispute anything he was saying, but it didn't make the punishment feel any less unfair. It's been a while since the trophy rooms had a nice deep cleaning, Filch said thoughtfully. Perhaps an evening of manual labor might do the trick? I think that's a splendid idea, James agreed. I approve you to supervise it, Argus. And no magic allowed. Is that understood, Harry? Yes, sir, Harry said glumly, knowing any further outbursts would only make his situation worse. He stomped out of the office and headed for the Great Hall to rejoin his classmates. What was he expected to do, anyway? Should he simply give up on homework and let his grades suffer? Quit the Quidditch team to free up his afternoons? Saul would probably suggest both courses of action, but he still cared about his future in this timeline and wanted to do things the right way for once. He had a chance to have a normal Hogwarts experience for once. Dark Lord be damned. He hated the thought of flunking his third year the moment things got tough. But that was becoming a very real danger. He reported to the trophy room at 7 o'clock that Saturday. Filch was waiting for him with a bucket and mop along with an assortment of other cleaning supplies. "I want this place spotless." Filch grinned malevolently. "Report back to my office when you finish, but if I find your work unsatisfactory, you will be kept another night to finish the job." "Understood," Harry said glumly, and he got to work. Truthfully, the manual labor didn't bother him so much. It was nothing compared to the grueling housework the Dursleys used to give him in his last timeline. It was the complete waste of time that annoyed him. A whole evening spent doing pointless chores that magic could perform in seconds. But the meaninglessness was the point he knew, and it was meant to be unpleasant, so he gritted his teeth and got on with it. As Harry worked around the sizable room with the mop and duster, an annoying rapping sound persisted from some unknown source. He didn't know if it was some clinking of pipes in the walls or some other fixture in the castle rattling about, but it annoyed him to no end. Just as the noise was beginning to drive him mad, he located the source, a dusty cabinet in the far corner of the room, which looked like it hadn't been touched in ages. Something fall over in there? Harry wondered as he approached the cabinet, throwing it open to see what was inside. Out tumbled the dead body of Dahlia Potter, white as a sheet, staring lifelessly up at the sky. Harry's blood ran cold as he stared down at his sister, frozen with horrified shock. "God, please no," he thought in distress. How could this have happened? How did she wind up in here? There was suddenly a loud crack, and another body appeared. That of his father, James, also lifeless and still, staring blankly to the heavens. Another crack heralded his mother's appearance beside her husband, just as pale and clearly departed from life. "Boggett," Harry realized with stupendous relief, fumbling for his wand. "Are ridiculous," he stammered. The bodies suddenly strung themselves upright like puppets on a string, dancing jovially around the room. Harry didn't actually find the image that amusing. Seeing his family dead and gone remained a blood-chilling sight. But fortunately the spell worked, and the boggett retreated back into the cabinet, shutting itself back inside with a slam. Bloody hell, Harry thought, slumping to the ground and sinking his head into his hands. He'd never given much thought to what form his boggett might take in this timeline. He hadn't had any family to lose in his previous life. It made perfect sense that the thing he feared most was having them taken away from him again. He remained seated there until his limbs stopped trembling, then got to his feet to inform Filch about the finding. But as he approached the caretaker's office, he realized this could be a good opportunity to help Neville with his Dementor problem. He remembered how Lupin had helped him in his own third year, using the boggett to train him with the Patronus charm. Harry was willing to bet that Neville's boggett would take the same form, and this could allow him to learn the spell without an actual Dementor present. Harry heard a distant crash in the distance as he neared the office, following shortly thereafter by a furious shout of "Peeves" somewhere nearby. Filch was not in his office when Harry arrived, which was to be expected. He was likely preoccupied with whatever destruction the poltergeist had just caused. Harry considered heading to his father's office next to inform him about the boggett, but stopped short. Filch's office remained open and unattended, and Harry had a brief opportunity to enter without interruption for several minutes. Struck by inspiration, he entered and went straight for the filing cabinets, which he knew contained student disciplinary records. If Harry was feeling particularly devious, he might locate his own file, or that of his father's, maybe, and purge the records within as though they never existed. Instead, he flipped through names in the P section until he located Pettigrew, Peter. The folder bearing his name was stuffed with notes detailing Peter's various infractions and punishments over his Hogwarts years. Harry was relieved. He had wondered if perhaps Peter purged these records himself as caretaker, but it seemed he hadn't considered this course of action prior to his arrest. Harry removed the folder and set it on Filch's desk, pointing his wand at it. "Proteus," he muttered. A copy of the folder sprang into being beside the original. The files inside the folder were blank, but that was fine. They didn't need to pass close scrutiny, just appear untouched at a glance. He placed the fake copy back in the cabinet and slammed it shut, stuffing the original down his trousers and exiting the office. Perhaps some of the answers he sought about Peter's past could be found within. Harry ended up not informing anybody about the boggart, figuring that the thick layer of dust over the cabinet meant that nobody frequented that area of the hall anyway. He did locate a tattered tarp in a closet and threw it over the cabinet, and even cast a light notice, me not charm on it to further decrease the odds of some unsuspecting student having as horrific a discovery as he had. As expected, however, he didn't find the time to invite Neville to a tutoring session as December wound to a close. He was finally getting a handle on his mountain of homework, but Roger was ramping up Quidditch practices as promised, and midterms continued to loom large over everyone. Harry spent nearly all of his free time in the library with Hermione, hanging on to her every explanation about arithmancy, while desperately trying not to fall asleep from sheer exhaustion. Multitasking became a must, and Harry found small ways to sprinkle in usage of the time turner to buy himself a crucial hour or two. He made use of empty classrooms to travel back and get a couple hours of work done, making sure to leave before his past self arrived. He snuck out after a dueling club meeting and traveled back, knowing that his dorm mate's presence in the Great Hall would ensure an empty dorm to catch a few hours of extra sleep. He even agreed to an extra training session with the Quidditch team that occurred during a Care of Magical Creatures lesson, knowing he could easily turn himself back after class and head straight to the pitch to do both. Midterms thankfully weren't too bad for the most part. It was the quantity of exams he had to take that was the issue, more so than the difficulty level. He skated through the majority of them, defense, charms, transfiguration, and the like, without difficulty. Some gave him minor problems, like history of magic and ancient runes, mostly due to the breadth of memorization required. A few were downright dreadful. Arithmancy somehow still managed to elude his understanding without Hermione hovering over his shoulder explaining everything, while divination remained as impenetrable a subject as ever, forcing him to invent wild tales of his own death for every prediction demanded of him. At long last, the time came to board the Hogwarts Express and head home. Harry joined the queue of students in the entrance hall waiting for a carriage, and to his surprise, spotted Damien Dursley lurking among them. "Not staying at Hogwarts over break, Damien?" Harry asked, walking over to his cousin. "Why would I?" Damien asked, frowning. "I'm going home, Dad." "Oh," said Harry, surprised. "I just thought, well, never mind." Damien rolled his eyes. "Think my folks don't want me no more just 'cause I'm a freak or summit?" he demanded. "Shows what you know, Potter. Now beat it, will ya?" Harry sighed and left Damien alone. Frankly, that was exactly what he'd assumed about Vernon and Petunia. They'd never once asked Harry to return home for the holidays. Perhaps being their direct kin had softened their stance on magic a bit, but it still seemed rather out of character for them. He put it out of his mind, thinking ahead to a luxurious Christmas break as he joined his classmates for the train ride. But his thoughts immediately returned to the Dursleys when they pulled into King's Cross Station and Harry and Dahlia searched the platform for their mother. They spotted her near the gateway, and Harry's stomach gave a small lurch of displeasure at the sight of his Aunt Petunia standing uncomfortably beside her sister. It was one thing reflecting back on his relatives, and quite another coming face to face with them, as a flood of unpleasant memories about his abusive childhood rushed in. Petunia gave Harry and Dahlia a small smile as they approached, a clearly unnatural gesture that looked more like a grimace. "This must be Dahlia, then," she said, assessing her young niece. "What a beautiful young woman you've grown to be. And is that little Harry? My, you've grown since I last saw you." "Hello, Aunt Petunia," Harry said dully, forcing himself to be polite. Dahlia merely nodded, clearly harboring unpleasant memories of her own from her past visits to Privet Drive. "I hope you've been watching over your cousin Damien," said Lily. "He must have been so pleased to have relatives to rely on at school." "Yeah, a bit," Harry shrugged. Damien came shuffling up the platform soon after, barely giving his cousins a glance before hugging his mother and beckoning towards the exit. Harry watched them go, noticing the loving touch of Petunia's hand upon her son's shoulder, a vague sense of jealousy and resentment creeping into him. "She never cared enough to enter platform 9 3/4 to pick me up," but he had no grounds to feel neglected as he returned to Godric's Hollow, and Lily doted on her two returning children and husband. They insisted on keeping everyone close out of caution, but did make occasional family outings into town to celebrate the holiday season. Harry had never attended a Muggle church service before, but was swept up in the festive energy and singing choirs spreading cheer and goodwill throughout the village. He could see why so many wizarding families had chosen to live here, despite the sizable population of non-magicals. Sirius came by for Christmas dinner as per tradition, and while Lupin was dearly missed, he did send a lovely letter home talking about his travels. He was currently in the Italian countryside, touring the local wizarding and Muggle populations there, and generally enjoying life. Harry was pleased to hear that one of his favorite people had finally shed the stigma and guilt of his affliction and was now enjoying life to the fullest. Harry also had a planned meeting with Saul Croaker before returning to school, accompanying his father to the ministry, who wanted to check in with the Auror office he'd gone on hiatus from. He insisted once again on making his own way to Level 9, finding Saul as usual near the entrance to the Department of Mysteries. The man beckoned Harry inside and closed the door, muffling it and settling into his chair with a heavy sigh. "No more run-ins with the rat, I take it?" he asked. "Nope," Harry shook his head. "I imagine he'll be more careful next time when trying to break into the castle." "Perhaps," Saul shrugged. "We haven't ruled out temporary insanity as a motivating factor yet." "I strongly doubt that," Harry scoffed. "He was only in Azkaban for less than a year." "You mustn't dismiss any potential outcome outright," Saul said warningly. "We must be very precise in our observations and presumptions about him in order to glean meaning from his actions." "Fine, Eriath. Any luck with Riddle?" "Not much, I'm sorry to say," Saul frowned. "I tracked down a few of the Muggles he lived with as an orphan, and they all refused to speak about him. Slammed the front door in my face in some cases." "Doesn't surprise me much," said Harry. "Who would want to talk about Voldemort?" "Foolish boy," Saul chastised him. "None of those Muggles know that Tom Riddle became such a monster. Hell, very few witches and wizards are aware of that fact either. These people's only knowledge of the name is who he was up until the age of 11. The fact that they would be so standoffish despite this is extremely alarming." "So what do we do about it?" Harry asked. "Force them to talk?" "As I said, I am not in the business of forceful coercion," said Saul. "At least not until our situation becomes more dire. I will continue my interview attempts until such leads are exhausted, at which point we may move on to wizarding contacts." "What kind of contacts?" asked Harry. "Hogwarts classmates," said Saul. "He attended from 1937 to 1945, which gives us plenty of candidates to ask about his school years. Anyone who may have come into contact with him may have valuable information. Who his friends were, what teachers he was friendly with, and so on." "He was not friendly with Dumbledore, that's for sure," Harry grinned. "He told me himself. Dumbledore was the only professor who didn't buy into his sweet talk act." "I doubt he was the only one in the school who saw through it," Saul retorted. "Perhaps he was the only one brave enough to show it. But if my Muggle contacts thus far are any indication, I have no doubt that a teenage Tom Riddle drew plenty of negative attention from his peers." "Unless he cleaned his act up," Harry pointed out. "Got better at hiding his nastiness at Hogwarts." "Such nastiness cannot be fully contained," said Saul. "There are always signs, and figuring out how they manifested themselves could prove crucial in our journey." "Remind me why this matters so much," asked Harry. "Do we really need to know who Riddle was chummy with in school to defeat him?" "We need to determine where this timeline diverged from your own," said Saul. "Why the Dark Lord went after the Longbottoms instead of the Potters. That could provide insight into why you are here and what must be done to counteract him in the future." "And I don't suppose there's any way I could learn the contents of that prophecy?" Harry asked with a sigh. "Or must I continue on in the dark? The prophecy whose existence I cannot confirm to you?" Saul asked with a wry grin. "The alleged prophecy that does not bear your name upon it?" "No, you may not. The only way you could obtain such knowledge is by asking the prophecy maker or receiver directly." "Could Neville come and hear it himself?" Harry asked. "If he could get to it, yes," said Saul. "But it is not public record, and he could not request access to it via conventional means. He would have to illegally enter the Hall of Prophecy in order to take it from the shelf, and the Ministry wouldn't allow that." "But your head Unspeakable," Harry pointed out. "Surely you could allow it?" "I could open the door for him, but would be breaking my oaths to do so," Saul shook his head. No, it is an impossibility. I'm amazed you and your friends managed it in your last timeline, but it seems someone had cleared the way ahead for you already. That much was true. Malfoy and the other Death Eaters had already breached the Department of Mysteries and ensured they met no resistance en route to the prophecy. Right then, Harry sighed. Anything I can do at Hogwarts to aid your research? Nothing that wouldn't tip off the staff. I fear, said Saul. All of his scholastic accomplishments are public record, so there's nothing in the castle we could use, aside from first-hand experience of the teachers who knew him. And ghosts, Harry pointed out. All of them were present when Riddle was a student. Hell, he even created one of them. Ask them if you like, Saul shrugged. They aren't technically under the headmaster's authority, though they may choose to volunteer information to Dumbledore if you are not subtle enough. And I'm sorry to say that you don't strike me as the subtle type. Trust me, the Sorting Hat made that abundantly clear, Harry chuckled. I certainly mucked it up with my dad when I brought up Pettigrew. He got angry and defensive when I asked questions about him, turning to the Dark Lord. Of course he did, Saul scoffed. Nobody wants to talk about their old classmate that went dark, much less a close friend. He did mention that Pettigrew was acquaintances with Severus Snape, though, said Harry. I thought maybe that was his introduction to Voldemort. That seems plausible, Saul nodded. I don't suppose we can prove it, though, as I'm guessing Snape wouldn't acknowledge such a thing. He didn't, Harry admitted, though he implied that Pettigrew went dark after school, during the war. I would guess he was already a part of the Order by then. The what? Order of the Phoenix, Harry explained. Dumbledore's secret society. They coordinated efforts against Voldemort when the Ministry wouldn't. That explains some things, Saul muttered. I often wondered who was out there fending off Death Eaters from their raids, because the Aurors certainly didn't want to get involved. I learned a little bit from Moaning Myrtle as well, Harry went on. She overheard some gossip about Peter. Girls were laughing at him for asking out Alice Folly, later Longbottom. That's something, Saul mused. He loved the woman his master murdered in cold blood, quite the curiosity. I also found this, said Harry, reaching into his robes and pulling out Peter's case file. His disciplinary record, nicked it from the caretaker's office. Saul flipped through the file, semi-interested. I take it you already browsed through this? He asked. Most of it is for sneaking out with my dad and his friends, said Harry. But there are a few isolated incidents worth looking into. Check out November 18th, 1977. Saul flipped through the pages until he located the correct date. November 18th, P. Pettigrew given detention for hexing E. Vance in the corridors, he read aloud. Who's this Vance? Emmeline Vance, said Harry. Another Order member. I met her in my last timeline. To know why they would come to blows if they were supposedly on the same side. Unless Pettigrew already had plans of turning dark. Or perhaps he had a problem with women, Saul suggested. I hardly think her gender factors into this dash, Harry began. These things are not frivolous, Harry, Saul insisted. What have we learned so far? That Pettigrew was rejected by a woman, laughed at by women for it, and even attacked a woman in his 7th year. He never married and by all accounts lived his life alone, despite these intense feelings of desire he once harbored. We are trying to build a psychological profile of this man to gain insight into how he views the world, and we must take all of these factors as potentially significant. You think Pettigrew joined Voldemort because he hates women? Harry frowned. Why not, said Saul. People have joined up with violent causes for much less personal reasons. Racial bias, nationalistic pride, political leanings. All of these factors dictate the way people live their lives. But how does this help us figure out what he's up to at Hogwarts? Asked Harry. If he hated women so much, wouldn't he go after Dahlia instead of me? We still don't know that he was after you at all, Saul pointed out. You said yourself that it was sheer accident that you ran into one another. Perhaps he was on his way elsewhere, and you happened to get in his way. Harry pondered this. We were in the astronomy tower, he said. My father and I found evidence that he entered through a secret passage on the 3rd floor near the grand staircase. He must have had a reason for going all the way up there. And notice that he did not choose to go to Ravenclaw Tower, said Saul, or the Great Hall, where most would expect a student to be during the Halloween feast. That's true, Harry admitted. When Sirius Black broke into Hogwarts in my last timeline, he tried to get into the Gryffindor common room. At the time I thought he was after me, but Pettigrew was disguised as my friend Ron's rat, and Sirius knew it. "We are narrowing down the possibilities," Saul remarked. "It may seem like we are still in the dark, but trust me, every bit of information helps us pinpoint his motives. Keep digging, and we may just be able to prevent him from getting whatever it is he's after." They continued discussing Peter Pettigrew and Tom Riddle for a while, though not much more of substance was achieved. They resolved to meet again over spring break in 3 months' time, with Saul tentatively agreeing to let Harry come along if he found another promising Muggle lead. Harry shook Saul's hand and stood to exit the room and locate his father. "One last question, actually," said Harry, turning back to Saul. "My Patronus is different from my last timeline." "What could that mean? You have a corporeal Patronus?" Saul asked, raising his eyebrows. "I guess I shouldn't be surprised. It's rare, but not unheard of for a Patronus to change form. It usually follows a time of emotional upheaval or a drastic lifestyle shift. I would imagine both scenarios apply to you." "It used to be a stag, like my father's," said Harry. "But now it's a thestral. Is that bad?" Saul actually laughed at this. "Considering you died, I'd say it makes a lot of sense," he chuckled. "You have a very unique relationship with death, Harry Potter. It seems you even spoke to him, her, or it. I'm not surprised that has manifested itself in your Patronus. But you don't think it's an omen?" "I tend to avoid such frivolous superstitions," Saul shrugged. "Most wizards fear death. I study it for a living. If anything, I would take it as a sign that you have a healthy relationship with your own mortality." "I don't intend to die again this time," Harry retorted. "Or let anyone around me die, for that matter." "Make no mistake, Harry, we all die," said Saul. "Some men, like Tom Riddle, may attempt to alter that fact, but it is unavoidable." "You know what I mean," Harry grumbled. "No, I think it is you who doesn't know what I mean," Saul smiled. "You intend on fighting a war against a Dark Lord, and yet you stubbornly continue to treat death as an unacceptable outcome. War is death, Harry. You do well to learn from your past and accept that you may lose people you care about." Harry thought back to his boggart appearing in the trophy room, the bodies of his family members dancing around him like morbid marionettes, mocking him for his failure to save them. He would do anything to avoid such a fate coming to fruition. But perhaps Saul had a point. His current actions were leading him down a path that made such an outcome not just a possibility, but a probability. Year 3-07. Friendly fire. "Oi, Potter," came a voice from across the Great Hall. Harry looked up from his breakfast to see Anthony Goldstein passing by. "Have you got the time?" "Yeah," Harry said, setting down his fork and glancing at his wristwatch. "It's 2:45. "Wait, that can't be right," Harry thought, doing a double take at the watch. It should have been closer to 9 a.m., not 3 p.m., as the hands were currently telling him. "Right," Anthony muttered. "I'll just use Tempest next time, I suppose. Might want to get that watch fixed, Potter." And he resumed his march out of the hall, chuckling lightly to himself. Harry, of course, realized precisely what the problem was. Not only was the time wrong, the date was inaccurate as well. It displayed the 30th of January rather than the 12th that he knew it to be in reality. Harry had been using the time turner quite liberally this term, and the watch did not reset to the correct time with each jump. He probably should have charmed it otherwise, but it slipped his mind. Has it really been 18 extra days of travel? Harry thought to himself, slightly bewildered. He hadn't stopped to do the math, but several repeated hours per day surely added up fast over a long semester. He considered resetting the watch then and there, but decided it would be a useful metric to see just how much extra time he'd added to his body by the end of the year. Besides, as Anthony Goldstein suggested, he could always just use the Tempest charm to tell the correct time. He probably should have asked Saul about the negative effects of prolonged time travel on the body, but figured the man wouldn't have approved it if there were any of real concern. Regardless, he couldn't afford such concerns now, as classes were back in full swing and Quidditch practices were ramping up with the match against Hufflepuff less than a month away. Roger was drilling the team hard in preparation, getting on everyone's case about every tiny mistake. That was fine by Harry, who was used to Oliver Wood's strict coaching style. But what irked him more was Cho's behavior toward him as of late. She was equally as cruel and critical towards him during and after practices, making snide remarks about his slight missteps at Seeker and groaning loudly whenever he apologized to the team for a mistake in coverage. He even heard her laughing at his expense in the halls occasionally, giggling with her band of friends and throwing nasty looks in his direction. What is her problem? Harry wondered to himself. She hadn't been this openly belligerent in his last timeline, when they were on opposite teams. Was she really that resentful about him taking her seeker spot? It hadn't seemed that way at tryouts, but now she seemed eager to pile onto his every misstep and make him out to be some kind of oaf deserving of scorn. It perplexed him to no end. He decided to raise these concerns with his resident expert on all these women, Hermione, during a late-night study session in the library. "Can I ask a question that's probably stupid?" he asked as they finished up their Ancient Runes essays. "Professor Babbling says there's no such thing as a stupid question," said Hermione, looking up at him expectantly. "What's up?" "It's not about the assignment," said Harry. "It's about Cho Chang." "Oh," said Hermione, raising her eyebrows. "What about her?" "She's been acting hostile towards me all term," said Harry. "Berating me at practice, making fun of me to her friends, acting like I'm no good at playing Seeker. I thought maybe she was jealous of me taking her spot, but she didn't act this way at tryouts or early on in the year. You reckon I did something to upset her? Have I done anything wrong?" Hermione pondered all of this for a moment, then sighed. "Oh, Harry," she chuckled. "You must understand what a difficult position you've put Cho in. It's no wonder she's acting so erratic and difficult to read." "How do you mean?" Harry asked. "Cho clearly has a crush on you," said Hermione. "I she what?" Harry spluttered. "How can you possibly know that?" "Well," said Hermione matter-of-factly, "she's clearly attracted to you, but she also sees you as a rival. She's threatened by your talent on a broom, which is complicated because it also makes her more attracted to you, so she doesn't know how to respond appropriately. Cho likes boys who are good at things, but when the thing they're good at conflicts with her own interests, it makes it difficult to be around you. And she doesn't know how to cope with these conflicting feelings, so she's taking it out on you rather than admit the fault lies with her." Harry's head was spinning at Hermione's rapid-fire, but very logical explanation for what was going on. After a few moments of trying to parse through it all, he had to laugh. "What's so funny?" Hermione asked. "Oh, you wouldn't get it," Harry chuckled. Here he was in an identical situation as in his original timeline. Deeply confused by where he stood with Cho, with Hermione helping him process that confusion after the fact. Some things never change. But why would she be attracted to me? Of all people. I'm nobody. "Don't sell yourself short," Hermione chastised him. "You're a great flyer, top of your class in everything, a gifted duelist, and well, you've grown quite a bit lately." "Have I?" Harry muttered, looking down at himself. He had started to notice his clothes not fitting as well, forcing him to lengthen his robes with magic several times. He hadn't experienced his growth spurt in the last timeline until his 4th year, but perhaps being more well-nourished in this life, plus his advanced aging due to the time turner, had allowed him to reach that point earlier. "Well, what am I supposed to do about it?" "Just ignore her," Hermione shrugged. "She'll grow out of it eventually, or at least learn to be more honest with herself and stop taking it out on you." "Yeah, I guess," Harry said. "I don't really have time for all of that drama anyway." Though truth be told, it was a rather exciting feeling to know that someone fancied him, especially someone he'd had feelings for in the past. Cho was a year and a half older than him and rather pretty for her age, and when she wasn't yelling at him or laughing at his expense, he found her quite pleasant to be around. He once again had a fleeting image of him and Cho passionately snogging and had to force his mind elsewhere. Harry focused his attention instead on his schoolwork, which thankfully had lessened somewhat since returning from the holidays. He caught up on missed homework and passed all his midterms, though in the case of arithmancy, it was just barely. Professor Vector pulled him aside after class and asked what his intentions in the class were. Harry didn't have a good answer, not wanting to admit he hadn't planned to sign up for the class in the first place, merely promising to try harder in the future. Surely it would get easier if he just devoted more time to learning it, right? In any case, Harry remained diligent in studying and doing homework, and for the first time in a long time, he found himself with a Sunday afternoon all to himself. He thought about what he wanted to accomplish during a rare moment of free time, and suddenly remembered the boggart he'd left in the trophy room. He walked into the Great Hall to locate Neville, finding him at the Slytherin table working on a charms essay with Daphne Greengrass and Tracy Davis. "Hey, Neville," said Harry, sitting to join them. "You busy today?" Not really, Neville shrugged. Was just going to find Hermione and ask her to explain the potion's homework for me. Why, what's up? E- I heard you were having some issues with the Dementors, said Harry, lowering his voice so they wouldn't be overheard. I thought maybe you'd like some help with the Patronus charm. Oh, I want to learn it too, said Tracy Davis eagerly, setting aside her homework. Will you teach me? Yeah. Why does the boy who lived get special treatment? Daphne demanded. We'd all like to learn it. It's just, well, Harry said carefully, glancing back at Neville. I found a boggart and figured we could practice on that so it's less dangerous. I didn't want to embarrass anyone else by revealing their deepest fears. Oh, a boggart? Count me out, muttered Tracy. I didn't even know what a cockatrice was before learning it was my greatest fear. Imagine being chased around the room by something deeply horrifying you've never seen before. Daphne also declined to join them, and while Neville appeared hesitant, he decided to accompany Harry up to the trophy room. How did you know my boggart was a Dementor? He asked. Educated guess, said Harry. I heard about what happened in Hogsmeade, and I was there on the train. I can tell they affect you more than most other people. Neville paled slightly at this. I hear a woman screaming every time, he muttered. I think it's my mother. She's pleading for my life, begging Voldemort not to kill me. Harry nodded sympathetically at this. Well, luckily, since this isn't a real Dementor, you shouldn't have such a severe mental reaction, he said. And if you have trouble with it, I can jump in and help. They reached the empty trophy room, where Harry guided Neville back towards the offending cabinet. He could tell the boggart was still in there. The tattered tarp was still in place, and the light rattling noise could still be heard from within. Right, so the Patronus charm can only work if you focus on the moment in life you were the most happy, said Harry. It doesn't even have to be a concrete memory, just a feeling, however vague. What memory were you using at the dueling club meeting? Oh, Neville muttered. It was the day I met you, Ron and Hermione, on the train first year. You guys were the first friends I ever made. I see, said Harry. That might not be strong enough, though. It has to be an intense memory, something where you were just blissfully happy. Can you think of anything like that? I'll try, said Neville. He closed his eyes in concentration, then opened them and nodded. Harry drew his wand and flicked it at the cabinet, causing it to click open. The boggart came rising out in the form of a Dementor, towering over Neville and causing the boy to pale and shrink away at once. Expecto, Neville stammered, losing whatever nerve he'd previously had. Expecto, and he promptly fainted before he could finish the incantation. Harry jumped in and drew the boggart's attention. His family's dead bodies returned, and with a furious swipe of his wand, Harry sent it back into the cabinet with a thud. Harry knelt beside Neville and muttered, "Enervate." Neville regained consciousness and sat up, rubbing his scar in frustration. Sorry, Harry, he muttered. You're probably wasting your time with me. Nonsense, said Harry, handing Neville a chocolate frog. You just need practice. It took me time as well. Ready to try again? Neville nibbled on the frog, looking terrified at the prospect, but he eventually nodded. He steeled himself once again as Harry took his position beside the cabinet, tapping it with his wand to once again release the boggart. It swooped out once more, leering at Neville and drawing horrible, rasping breaths from underneath its hood. Ex expecto patronum, Neville stammered, waving his wand at the thing. Expecto patronum, expecto, ex accept. And once again he fainted, forcing Harry to wrestle the boggart back into the cabinet and bring Neville back. You lasted longer that time. He appraised the boy as he handed him another chocolate frog. Did you find a stronger memory to use? I think so, Neville muttered, looking downright miserable. I thought it might work that time. We can take a break if you'd like, Harry offered. It might take longer than you expect to get the hang of it. No, Neville said with surprising sharpness. I want to try it one more time. I think I can get it. All right, said Harry. Neville got back to his feet, swaying slightly and still looking pale, but nonetheless determined. Harry stood beside the cabinet and, at Neville's nod, pulled it open, releasing the fake Dementor once again. Expecto patronum, Neville said, gritting his teeth in determination as the boggart drew nearer. Expecto patronum. Expecto patronum. Neville's wand exploded with white light, spraying out in a cone of fine mist at the Dementor. The boggart retreated under the brilliant repellent, and Neville advanced, forcing the boggart back further. Harry prepared to jump in and intervene, but Neville marched forward, a look of grim determination on his face, refusing to let the Dementor past his defenses. Finally, the boggart relented, retreating back into the cabinet, which slammed shut with a bang. Neville released his spell and swayed on the spot, looking momentarily like he was about to collapse. Then, he sank to his knees and buried his face in his hands, releasing a gut-wrenching sob, trembling from head to toe. Harry approached Neville carefully, placing a gentle shoulder on the boy's back. "That was brilliant, Neville," Harry praised him. "Way better than I ever managed my first try. Can I ask what memory you used that time?" "I don't, it's stupid." Neville sniffed, hastily wiping his tears away. "If you're too embarrassed to share, you don't have to," Harry said quickly. Neville's breathing slowed, and he visibly began to relax a bit. "It's nothing really," he muttered. "It's just my gran showed me a picture once of me and my parents when I was a baby. We were all so happy then. I just tried to imagine myself in that moment, when I had a real family that loved me." Harry knelt down and gave Neville a tight hug. "That's not stupid at all," he said. "I think that's a great memory to use. It's exactly the right kind of emotion you want to use against the Dementor, because they can't fathom loving anything that deeply." "Thanks, Harry," Neville mumbled, and accepted Harry's hand in helping him get to his feet. "You're a good friend. It feels like you really get me better than most people do." "It's because I was you once," Harry lamented. "Happy to help," he said instead. "What memory do you use when you cast your Patronus?" asked Neville. "Oh," said Harry, unsure how to explain his complicated past and the intensity of his feelings about his 11th birthday. "Just a summer holiday with my family. Just the four of us, spending time together and enjoying one another's company. It's kind of hard to explain." But Neville seemed to understand perfectly well what he meant. "That sounds brilliant," he smiled, a look of wistful longing on his face. Harry felt a pang of guilt at this. Would he have accepted death's offer of a new life if he'd known Neville would be forced into the same unenviable position he'd been in his first life? It was hard to say. He at least owed it to the other boy to help him in whatever way possible to have a normal life. Harry gave Neville the rest of the chocolate frogs he had in his pockets as they headed back down to the Great Hall together. There was still some daylight left, and Harry thought he would make the most of it with some casual flying on his firebolt. Quidditch practices were grueling and demanding of him, and he just wanted to do some casual laps to shake off the unpleasantness of the boggart. He bid Neville farewell and headed towards the Quidditch stadium. Harry walked out onto the pitch with his firebolt, only to find that the field was already occupied. But rather than a team practicing above him, there were only two people airborne, one hitting bludgers at stationary targets on the ground while the other shouted instructions. Harry realized with surprise that it was none other than his cousin Damien swinging the bat around as Cedric Diggory offered helpful tips and techniques. Cedric spotted Harry below them and swooped down towards the ground to meet him, both bludgers tucked under his arms. Damien did the same, eyeing Harry warily as he touched down beside the older Hufflepuff. "Did Ravenclaw reserve the pitch today?" asked Cedric, frowning. "Sorry, I thought it was free dash." "No, it's fine. Just came out for some casual flying," said Harry. "Were you training Damien?" "Yeah, your cousin's a fair beater, Potter," Diggory remarked. "Still getting a handle on flying, but he can hit standing targets fairly consistently now. We just need to find him some moving targets to practice on." "See," Harry said, grinning over at Damien. "I knew you'd find something you liked at Hogwarts." "No thanks to you," Damien scowled. "At least Cedric acts like I was a grown-up. You just treat me like a little kid." Harry laughed in amazement. Was this kid really so dead set against forming a relationship with Harry? The resentment must truly run deep in this timeline between the Dursleys and Potters. "All right, Dursley," he chuckled, mounting his broom. "I'll give you a moving target." "Huh?" Damien asked, frowning. "Try and hit me," Harry said. "Show me up with that bat of yours." "Are you sure that's a good idea, Harry?" Cedric asked in a low tone. "We have a match in less than a week." "So what?" Harry shrugged, kicking off into the air over their heads. "Not like he could ever dream of hitting me. Or maybe he's too scared to hurt his rich, pretentious cousin." Damien glared at Harry and snatched his broom back from Cedric, also kicking off into the air. His flight wasn't as buttery smooth as Harry, and his balance was a bit wobbly, but he showed no fear in rising up to Harry's level some 30 feet above the ground. Cedric muttered something to himself on the ground, but eventually relented. "All right, here it comes then," he sighed. "Bludger away." And he released one of the two heavy black balls into the air. Harry rocketed across the pitch as Damien took aim with his bat, smacking the bludger with a satisfying crack. He made solid contact. The bludger rocketed after Harry, just missing him wide left. "That the best you got, Disley?" Harry taunted. "Your daddy never teach you how to hit someone properly?" Damien huffed with rage. It was clear Harry was getting under his skin. Harry circled around as Damien lined up another shot. This time an even louder crack rang out as he fired the bludger directly at Harry's head. Harry was surprised by the accuracy. He had to perform a tight barrel roll to prevent the heavy projectile from caving in his skull. "Not bad, Disley," Harry taunted as he zoomed past. "At this rate you might manage to make me break a sweat." They continued at their cat-and-mouse game for several more minutes, with Damien becoming progressively more frustrated and aggressive by the minute. Harry was impressed with how quickly Damien had taken to the sport. His broom handling could use some refining, but he wielded the beater's bat like a pro, smacking bludgers left and right with pinpoint accuracy. Harry could sense his cousin's waning resolve as he dodged ball after ball, so he swooped over towards Cedric to make things more interesting. "What you reckon, Diggory?" he called out. "Make things more fun with a second bludger." "I really don't think this is a good idea, Harry," Cedric said warningly. "This is already too dangerous." "No way," Harry scoffed, tossing his head dramatically back towards Damien. Disley couldn't hit the broadside of a barn. "Release it," said. Damien growled down at the ground. "Damien, let's just go down Hagrid's like we planned, dash. Release it." Cedric sighed, shaking his head at the two boys circling overhead. He acquiesced, releasing his hold on the second bludger, and a moment later there were two heavy black balls pelting through the air, threatening to unseat Harry. Harry started to regret his decision immediately. It turned out that Damien wasn't just skilled at hitting the ball. He also had a knack for timing two of them together for devastating effect. He rolled out of the way of one bludger directly into the path of another, forcing him to yank hard on the broom to get out of the way. It didn't take long for him to be dripping with sweat, exerting maximum effort to avoid being unseated by his murderous cousin. Still, he betrayed no fear. "Two bludgers on one person, and you still can't get me." "Huh," he sneered at Damien. "I thought bullies thrived with a numbers advantage." "Shut your mouth, Potter," Damien snarled, smacking yet another ball at his taunting cousin. "Make me," Harry smirked. "If you spent half as much time improving as putting other people down, maybe you could make something of yourself, dash." He was cut off by the whistling sound of two bludgers coming in from opposite directions. Damien had timed the shots perfectly, with one circling around to assault him from above while the other careened in from underneath. Harry couldn't keep his eye on both. He swerved left to avoid the lower one, but the other crashed hard atop his forearm. He instantly heard the bones snap and felt a rush of intense pain, slumping forward onto the broom and nearly falling off. Cedric sprinted across the pitch to meet Harry as he spiraled down for an awkward landing, slumping onto the grass. "Damn it, Harry, I told you," he groaned. "This was unnecessary." "This had to happen, Cedric," Harry hissed in an undertone before Damien could arrive. "Let me handle this." Damien tripped over his broom as he landed, running over wide-eyed to his injured cousin. He gaped at the mangled sight of Harry's forearm. "Holy shit, that's broken," he gasped. "Oh, this?" Harry grinned easily, brandishing the arm and trying very hard not to cry out in pain. "I've had worse." "Nice shot, Disley." You aren't mad?" Damien asked, perplexed. "Or gonna tell on me to Dumbledore?" "What's there to tell?" Harry winked. "That you're a hell of a good beater?" "This is the sport, Damien. I know what I signed up for." Damien shook his head in amazement. Harry thought he saw begrudging respect in his cousin's expression, or perhaps it was sheer incredulity at the stupidity Harry had just demonstrated. Cedric looked between the two of them, clearly uncomfortable, but respecting Harry's request not to intervene. "Listen, Damien," Harry said in a more serious tone, struggling to his feet to approach the boy. "I've been a prick to you and your family in the past. I want to start over. Can we put the past behind us and try to be normal cousins?" Damien narrowed his eyes at this sincere gesture, still slightly suspicious. But he took another look at the state of Harry's arm and decided it must be authentic. Yeah, all right, maybe, he shrugged. Good, said Harry. He embraced Damien with his good arm, pulling him in for a hug. Damien stiffened but did not retreat, standing awkwardly as Harry patted him on the back and then pulled away. Harry, let me help you up to the hospital wing dash, Cedric said nervously. Don't bother. I can still walk, Harry grinned. I'm fine. Trust me, go on to Hagrid's. But in truth, his arm felt like it was on fire, and Harry hustled to the hospital wing as soon as he was out of sight of the other two. He paused briefly to vomit in the grass on the way back to the castle, nearly blinded by the pain. It was well worth it, though. He could deal with a broken bone or two. He didn't want to endure a broken relationship with Damien for the remainder of his new life. Roger was furious when he learned about Harry's little stunt at practice the following day. Harry insisted that he was fine, that Madame Pomfrey had mended the bones instantly, though his broom arm was still rather stiff as he pushed through the rigors of team drills. He didn't protest or betray his discomfort, however, knowing it was a necessary price to pay to start a new chapter with his cousin. Harry paid closer attention to Cho's behavior towards him after Hermione's theory. She did seem to spend an awful lot of time watching him during practice, looking away whenever Harry met her gaze. And she only seemed to scoff or laugh at his missteps whenever somebody was near her, as if to demonstrate her open disdain towards him for the sake of others. Was Hermione right after all? Did she secretly harbor feelings for him? And if so, did she even realize it herself? But Harry couldn't focus on that right now. Romance was the last thing he should be worried about, and while Quidditch probably shouldn't be so high on his priority list either, he couldn't deny the thrill of anticipation as match day quickly approached. It would be his first match in nearly a year, as he'd missed the last match due to injury and another was canceled due to the basilisk. Furthermore, it would be his first chance to test himself against Cedric since his previous timeline, which was spoiled by a rogue Dementor appearance. He barely slept the night before the match, awaking early to take a walk through the castle and calm his nerves. He joined his classmates in the Great Hall for breakfast, doing his best not to let their well wishes get to him. Hermione, ever the steady presence, sat beside him and spoke matter-of-factly to him, explaining all the reasons why he would do great in the coming match. Her words meant little as her lack of knowledge about the game was apparent in her fumbling attempts to encourage him, but the sentiments soothed him nonetheless. When the time came, he joined his teammates and headed down to the pitch to get ready. Roger Davies stood before the team in the locker room, looking nervous himself, but fiercely determined to get the win. We have a much better squad than Hufflepuff do, he said. Diggory's good, but he's the only reason they won their last match. Harry, just beat him to that snitch, and we stand a great chance at winning. I will, Harry said, hoping he sounded strong in his conviction. He knew Cedric was a formidable foe, but he had plenty of experience under his belt as well, and the fastest broom in the world, giving him more than a fair chance at besting the older boy. The restless cheers of the crowd began to rise to a crescendo, and Roger led the team down the tunnel towards the pitch. The Ravenclaws mounted their brooms and shot out into the crisp February sky to the raucous cheers of their student section. And here come the Ravenclaws, Lee Jordan announced to the crowd. Fresh off a loss to Gryffindor, they hope for great things today from replacement seeker Harry Potter. A sizable cheer rose from the Ravenclaw section, and Harry spotted his parents, Sirius and Dahlia, among them, making more noise than anyone else around them. Harry grinned, doing a few barrel rolls to warm up and hype up the crowd. Facing them today are the Hufflepuffs, Lee continued, as the yellow and black-clad team raced out of the tunnel. They embarrassed Slytherin in their season opener, and Seeker Cedric Diggory is hoping to keep up his perfect snitch capture record against young Potter. Cedric did a few laps to the cheers of the Hufflepuff students. He looked cool and confident on his broom, not a trace of the mild-mannered boy Harry knew him to be on the ground. This would not be an easy battle. The two teams faced off at the center line as Madame Hooch walked onto the field with the heavy equipment box. She released both bludgers and the snitch, then blew her whistle and tossed the quaffle into the air, signaling the start of the match. And Hufflepuff has possession, Lee Jordan shouted. Priest passes to McAvoy, who passes to Appleby, back to Priest. Oh, and a nice steal from Ravenclaw's Cho Chong. She passes upfield to Davies, who dodges a nice bludger there. Harry did his best to tune out the action of the match below, circling overhead in search of the snitch. Cedric was not far away, clearing, keeping one eye on Harry as well as the field. Harry had the faster broom, and Cedric couldn't afford to let him get a head start on the snitch. Harry tried to take advantage of this by zooming away from Cedric, forcing the bigger but slower boy to race after him to keep him in sight. Davies scores, Lee shouted, and the Ravenclaws erupted in cheers. Ravenclaw leads 10-0. One of Hufflepuff's beaters fired a bludger at Harry in frustration. Harry merely rolled away from it, not deviating from his search. "Keep targeting me," Harry thought, silently egging the boy on. "Let our chasers run up the score." As Davies had predicted in practice, the Ravenclaw chasers far outmatched Hufflepuff's, and Harry put all concerns of the Quaffle game aside. He didn't have to worry about the score at all. He just had to beat Cedric to the snitch. He was by far Hufflepuff's best player, and Harry could sense his frustration as his team fell behind 30-0. Cedric was being forced to win the game single-handedly, as he had against Malfoy and Slytherin in their last match. Harry suddenly saw the snitch darting between the Hufflepuff keeper's legs and rocketed after it. "Potter's seen the snitch," Lee announced. Diggory in pursuit. "He has an angle, ooh, a near miss there." Harry was forced to swerve out of Cedric's path as he blocked the path to the snitch, having reacted perfectly to Harry's sudden burst of speed. Harry raced around him, trying to lose the larger seeker, but Cedric was savvy, keeping himself firmly in the way. Harry would have to do something drastic to get around him. He slammed hard into Cedric's shoulder, succeeding only in bruising his own against the unmovable object. But his plan wasn't to unseat Cedric. He swerved again, and Cedric braced to block him again, but Harry yanked upwards on his broom to roll cleanly over the Hufflepuff as he prepared for a body shot that never came. Cedric's head swiveled around just in time to watch Harry put on a final burst of speed and snatch the snitch from right under the Hufflepuff keeper's nose. "And Potter has it," Lee shouted as the crowd exploded once more. A brilliant maneuver to avoid the body block. Ravenclaw leads 80-0 as play resumed. Harry noticed the Hufflepuff beaters targeting him with greater intensity, forcing him to maneuver carefully to avoid being knocked out of the air. "Fine by me," Harry thought. "As long as our own beaters do the same to Cedric, this is manageable." But to his alarm, Roger seemed to be directing his beaters into a coordinated attack on goal alongside the chasers, using the numbers advantage to his benefit. "No," Harry thought with dismay. "We already have the lead. We need to focus on Cedric." But his silent pleas went unheeded. Cedric was left completely to his own devices as Harry performed a delicate dance against both bludgers. He prayed for an opening to catch the second snitch quickly and put the match away, but he didn't have an ounce of breathing space. "I could use a hand here," Harry thought as he tried to get his beaters' attention, but they ignored him in favor of targeting Hufflepuff's keeper. "He's not saving the goals anyway." And his worst nightmare came true. Cedric spotted the snitch first, racing after it as Harry struggled to get a clean line without being pelted from both sides. He did an awkward pirouette to lose both bludgers at once. But before he could make use of his newfound space to catch up with Cedric, the older boy had already snatched the golden ball, earning him a roar of approval from the Hufflepuffs. "Diggory scores," Lee shouted excitedly. "He brings it to within 30 points for Hufflepuff. The third snitch could decide it. Knock him on his ass." Harry shouted angrily to his beaters as the teams reset at center field once more. "I'm playing 3 against 1 here. Focus on your own job, Potter," Cho said snidely. Easy for her to say, with no bludgers threatening to send her to the hospital wing, Harry thought. But he held his tongue, focusing all his energy on catching the third snitch and securing victory for his team. Play was just as fast and furious when the final period began, and Harry continued to perform ridiculous maneuvers to stay on his broom. He kept level with Cedric, hoping to stay close enough to at least make the bludgers perilous to him as well. This worked to an extent, but had the side effect of giving the heavier Cedric free rein to bump and jostle him, creating a new hazard. This can't continue, Harry realized as the 3-on-1 assault on his safety went unabated by his own beaters. He had to end the match quickly, where he'd end up with more broken bones and a loss. So he took a new tactic, flattening himself against his broom and shooting off across the field. Potter looks like he's seen something, Lee said. Diggory's hot in pursuit. Oh, and here come the bludgers. Harry heard the heavy black ball careening in from his left. He did not deviate course, aiming for his intended target without delay. He finally yanked hard on his broom, coming to a complete stop just feet from one of Hufflepuff's beaters. He saw the look of surprise in the beater's eyes, milliseconds before the bludger, chasing Harry, slammed into the beater's chest and sent him spiraling down to the ground, where he collapsed as Madame Pomfrey rushed out to tend to him. "Oh, a nasty maneuver by Potter there," said Lee as the Hufflepuffs groaned their displeasure. "Rickett is going to be feeling that one in the morning." And Potter resumes his search for the snitch, Diggory not far behind. Harry remained laser-focused, eyes peeled for any sign of the golden ball. With one enemy beater down, he had far more room to maneuver and felt like he finally had a chance to breathe. Better yet, Roger seemed to finally wise up and direct one Ravenclaw beater to assist Harry, harassing Cedric and keeping bludgers out of Harry's hair. It would all come down to this final snitch. Who would spot it first? Cedric did. He launched after it, diving towards the ground in a mad dash for glory. Harry flew after him, going as fast as his firebolt would carry him. He was gaining ground, but it was going to be close. Cedric's hand was outstretched towards the snitch, and Harry raised his own, praying that he would get there in time to stop him. Then a blur of blue and silver flashed in front of Cedric, forcing him to pull up hard at the last second. He collided with Cho Chang, sending them both careening away in opposite directions and clearing the path for Harry. He grabbed the snitch and pulled up just in time to avoid a last-ditch bludger attack, triumphantly lifting the golden ball into the air. "Potter has the snitch," Lee shouted as the stadium exploded. Diggory collides with a Ravenclaw seeker, and that's the match. Ravenclaw wins, 140-60. Harry sped down to earth towards the two fallen players. Cedric appeared to be unharmed, getting up and looking upset with himself for the loss. Cho was slower to rise, kneeling beside her broom in the grass. Harry landed beside her, certain she was about to rip into him for forcing her to perform such a desperate maneuver to salvage the win. "Tall?" Harry asked, and she looked up at him. To his surprise, she wore a wide smile, and she threw her arms around him in a tight hug. "Great catch, Harry," she shouted in his ear as the rest of the team landed around them. "Thought you could use an assist." "Thank you," Harry said, relishing in her lingering touch as they were mobbed by the rest of the Ravenclaw squad, whooping and shouting in triumph. The team returned to the locker room, giddy with happiness, all disagreements and arguments lost in their victory. Roger had tears in his eyes as he addressed his squad. "Great match, everyone," he said. "We can hash out the details on Monday, but for now we celebrate." The team cheered as they changed out of their muddy gear back into school robes, eager to rejoin their classmates and revel in their victory. Harry took his time getting dressed, overwhelmed with emotion and not wanting his teammates to see how much this moment meant to him. He was the last to exit the locker room, promising to rejoin his team up at the castle, and after a moment's quiet reflection, he left the pitch. His family was waiting for him outside. James and Sirius both rushed forward and lifted Harry up onto their shoulders in celebration, ignoring his shouts of protest as Lily and Dahlia giggled at the three boys. They finally set him down. James had a look of such pride on his face that Harry had never seen in his father before. "You were brilliant out there, son," he beamed. "Where did you learn to fly like that? You must take after me more than I thought." "Way to make Harry's accomplishment about yourself. Prongs," Sirius lightly chastised James, clapping Harry on the shoulder. "But seriously, great flying, kid. I couldn't bear to see so many bludgers coming your way." Lily fretted, hugging her son tight. "But you did so well to avoid all of them." "Great job, loser," Dahlia said, a faint smile betraying her mask of casual indifference. "Shame your girlfriend had to get hurt to secure you the win at the end there." "What a gutsy move on her part," James agreed. "I'm starting to agree with your mother. She's way too good for Harry. You'd better lock that down before she decides you're not worth the attention anymore." "Come on, Dad, stop that." Harry laughed, but he was filled with a sudden rush of excitement at the thought, remembering Cho's smile, the way she hugged him and held him tight. Should he act on this somehow? Ask her out? The thought elated and terrified him, and in his current state of delirious euphoria, he might just be crazy enough to do it. "We're going down to the Three Broomsticks to celebrate," said James. "You coming with?" I told my team I'd meet up with them," said Harry reluctantly. "Come on, James. Let the boy enjoy his victory with his house." Sirius grinned. "He's earned it. He can have a butterbeer with his old man any other time." So they parted ways, and Harry made his way up to the castle, feeling happier than he could remember feeling in quite some time. Most of the student body had already left the pitch and headed up towards the castle, and he quickened his pace to catch up with the stragglers just ahead of him, hustling to get out of the cold. He frowned when he heard sounds of conflict ahead of him. Two students towards the back of the pack appeared to be bickering with one another. As Harry drew closer, he realized he knew both of them, Cedric Diggory and Damien Dursley. The former was trying to chase down the latter, who was marching on ahead of the older boy. "Damien, hold on, just stop and talk to me for a minute," Cedric called ahead to the first year. "Can't," said Damien, not slowing in his purposeful march up towards the school. "Have to do something." "You're acting very strange right now," said Cedric. "Can you pause for 2 seconds and look at me?" "Piss off," Damien said without looking back at him. "I have to do this on my own." "Cedric," Harry called out as he hurried up to the two boys. "Damien." Both turned to face him. Harry took in the look of concern on Cedric's face, clearly unnerved by whatever was going on. But the look on Damien's face sent a chill down Harry's spine. His face was blank, and his eyes, normally blue like his brother and father, were gray and devoid of features. Harry had seen that look only once before, on Victor Crumb in the maze of the third task during the Triwizard Tournament. The look of one who had been placed under the Imperious Curse. "Harry," asked Cedric, frowning, as Damien plunged his hand into his robes behind him. "Get down," Harry shouted, drawing his wand as Damien did the same. There were two simultaneous bangs as Harry and Damien cast spells at Cedric at the same time. Harry's banishing charm struck Cedric in the chest, sending him sprawling across the grounds as Damien's curse whizzed past Cedric's ear. Damien turned his attention to Harry, who shielded himself as the younger boy began firing hexes at him, far faster than any first year should be capable of. Harry's shield began to fracture, and he fired a return salvo of spells as he spun out of harm's way. Damien batted his spells aside, face still terrifyingly blank as he continued throwing hexes at Harry's dancing figure. "Harry, what on earth are you doing?" Cedric asked, getting to his feet. "He's bewitched, Cedric," Harry shouted, dropping to his stomach to avoid two sickly orange curses. "Stun him." Cedric was frozen on the spot, watching the two cousins exchange blows. Harry was too afraid to cast anything serious against his cousin, but Damien had no such qualms, throwing a deadly arsenal of curses back at him. Harry knew he needed to end this quickly, before the person controlling Damien decided to do something drastic. Harry blocked another flurry of curses, then pointed his wand in the air and cast a concussive charm. The spell exploded in midair, sending a loud boom echoing across the grounds and shattering a handful of windows in the castle. Hopefully that would get a teacher's attention quickly. It also had the side effect of causing Damien to flinch, leaving Harry with an opportunity to strike back. He fired every non-lethal spell he could think of, hoping one of them would connect and end the fight. Damien erected a powerful shield charm, absorbing each of Harry's attempts with ease. A snarl of rage crossed across Damien's normally blank expression, and Harry felt a chill of foreboding. It was the same look on Peter Pettigrew's face, right before he blew half the astronomy tower away. Harry readied himself as Damien raised his wand for a devastating blow, and Damien was struck in the back by Cedric's stunning spell, crumpling in a heap to the cold, hard ground. Year 3-08. The Leper and the Recluse. A/N. Real life has gotten pretty busy for me lately, so unfortunately, I won't be able to commit to one new chapter per week moving forward. I will commit to one chapter every other week instead, and if things slow down in the future, I may be able to go back to the original schedule. I have zero intentions of abandoning the FIC, and I certainly don't want to burn myself out and go on hiatus. So this is the best solution for me right now. Sorry for the inconvenience. The scene was eerily reminiscent to the attack against Ron and Daphne the previous year. Harry and Cedric, both still muddied and fatigued from their Quidditch match, sat anxiously in the headmaster's office awaiting word on Damien's condition. All sense of enmity between them on the pitch was lost. They sat in silence, united in their worry for the first-year boy. The door opened, and in strode 4 people: Dumbledore, Snape, Madame Pomfrey, and surprisingly Damien himself, looking slightly dazed. Harry and Cedric stood to check on him at once, but Dumbledore beckoned for all 3 boys to sit, summoning a 3rd armchair for Damien. Snape stood passively in the corner, as Madame Pomfrey wrung her hands, looking rather cross with Dumbledore. "The boy really must rest, Albus," she insisted. "He's been through quite an ordeal tonight, Dash. He can rest once we have determined exactly what happened, Poppy," Dumbledore said calmly but firmly. "Time is of the essence. Mr. Dursley, would you kindly explain to us what you remember from this afternoon?" Damien squirmed slightly in his seat, clearly uncomfortable under the gaze of all the adults. "Went to the Quidditch game," he muttered, still fidgeting. "Got mad when Hufflepuff lost and left early. Thought I'd walk down to Hagrid's cabin and see if he needed help with the animals, Dash." "Do you visit Hagrid's cabin often?" Dumbledore asked softly. "I guess," Damien shrugged. "He lets me collect eggs and clean the coop sometimes. Says I'm not old enough to meet some of the more dangerous creatures yet." "Quite right he is," Dumbledore chuckled, and Harry also marveled at the surprising display of good judgment from the normally reckless half-giant. "Go on." "Not much more to tell," said Damien. "Walked down the path along the forest by myself, and that's all I can remember. Woke up in the hospital wing just a couple minutes ago." "You can't remember being approached by anybody?" Dumbledore pressed. "You didn't notice anything odd on your way to Hagrid's?" "I don't think so," Damien frowned. "Maybe some rustling in the forest, but it's always making all kinds of odd noises, isn't it?" Dumbledore nodded thoughtfully, then drew his wand. "Expecto Patronum," he muttered, and a silvery phoenix Patronus emerged over their heads. "Send a message to Auror Potter," Dumbledore instructed the bird. "Tell him to secure the Treeline. Start with the area around the path to Hagrid's hut." The phoenix took flight, flying through the window and out of sight. "Your father is leading a team of Aurors to secure the grounds," Dumbledore explained to Harry. "The school is under temporary lockdown until we are certain the castle is safe." "I didn't know the Patronus charm could be used to send messages," Cedric muttered with surprise. This was also news to Harry. It seemed a fair amount easier and faster than Owlpost. "You would have to keep that in mind for the future." "Now your turn, Mr. Diggory," said Dumbledore. "Can you enlighten us as to your perspective in today's events?" "Well, I left the locker room after all my teammates had gone," Cedric explained. "I saw Damien wandering around by himself in the general direction of the school. I ran to catch up with him, but he refused to stop and listen or even look at me. Then Harry showed up, and they started fighting. I realized Damien wasn't in his right mind, so I stunned him. And a very good decision that was," Dumbledore appraised him. 20 points to Hufflepuff for your timely reaction." Cedric nodded glumly to himself. He was clearly too humble to show pleasure at the point addition, or perhaps the situation was simply too grim to care. "What about you, Mr. Potter?" asked Dumbledore, and all eyes turned to Harry. "What can you add?" "Not much that Cedric didn't already say," said Harry. "I came up behind them and called their names. They both turned, and I noticed that something was wrong. It looked like Damien was placed under an imperious dash." "How could you possibly know that?" snapped Snape from the corner. "What experience could a 3rd year have with the imperious curse?" "I'm curious about that myself," Dumbledore frowned. "How did you recognize the symptoms so quickly?" "Whoops," Harry thought. He wasn't meant to know what the imperious curse looked like. He'd never been taught about the unforgivables in this timeline, nor could he exactly explain away his encounter with Crumb in the Maze using his fake seer cover story. My dad described the symptoms to me once." Harry lied, hoping this was plausible enough. His eyes were totally gray and blank, and he looked like he wasn't thinking for himself. "I don't know, just the impression I got." Snape clearly looked like he didn't buy this explanation, but Dumbledore simply nodded. "I imagine that impression grew stronger once you saw what young Damien was capable of in a duel." "Yes," Harry nodded. "It reminded me immediately of my duel with Pettigrew on Halloween. He fought exactly the same way. Damien looked deeply disturbed by this information. Harry wondered what the boy must be thinking, to learn that his body had been briefly hijacked by a deranged murderer. Dumbledore turned back to Cedric. "Did Damien indicate to you what he was after?" he asked. "Was he looking for anything or anyone in particular?" "That's what I was trying to figure out," said Cedric. "He just kept repeating that he had to do something. I don't know what it was. And we may never know," Dumbledore muttered. "Very well then. Poppy, you may reclaim your young ward. Severus, please escort Mr. Diggory back to his common room. I will accompany Mr. Potter back to his." Everyone stood. Madame Pomfrey escorted a shaky Damien down the stairs, followed by Snape and Cedric, then Dumbledore and Harry. Each pair went in separate directions, and Harry soon found himself alone with the headmaster. It was a scenario he often feared finding himself in, and, as expected, Dumbledore seemed to have more on his mind than escorting Harry to safety. "How have your meetings with Saul Croaker been progressing?" Dumbledore asked mildly as they strolled towards Ravenclaw Tower. Just fine," Harry said. "He's given me some useful exercises to calm my mind and control my visions." "Splendid news," said Dumbledore. "I admit I was surprised to hear so little of you this term, after such a turbulent first 2 years here. I take it you haven't had as many visions as before?" "No, sir," Harry said. "I think the exercises have helped with that a little." In truth, his lack of visions was due to a total lack of knowledge about what was to come. Peter's motives remained an absolute mystery to Harry, and he couldn't make use of his foreknowledge of past events when everything was happening radically different now. "Glad to hear it," Dumbledore said, though his tone suggested otherwise. Harry once again suspected that Dumbledore was secretly hoping to use Harry's visions to gain the upper hand in the Pettigrew situation. "And I remind you once again that my door is always open if you do have any unwanted glimpses of the future." "I understand, sir," Harry nodded. "My father and Mr. Croaker have said the same." This may have not been the correct thing to say. Dumbledore remained silent for a spell after this. Was he perhaps irked that Harry would prefer going to either of them before coming to him for help? They eventually reached the entrance to the Ravenclaw common room. The bronze eagle statue said, "What is man's greatest treasure? Wit beyond measure," Dumbledore intoned clearly, and the door clicked open to allow Harry entry. "Good night, Professor Dumbledore," said Harry, hustling through the door. But his hasty escape was not to be. "Harry," Dumbledore called before he could disappear over the threshold. "I take it that you, like Mr. Longbottom, are aware that Voldemort remains at large in this world, seeking to regain power?" "Ido harinadit solemnly." "Do not forget it," Dumbledore said gravely. "And always remember that a unified front will be required to stop the threat of such evil from plaguing our world once more." Harry's blood chilled slightly at that ominous message. Did Dumbledore suspect more than he let on? Did he know Harry was hiding information from him? And was this his cryptic way of expressing disapproval? "I understand, sir," said Harry. "I'll do whatever it takes to oppose his return." "I am glad to hear it," Dumbledore nodded. "Good night, Harry." And he gratefully turned to leave, as Harry scrambled up to the common room before the headmaster decided to try any more tricks to pry information out of him. The Ravenclaw students immediately mobbed Harry when he entered, but not out of excitement. Despite his heroic efforts to win the match just over an hour ago, there was no jubilation in their expressions, only concern. Word had clearly spread about the incident on the grounds. "What's happening, Harry?" Roger Davies asked. "Why are we being kept up here?" "My cousin Damien was put under an imperious curse," Harry explained. "He attacked me and Cedric Diggory. Dumbledore thinks it was Peter Pettigrew." The room erupted in a wave of gasps and murmurs of fear. "Are we safe here? How does he keep getting into the school? Why can't they catch him? Blimey, Potter, how'd you always wind up in the middle of these situations? Sacre terrible." Several other Ravenclaws seemed to agree with this sentiment, actually looking to Harry for an explanation. "Bad luck, I guess," Harry shrugged. "That or Pettigrew has it in for me. Second time he's attacked me this year, isn't it?" Harry soon realized that this was probably not a wise thing to point out. He noticed students beginning to shy away from him, perhaps afraid of associating with him. It was like the Chamber of Secrets all over again. The rumor that the heir of Slytherin was targeting Harry and his friends specifically had made him a virtual leper. And to their credit, that rumor turned out to be entirely true, and it might indeed be the case again with Pettigrew. Dahlia clearly was receiving similar treatment in Gryffindor, as Harry saw her house mates giving her a wide berth at subsequent meals. Everyone, that is, except for Ginny and Astoria, who clearly had no qualms about associating with her. Harry had initially been surprised by Astoria's addition to the Terrible Twins group, expanding them to what was now dubbed the Terrible Triplets. She was a grade level below them, after all. But the younger Greengrass daughter was clearly nothing like her sister Daphne, proving just as reckless and unconcerned with appearances as Harry's own sister. Damien, on the other hand, was rarely seen in the days to come after the incident. At first, Harry assumed he had been transferred to St. Mungo's for further evaluation, but he spotted his cousin in fleeting moments, darting from class to class alone, occasionally coming into the Great Hall for meals. He had already been somewhat unpopular in his own house, and the stigma of being cursed by Pettigrew likely aided in pushing him further into outside status. Harry approached Cedric about this one evening after dinner. "He's not been talking to me much," Cedric sighed, clearly frustrated himself with whatever Damien was going through. "Sticks to his dorm between classes, mainly. I think it really rattled him." "I can imagine," Harry sighed. "He seemed like he was doing better lately, too." "I know," Cedric lamented. "It finally seemed like he'd found a purpose to stay at Hogwarts. Now I worry that he'll want to leave again." Harry couldn't blame his cousin. Hell, it might even be wise for him to return to the Muggle world at this stage. Being in Harry's orbit was certain to get him into more trouble in the years to come. But what a shame it would be to lose his magical birthright. Harry knew what a safe haven Hogwarts could be, a home away from the mundane, regular world, a place for outsiders like Damien to feel like they belong. He had to try to salvage the boy's future. But how? Harry received a summons one evening to join his father in the defense classroom after dinner. He arrived to find that he was not alone. Dahlia was also there, accompanied as usual by Ginny and Astoria, as was Damien, accompanied by Cedric. None of them seemed to know why they were there, and judging by the look on James' face when he emerged from his office, he hadn't expected so many of them either. "Oh," said James, surprised. "I meant to only invite my children and nephew." "We didn't want Dahlia to go alone," said Ginny steadfastly. "It seems safer to travel in a group." "I thought the same," Cedric nodded. But based on the strained expression on Cedric's face and the look of indifference on Damien's, Harry figured that Cedric had had to coerce Damien out of hiding to attend whatever this meeting was about. "Very well," James said. "Considering what happened last weekend, I thought it wise to offer some extra dueling training to my family. Just in case, well, just in case." The unspoken implication was clear. "In case Pettigrew comes after one of you again." "I don't want to learn how to fight," said Dahlia. "I'm no good at it, and I'll only get myself more hurt if I try." "I prefer Muggle fighting myself," Damien muttered stubbornly. "If that tosser comes after me again, I'll just jam my wand into his eye." "Fine," James sighed. "You don't have to if you don't want to." "Harry, how about you?" "Yes," Harry agreed at once. "I need the practice." "I'd like to watch if you don't mind, Professor," piped up Cedric. "I wouldn't mind some extra pointers in case I find myself in trouble." "Smart move," Cedric, Harry thought. If he was indeed selected as a Triwizard champion again next year, anything he could learn to keep himself alive would be beneficial. "Very well," said James. "I'd like the rest of you to stay as well. Even if you don't wish to participate, you might pick up something that could save your life." Harry squared off across the room from James as the others backed up to the wall to observe their duel. Harry felt a thrill of excitement. He'd long heard whispers of his father's prowess as an auror, and had yet to actually see him in action. Now he would finally get a taste for what James Potter was capable of. He lowered himself into a dueling stance and prepared for a fight. "Just focus on defense for now," James instructed as he raised protective enchantment barriers in front of the onlookers. "You aren't likely to get a shot in against me anyway." "That's what you think," Harry grinned. But seconds later, he found himself desperately shielding and dancing around in a mad scramble to avoid James' flurry of spells. His father was lightning fast, casting multiple spells per second and showing little to no signs of fatigue. Harry couldn't even dream of firing any return hexes. His father wasn't giving him a second to breathe. James relented in his attack a few seconds later, giving Harry a chance to stop and catch his breath. "Bloody hell, Harry. How did you survive all that?" Cedric said in bewilderment. "I've never seen so many spells so close together." "He's got a knack for it, that's for sure," James agreed, grinning at his son. "Remus and Phileas taught you well. But he'll have to do better than that to keep it up." And he launched into another series of spells, forcing Harry on the back foot once again. Harry continued his delicate dance of shielding and dodging spells, but knew he couldn't keep it up for long. He'd have to do something drastic to alter the course of this fight. He waited until James left him with a small window of opportunity, then jabbed his wand at two desks in the corner of the room. They sprang to life, rushing at James from the side. But James, clearly undeterred, merely twirled his wand to launch the desks into the air. He transfigured them into paper cranes, which fluttered over his head. Then he swiped towards Harry, and they bombed at him. Harry raised a wall of flame to block the cranes, expecting them to be incinerated. However, they passed straight through, having been turned to stone at the last second. Harry dropped his wand in his haste to dive out of the way of the heavy projectiles, and James' freezing charm caught him in the leg, ending the duel. "Good try, Harry," said James, canceling the spell and undoing the mild damage that their transfiguration had done to the room. "Does anyone see what he did wrong there?" But the 5 other students were simply staring, slack-jawed, at the two of them. "I would have been killed 10 times over in that fight," Dahlia scoffed. "How are we meant to know what went wrong?" "Harry tried to trick me with transfiguration," James explained, summoning the stone cranes back towards him and turning them back into their original desk form. "But transfiguration is my specialty. You never want to use a branch of magic against someone who has mastered it, because they can just as easily use it against you." Harry groaned at this reminder. He'd forgotten that his father was so adept at transfiguration. McGonagall had sung his praises for years, after all. "Why don't you use it more often in battle, if you're so good at it?" Cedric asked. "In a life-or-death situation, I would," said James. "But Harry shouldn't be learning how to fight me. He should be learning general survival tips. Most people, Pettigrew included, favor curses and hexes in a fight, so that's what he should be training against." "What was Voldemort's preferred style?" Harry asked without thinking. "You've fought him, haven't you?" The room went deathly silent at this reminder. Dahlia, Ginny, and Astoria gave small gasps of shock. Cedric paled, and Damien looked from person to person, confused. "What's a Voldemort?" he asked aloud. "A man we should all be grateful is dead," James said darkly. "I did encounter him on the battlefield 3 times, but only once face to face. He favored very dark, arcane systems of magic that have been lost over the centuries because they were considered too dangerous to learn. There was no easy way to combat it. The only people who ever survived his wrath, like myself, only lived due to his attention being drawn elsewhere." Harry hadn't known that. He assumed that James had dueled Voldemort and walked away unscathed due to skill. But by the sounds of it, luck played a significant role in his survival. Perhaps Dumbledore truly was the only man alive who could hope to fight Tom Riddle, and he was certainly past his prime. He continued dueling with his father for the next hour or so, each bout ending in similar fashion. James was simply too quick, too skilled for Harry to get an edge against him. Harry grew increasingly frustrated by the end of it, eventually dropping his shields to fire a desperate flurry of hexes at his father, which only succeeded in getting him stunned while his father easily sidestepped the incoming spells. "I don't want to see any moping," James chastised Harry as his son got up and kicked a chair over in frustration. "You're learning how to survive, not to win. If you can last more than 30 seconds against a trained Auror, you should be more than capable of surviving an encounter with Pettigrew until a teacher arrives to help." "I don't want to learn how to fight expecting backup," Harry thought irritably. "I want to win. I want to be able to defeat anybody in my path." But he knew he shouldn't expect so much of himself so soon. Even if he took his own time travel into account, he was still a teenager going up against one of the best Aurors in the country. He had a ways to go before he could rise to that level of prowess. It wasn't as though he could expect to defeat Voldemort in a head-to-head duel. Anyway, Saul Croker was right. The goal was to cripple the Dark Lord before he could regain power, not to fight him at full strength. Still, Harry relished the private lessons with his father and requested that they meet regularly to continue training. He dove into the library in the coming days, determined to look into ways to gain an upper hand in combat against more skilled enemies. He had long been meaning to research illusory magic, which Neaslecore once supposedly excelled at. Perhaps if he took a shine to the branch of magic, he might be able to catch his father and Pettigrew off guard the next time they met. But while he did find some interesting spell concepts in his readings, he found little opportunity to practice any of them. The section of the castle containing Room of Requirement remained sealed off to students, and Harry didn't want to risk destroying any empty classrooms with such temperamental magic he'd never tried before. He would have to be patient and do as his elders requested by keeping his head down. It was easy enough to immerse himself in classwork, as he didn't have to worry much about his social status in the weeks to come. Students continued to avoid Harry, not wanting to be seen with him for fear of retribution from Pettigrew or anyone else. Homework was ramping up again as March turned to April and professors began preparing students for end-of-year exams. Harry spent nearly all of his free time in the library or the common room, working tirelessly on assignments and occasionally taking out a book on illusory combat magic when he found the time. It was on such a Saturday afternoon that Harry found himself in the library with Luna Lovegood, one of the few students who had no qualms about spending time with him. Really quite rude of them, don't you think? She remarked serenely, as a group of fourth-year girls rounded the corner towards them and quickly backed away once they saw Harry seated nearby. Just because you're infested with rackspurts doesn't mean they're contagious. I don't think that's why, Harry chuckled, flicking absent-mindedly through his copy of Unfogging the Future. They think Peter Pettigrew is targeting people close to me. Ah, that makes much more sense, said Luna. I was attacked for being your friend, though being petrified was just like taking a long nap. I don't know what all the fuss was about. You're right, it's silly, said Harry. He declined to tell her about the gruesome fate she would have met if she'd stared the basilisk directly in the eyes instead of through her goggles, not wishing to scare her away like everyone else. Ooh, you're reading about Nargles again? Luna gasped excitedly, pointing at Harry's divination textbook. No, Luna, those are gnomes, Harry sighed, indicating the picture she was referring to. I know a Nargle when I see one, Luna insisted. Mother was very good at picking them out of the lot. Luna, there's no such thing as a Nargle, Harry groaned. Look, and he pointed to the caption underneath the photo. It read, some species of gnomes are commonly cited by proclaimed seers to have divining properties that can be transferred via saliva or blood. This has led them to be dubbed gnome oracles in some seer circles, Noracles for short. Harry frowned and read the passage again. Noracles. Nargles. The words suddenly sounded eerily familiar in his brain. Luna, when did you first learn about Nargles? He asked. Mother told me about them when I was 5, said Luna. Huh, Harry said thoughtfully. It would be rather like a 5-year-old to mix up a tricky word like Noracle and bastardize it into Nargle. Was your mom a seer, by chance? Oh, I think not, said Luna adamantly. She often made odd predictions about things, but Daddy said they weren't all to be believed. Like one time, she said tomorrow's weather would be gloomy and full of storms, but the next day was sunny and bright. Of course, that was the day of her accident. Luna trailed off, clearly stuck in an unpleasant memory of the day her mother died. Harry knew Luna had lost her mum just shortly before starting at Hogwarts. But what Luna described sounded an awful lot like Professor Trelawney. She too made odd, nonsensical predictions that actually tended to come true more often than not. Harry had never met Luna's father before, though they'd corresponded briefly when he gave an interview to the Quibbler in his original 5th year. He struck Harry as the odd type, not one to easily separate fact from fiction. Could he have missed the signs in his own wife? But Harry wasn't about to dig into Luna's traumatic childhood, nor did he have the time to ponder it for long. In addition to classwork, Roger Davies was ramping up Quidditch practices again, with the final match of the season against Slytherin coming up in early May. We need to hope Hufflepuff loses to Gryffindor in a couple weeks, he told the team during one strategy meeting. If they do, and we beat Slytherin, we have a chance at winning the cup. The tiebreaker is most snitches caught. So Harry, if you manage to catch 2 of 3 snitches, we should have it. I can beat Malfoy, no problem, Harry said confidently. Malfoy was no Cedric Diggory, And while Slytherin had a stronger squad overall, he had no qualms about winning that one-on-one matchup. To his chagrin, however, Roger insisted on continuing the strategy of involving both beaters in the quaffle attack, leaving Harry exposed to bludger attacks. He knew the Slytherin beaters were among the best at Hogwarts, and the only way he could foresee losing to Malfoy was if he received no cover from his own batsmen. But his team seemed just as averse to Harry as his other classmates, avoiding him both on the pitch and in the locker room. He could hear Cho Snide whispering and see her throw sneering looks in his direction on occasion. He remembered Hermione's theory about her and the intimate hug she'd given him after the previous match, and lamented what could have been if the attack hadn't interrupted the Ravenclaw celebrations. Could he have pursued things further? Asked her out? That seemed like an impossibility now. Harry's thoughts had become consumed by Cho recently, as the possibility of a fresh start with the girl tantalized him. When she wasn't talking about him behind his back, she appeared light and carefree, laughing with her friends and enjoying the company of many friends. The specter of Cedric's death no longer hung over her, and she was a bright and radiant presence in the school, one Harry desperately wanted to be a part of. Harry never thought he could land such a popular partner, not when he'd been marked for death in his previous life. But now, aside from this irritating Pettigrew business, he had a chance at normalcy, a chance at seeing somebody above his station, as Dahlia so bluntly put it. After all, why shouldn't he? He was a star seeker and top of his class. Why couldn't he be popular and date whoever he pleased? His constant daydreams did him no favors, unfortunately, and nearly wound up costing him a finger during one Care of Magical Creatures class. He'd been fantasizing about holding hands with Cho in the halls, laughing with her, kissing her while everyone watched and not giving a care in the world, only to accidentally stick his hand in the mouth of a Murtlap, earning himself a nasty bite in the process. You're supposed to keep away from its mouth. You know, Hagrid chastised Harry as he ran his finger under a running spigot of water. I know, sorry, I was distracted, Harry muttered. It won't happen again. I reckon Yevie learned your lesson the hard way, Hagrid chuckled, helping Harry to wrap the wound in gauze. Then, he lowered his voice and bent his head closer to Harry. Say, ya haven't seen your cousin around lately, have ya? Damien? Asked Harry. Or no, not really. He sticks to his common room mostly outside of lessons. Ah, smart. But there's a shame to hear, Hagrid lamented. He used to like coming down here on weekends, helping around the paddocks. I could use some help with the cats and measles. Do they all come here to be fed? Asked Harry. He had noticed an abundance of the felines patrolling the castle grounds. Several dozen, in fact, ordered by Dumbledore to keep an eye out for any suspicious rodent activity. Even Calvin and Mrs. Norris seemed to be getting in on the fun, as Harry spotted them on occasion outside frolicking with the other cats and hunting small prey. I leave food out for em in a few spots, but they don't all need it, said Hagrid. There's enough natural prey for em to feed on around the forest. Only trouble is keeping em away from the Nifflers and Puffskeins, 'cause they like to sneak into the pens and kill em. If I see Damien, I'll let him know you asked about him, Harry promised. In truth, he'd been meaning to track his cousin down for a while now, wanting to ensure the boy did not recede into his old ways and find reason to leave Hogwarts. He had one last idea to keep the boy engaged and hopefully remove the fear of Pettigrew from him. His next chance came a few days later in the Great Hall. Damien made a rare appearance for dinner, scarfing down his meal at the end of the Hufflepuff table before hustling back towards the common room. Harry chased after him, calling his name until Damien reluctantly turned to face him. What'd you want? Damien asked, crossing his arms. We haven't had much chance to talk since the accident, said Harry awkwardly. How are you doing? Fine, Damien shrugged indifferently. What's it to you? Hagrid's asking about you, said Harry. He wanted some help with the cats out on the grounds. Why haven't you been to see him lately? Damien squirmed uncomfortably at this question. Harry suspected he knew the answer already. The path to Hagrid's hut was where he'd been attacked the first time, so naturally Damien would be afraid of taking that route alone again. Been busy, he said evasively. Listen, I have something for you, said Harry, rummaging through his pockets and withdrawing something. He held it out for Damien to see, a rumpled bundle of yellow-stained parchment. Know what this is? Nope, said Damien, looking uninterested. Harry set the tip of his wand atop it and intoned, I solemnly swear that I am up to no good." The Marauders map came to life, ink spreading across the surface of the parchment until the live map of Hogwarts became fully visible. Damien's eyebrows shot up as he realized what he was looking at. "Bloody hell! Is this Hogwarts?" he breathed, snatching the map out of Harry's hands. "Sure is," Harry nodded. "It shows where everybody is in the castle and on the grounds at all times. Look, there's us." He pointed to the entrance hall on the map, where the two dots labeled Harry Potter and Damien Dursley stood side by side. "Wicked cool," Damien asked. Then his excitement receded back to suspicion as he looked up at Harry again. "Why are you showing me this? You been spying on me, or Summit?" "No," said Harry. "Well, yes, a couple of times I've checked to make sure you and Dahlia are safe. It's useful to have a handy way to know where people are in case of an emergency." "Oh, yeah, I guess," Damien muttered. The same thoughts seemed to be dawning on him now, and his eyes rapidly scanned the map, perhaps searching for some sign of Peter Pettigrew nearby. "You can borrow it for a little while," said Harry. "If you want to travel alone, you can take the map with you so nobody can sneak up on you. That way, me or Cedric or my dad don't have to follow you around everywhere." Damien still seemed to expect the other shoe to drop. "What's in it for you then?" he demanded. "You got some kind of tracking device on this? It gonna tattle on me for sneaking to the kitchens at night?" "Nope," Harry said, shaking his head. "My dad and his friends invented that map when they were students so they could sneak around without getting caught. If you plan on breaking the rules, at least this lets you do it safely, right?" Damien seemed bemused by this answer. It was like he couldn't believe someone was encouraging him to break rules rather than tell him off for it. "Right, I'll consider it," he said with practiced indifference. "But if I find out you tricked me, you'll regret it, Potter." "Deal," Harry chuckled. "When you're done using the map, just point your wand and say mischief managed, and it'll turn off. That way you won't get in trouble if a teacher finds it. Except my dad, of course, because he'll know what it is straight away." Damien drew his wand and repeated the passcode, smirking as the ink faded away and the map became just a spare bit of parchment again. "Thanks, Potter," he said. "Guess you'll see me around if I don't see you first." And with that ominous promise, he turned to march down the hall towards the Hufflepuff common room, looking far more confident and fearless than he had seemed before. Harry returned to the Great Hall, wondering if he'd made the right decision giving Damien the map. Was it wise to give a troublemaker access to such a powerful tool to subvert the system? And would Harry accidentally expose his Time Turner's secret if Damien ever happened to check the map when two Harry Potters were present in the castle at the same time? But the pros outweighed the cons in Harry's mind. Damien now had an extra measure of protection in case Pettigrew decided to go after him again. Harry wouldn't have to constantly worry about his cousin being caught unawares. The weakest link in the Potter family security at Hogwarts. And perhaps equally important, this would go a long way as an olive branch to his cousin, a gesture of good faith that Harry valued his relationship with the boy enough to give him such a valuable family heirloom. Damien may continue to put up a cold front against his cousin's attempts to befriend him, but Harry got the sense that the defenses were finally beginning to thaw. Year 3-09. Shot to the heart. Harry continued to wonder if he'd made the right decision in giving Damien the Marauders map in the days to come. What if it encouraged him to be more reckless? What if it lured him into a false sense of complacency? What if he took his troublemaking up to another level with the freedom it gave him to sneak around the castle? But whatever the risks, it appeared that his gamble had paid off in the short term. He saw Damien out and about more often, attending classes and meals with his year, lounging on the grounds, and even once heading down the hill towards Hagrid's hut, surreptitiously checking the map as he went. This has to be the better scenario, Harry reasoned. Pettigrew won't be around the school for long, but with any luck, Damien still will be. Still, worry plagued him that he might have given Peter easier access to the Marauders map, which undoubtedly would help him achieve whatever he hoped to achieve in the castle. Whether that was killing Harry, or getting revenge against the Potters in general, or something else entirely, he just couldn't be sure. He just had to hope Damien remained vigilant and checked the map often to prevent him from being ambushed again. "You seem distracted," said Hermione, gently shaking his arm. "Are you feeling all right, Harry?" "What?" Harry said, shaking himself out of his reverie. His mind had drifted as Hermione explained the latest arithmancy homework to him in the library. "Oh yes, fine. Just worried about my cousin. You're so kind for thinking of him, Hermione remarked. I imagine he must be quite frightened here, all alone without his family for support. Yeah, probably, Harry shrugged. I just hope he decides to stay. It would be a shame for him to lose access to a magical education just because of one madman. For someone from a wizarding family, you seem quite empathetic towards Muggleborns, said Hermione. Most students from pure blood families wouldn't give a damn about us going back to where we belonged. Well, I'm a half-blood, not a pure blood, Harry reminded her. My mom got called the M-word plenty when she was in school. She and my dad taught me to never treat anyone different, no matter what family they come from. At that moment, Cho Chang walked by with a gaggle of her friends. She spotted Harry sitting there, staring up at her, then whispered something to Marietta Edgecombe. Marietta guffawed loudly and whispered something else to the rest of the group. They all broke out into raucous, mean-spirited laughter as they walked away. Harry glared at Marietta's retreating back, certain she'd said something cruel about him. He still hadn't fully forgiven her for betraying Dumbledore's army in his last timeline, and she didn't appear to be much better in this one. But to his surprise, Hermione just giggled. Is Cho still putting on that show around you? She laughed. Can she make it any more obvious? You still think she fancies me? Harry asked. Oh, Harry, she's practically announcing it to the whole world. Hermione grinned. She may not even realize it herself, poor girl. She just keeps making an ass of herself in an attempt to convince herself her feelings aren't real. Harry hummed thoughtfully. As always, Hermione's emotional perception far exceeded his own, especially when it came to girls. She can't seriously believe this is attractive behavior, Hermione said with a mirthful grin. No guy would ever be interested in someone so openly hostile towards them. Yeah, Harry agreed easily. Though what he didn't admit aloud is that he did still fancy Cho, very much so, especially after hearing Hermione's theory. He noticed her giving him furtive glances more often, in the halls and during Quidditch practice, and wondered what she was thinking in that moment. What was he to do about it? Ask her out? What if she kept up the charade and laughed in his face? What if she told everyone about it, and he became the laughingstock of Ravenclaw for it? But what if she said yes? That thought excited Harry like no other, and he was actually insanely considering it. Every time he saw her alone in the halls or walking back from the pitch, he froze, wondering if now was the appropriate moment. It was like the Yule Ball all over again. He just couldn't muster up the courage to ask her. Would she wind up with someone else if he waited too long? The possibility of enduring that heartbreak 2 lifetimes in a row was a terrifying thought. Focus, Harry, James shouted after yet another duel ended with Harry making a costly misstep and letting a blockable spell get through his defenses. What's gotten into you lately? Sorry, Harry groaned, pushing himself back to his feet. Even during his private lessons with his father, his mind often drifted to Cho, her face, her laugh, her lips. Stop thinking about that, Harry chastised himself as he prepared for another round with James. It's not going to happen. Just put her out of your mind. This isn't going to get us anywhere if you aren't paying attention, James chastised Harry. You're distracted, and you're making slopping mistakes. I know, all right, Harry snapped. Let's go again. He forced himself to live in the moment, to focus only on the man squared off against him across the room. He'd been studying extra hard for today's lesson and had a few tricks up his sleeve he wanted to try. James sighed and dropped into a fighting stance, then resumed their duel. Within seconds, they were both going at it in earnest, trading blows back and forth, prodding at one another's defenses. Harry remained cautious, waiting for an opening, hoping to spring his trap. The moment came when James paused to shift positions, and Harry made his move. Homunculi speculo, Harry shouted, flourishing his wand. For a brief second, he felt as though his mind was being ripped apart. Then he saw a brilliant flash of white light before darkness crashed down upon him. Moments later, he regained consciousness, spluttering from the water James was spraying in his face. Rise and shine, James said sardonically as he helped Harry back to his feet. Mind telling me what the hell that was supposed to be? Body mirroring charm, Harry muttered, clutching his head, which still felt like it had been split down the middle. Read about it in a book somewhere. It's supposed to create multiple projections of your body, so the other person isn't sure which is the real one. Ah, James chuckled in recognition. Tonks has used that one against me before. Quite tricky to fight against, though also difficult to master. Took her some months to learn the spell during her training, and she's a grown adult. I wonder why you thought you could handle it at your age. I can already do things I'm not supposed to, Harry shrugged. The Patronus charm, for one. True, James conceded. But the body-mirroring charm takes a great deal of magical energy to perform, and your magical core hasn't fully developed yet. I wouldn't try that again until you've grown older. I'm older than you think, Harry thought bitterly. Saul Croaker had said it himself. His magic already recognized him as an adult, hence why the trace no longer worked on him. But maybe there was truth to the idea that his physical body wasn't ready for such strenuous feats of magic, even if his mind was. He would have to ask Saul about that at their next meeting. Harry wanted to resume the duel straight away, but James put his foot down, ending the session early and instructing Harry to go back to his dorm and rest. But Harry didn't feel like sleeping, heading instead to the library to read more about illusory magic. He was intrigued more now than ever to learn how it worked and how to adapt it to his own fighting style. Anything that used so much magical energy must indeed be powerful. He considered writing Tonks to ask for her input, but figured she would just tattle to James about it, so he would wait on that front. Harry did receive an unexpected letter a few days later. However, one that did not come from his immediate family. He grinned when he saw Sirius scrawled handwriting on the envelope, pocketing the letter for later. "Not reading your own mail, Potter?" asked Harry Boot curiously when he witnessed this. "Just my mom sending something I forgot at home over break," Harry lied. In truth, he had written to Sirius the week prior, taking him up on his offer of asking for advice on girl troubles. He knew Sirius would be one of the few people to not mock him and not run off and tell James and Lily every scintillating detail. Harry had no intention of sharing his embarrassing thoughts with his classmates, so he waited until that evening to close himself in his four-poster and open the letter and hear what Sirius had to say. "Dear Harry, I'm glad you chose to come to your coolest uncle with these questions. Your Uncle Remus would probably advise you to be a perfect gentleman and never dare make a move. Your father would tell you to tease the poor girl back, while your Uncle Peter would surely suggest a love potion or imperious curse to get what you want. Sorry, poor taste, I know. Joking aside, I think your friend Hermione's theory is correct. Girls can be fickle and difficult to read, but one of the surest signs they are interested in a boy is if they make a show of teasing them publicly. She must see you as quite the catch if she's willing to go to such great lengths to knock you down from the pedestal she's put you on. My advice is to be straightforward in how you feel. Wait for an opportunity where it's just the two of you and make it clear where you stand and what you want. Blunt honesty is more effective than you think. It puts the quaffle firmly in her court and forces her to make the decision. I know that's easier said than done, but believe me, it's the best way to get to the heart of the issue. If she does fancy you, she'll respect the confidence. And if she doesn't, then good riddance. You're young and have plenty of time for love. Eventually someone else will come along who recognizes what a catch you are and claims you for herself. Don't waste your time chasing after girls who play silly games with your emotions. You deserve respect, and the best way to earn it is to give back what you want to get in return. Think of it like Quidditch. Don't play their game. Make them play yours. If you still don't believe that my advice is the best approach, ask your friend Hermione. She sounds like she has a good head on her shoulders, and she'd no doubt agree with me. Your loving uncle and friend, Sirius. P.S. If you're still single at my age, I'll disown you. Unless that's your own choice, of course. Respecting yourself is the first step to happiness. Harry set down the letter with a smile on his face. As always, Sirius never failed to lift his mood and make him feel better about things. Whether it was girl troubles or helping him survive the Triwizard Tournament in his previous timeline, Sirius could always be relied upon to show him the way. Harry knew he was likely right. The current situation with Cho would never go anywhere if he didn't act and draw a line in the sand. He had to tell her he liked her and demand to know if she felt the same way. But it was one thing to recognize that, and another thing entirely to actually do it. He was terrified of the prospect of such a conversation and dreaded the moment coming sooner than later. Harry considered taking serious advice to ask Hermione's opinion, but she was rather easy to set off as of late. As final exams approached, she was more consumed with her studies than ever, and any interruption to her careful lesson plans ran the risk of setting her off. In addition, there had been several snafus with the time turner lately. It was no longer as reliable since the Halloween incident, sometimes taking them back only 2.5 hours instead of the 3 they needed, making them late to class a couple times. Hermione never blamed Harry outright for the faulty time turner, but it further contributed to her fragile temper. Luckily, Harry was far too busy to worry about romance at this moment in time. In addition to the upcoming exams, the advent of May meant the season finale of the Quidditch season against Slytherin. Unfortunately for Ravenclaw, Hufflepuff had managed to pull off a come-from-behind victory against Gryffindor the week before, with Cedric making 2 clutch snitch catches to scrape out the win. Roger Davies pushed the team hard all the way up to the match, unwilling to give up their chance at glory. "Right, here's the situation," announced Roger in the locker room as he paced back and forth before the team. "If we win today, we'll be tied with Hufflepuff for first place, but the tiebreaker is number of snitches caught. Diggory caught 6 snitches this season, and we have 4 so far. So, Potter, you'll need to catch at least 2 for us to tie and share the cup, or all 3 for us to win it outright." "Got it," Harry nodded. He was confident he was the better flyer than Malfoy, but winning all 3 snitches was no easy feat in today's game. Only Cedric had done it in a match this season, and he was the first at Hogwarts to do so since Aiden Lynch 2 years prior. "Slytherin have nothing to play for today, but they won't make it easy on us," Roger warned. "They fight dirty, and they'll want to bloody us up as much as possible to salvage their pride. So keep an eye on those beaters and stay alert, even after the whistle is blown." Everyone nodded solemnly at this. They'd all seen what happened to Angelina Johnson earlier in the season, who was hit in the head by a bludger several seconds after the final snitch had been caught and spent a week at St. Mungo's recovering from it. The offending Slytherin beater had merely been given a month's worth of detention, no doubt thanks to Snape lobbying on his behalf. The team took to the air soon after, heralded by the cheers of half the student section. Harry spotted his parents and Sirius waving at him, as well as Dahlia, who for once was dressed in blue and bronze garb now that Gryffindor was out of the running. Most of Gryffindor was rooting them on today. In fact, while the Hufflepuffs were cheering on Slytherin, hoping for an upset win so they could claim sole possession of the cup. As Roger had predicted, the game got ugly as soon as it began. Slytherin racked up 4 fouls within the first 5 minutes for dirty blocks and late bludger hits after the whistle, and Roger converted on each penalty shot, giving Ravenclaw a swift 40-0 lead. But Harry knew the score didn't matter. Even if the Ravenclaw chasers scored 100 goals, it wouldn't matter if Harry couldn't beat Malfoy to the snitch. He ignored the action happening below, circling the pitch, keeping one eye on Malfoy and the other on the field for the elusive snitch. The first appeared around the 10-minute mark, hovering around midfield during a scrum near the Slytherin goalposts. Harry and Malfoy spotted it at the same time. They dove side by side, flattened against their brooms in a mad dash for the tiny golden ball. Malfoy had a slight head start, but Harry's firebolt did its job, pulling ahead of the Nimbus 2001 just enough for him to swipe the ball out of the air and pull out of the dive to raucous applause. "Potter's got the first snitch," Lee Jordan announced excitedly, clearly joining his Gryffindor mates in rooting against Slytherin. "2 more of those, and Ravenclaw will clinch the Quidditch Cup." "Just 2 more," Harry thought to himself as play resumed. "2 more snitches, and we'll have the cup. We can go back to the castle and celebrate. Roger will be tolerable again, and Cho might even treat me properly for once." But thoughts of Cho only proved to distract him. So Harry pushed them aside and focused once more on the pitch below. Harry was flanked on either side by his 2 beaters, as Roger had wisely instructed them to protect Harry at all costs. This succeeded in keeping the swarm of bludgers away from him, but also left the chasers and keeper exposed to harm. Harry watched with growing concern as Roger and Cho were pelted from all sides by bludgers, broom handles, and stray kicks to the head as the Slytherins buzzed around them like angry hornets, intent only on causing harm. Luckily, the second snitch made its appearance not long after, flitting in and out of view around the Ravenclaw goalposts. It was a short distance for Harry and Malfoy to travel, which gave Malfoy time to maneuver and block Harry from making a clean run at the snitch. Harry swore. Malfoy may have the slower broom, but he had a knack for getting in the way and making life more difficult. He swerved to and fro, attempting to find an opening to get back the annoying blonde and outpace him to the snitch. "What's the matter, Potter? Can't run away from your problems this time?" Malfoy taunted as he continued his antagonistic tactics. "All that speed, and you're unable to outmaneuver me?" Harry refrained from responding to the insults, focusing only on the golden ball just out of reach. One slip-up, one mistake from Malfoy would give him the opening he needed. But it turned out not to be Malfoy's mistake that cost him. Harry saw a blur of green streaking in from his left just in time, and yanked up on his broom handle as a Slytherin chaser swooped in, a bald-faced attempt to crash into Harry and take him out of the match. Instead, he smashed into Malfoy, sending both green-clad boys tumbling to the pitch as Harry rocketed after the snitch, his path cleared. He caught the snitch and once more rose into the air to the adulation of the crowd. "Ooh, poor attempt by Montague there to foul Potter," Lee Jordan shouted with obvious glee. Potter catches the second snitch, and Ravenclaw extends their lead to 190-10. Harry smirked as he watched Malfoy and Montague remount their brooms from the ground, bickering intensely about whose fault the crash was. "Let them fight amongst themselves," he thought. "Better that they turn on one another than on us." Harry realized that the second capture meant Ravenclaw had secured at least a tie atop the cup standings. He felt a thrill of excitement knowing that no matter what happened, they would be champions. But he knew his teammates wouldn't see that as good enough. They wanted to beat Hufflepuff outright, not share the glory. So he stayed focused as the final period began, determined to deliver his team their first victory in nearly a decade. Meanwhile, the game below had devolved into something beyond what Harry would consider normal Quidditch. Slytherin seemed to have given up on winning entirely, and were now dedicated to hurting as many Ravenclaw players as possible. Marcus Flint accidentally crashed into Ravenclaw's keeper. The chasers were body-checking Cho Chang every time she caught the quaffle, and Harry had to dodge an incoming bludger roughly once every 5 seconds, even well after the whistle signified a stoppage. "I mean, really now?" Lee Jordan scoffed after a particularly egregious collision between Roger Davies and two of the opposing chasers attempting to knock him out of the air. Another whistle from Madame Hooch, and she really ought to think about tossing these dirty players out of the damn game. "Language, Jordan," McGonagall warned her student from nearby, but most of the crowd appeared to agree with Lee. Even many of the Hufflepuffs were joining in the chorus of boos. Harry spotted his cousin Damien in the crowd spewing epithets at Marcus Flint, making him grin. Harry intensified his search for the snitch, eager to just get it over with. At this point, it was a matter not only of winning the cup, but allowing his teammates to survive in one piece. Malfoy's heart didn't seem to be in it much. He was drinking in the misery of the other Ravenclaw players with glee. Harry could take advantage of his distracted play if he could just find the final snitch. And he saw it, fluttering around the base of the Slytherin student section, not a soul around it. He had a clear path to it. Harry shot after the golden ball, heart pounding, the end of the match finally in sight. Potter spotted the final snitch. Lee Jordan shouted with excitement. "Malfoy's miles away. He'll never catch up in time." Harry heard Malfoy swear loudly from behind him, struggling to keep up. But there was no way he would regain the lost ground. "We're going to win," Harry thought in disbelief. "We've won the cup." But something caught his attention in the corner of his eye. Every other player had stopped play to watch Harry's dive for glory, except for one Slytherin beater, who smacked a bludger hard out of frustration from yet another loss. It careened straight towards Cho Chang, who was not paying attention, and smacked her right in the chest, knocking her clean off her broom. Suddenly, Harry faced a difficult choice. The snitch was just seconds away, well within his grasp for a clean victory. But Cho was falling from at least 60 feet in the air, a fall that could prove seriously damaging, if not fatal. Harry was the only one close enough to reach her before she hit the ground at terminal velocity. He had a split second to decide. He swerved right, diving after Cho instead of the snitch. Harry could see the panic in her face as she desperately clawed at open air, locking eyes with him, begging him to save her. He reached out and grabbed her arm a second before impact, pulling up hard on his broom to avoid smashing into the grass. He was quickly bucked off the firebolt from the weight imbalance and tumbled across the pitch with Cho, eventually coming to rest beside her, bruised but okay. "Are you all right, Cho?" he asked immediately, scrambling over to check on her. "Think so." Cho groaned, looking down at her chest. There was a nasty dent in the breastplate of her uniform, but she was able to push herself up to a sitting position, clutching her ribs through gritted teeth. Above them, there was a great roar from the Slytherin cheering section. Malfoy catches the third snitch. Lee Jordan announced. Ravenclaw wins the match, but they will tie Hufflepuff for joint victory of the Quidditch Cup. The Hufflepuffs in attendance began going wild as they realized what this meant. Harry's decision had possibly saved Cho's life, but cost his team sole possession of first place in the cup standings. They were still technically champions, but it would be shared with Hufflepuff, a disappointing outcome when the alternative was within reach. The rest of the Ravenclaw team landed beside the two to check on their condition. "All right there, Chong?" asked Roger, kneeling beside Cho. "I'll live," Cho muttered, brushing off everyone's attempts to help her to her feet, staggering upright of her own accord. Roger looked next to Harry, offering no words of concern for his condition. He said nothing, and Harry could see the visible disappointment in his captain's expression. He knew that Harry's decision had cost them ultimate glory, even if they would still be considered co-winners. Madame Pomfrey was running across the pitch towards them, and Harry knew she'd be able to patch up whatever injuries Cho had sustained in an instant. Pomfrey shooed the rest of the team away to the locker room as she tended to Cho, and Harry trudged off the field, unsure how he should feel. Had he made the right decision? Would his housemates be angry with him for giving up the win when it was well within reach? It seemed that his teammates hadn't fully made up their minds about that themselves. Nobody spoke while they dressed back into their school robes. It was not a jubilant nor a dejected atmosphere, just maddeningly neutral. Harry took his time getting dressed, letting his teammates trickle out ahead of him, unsure if he wanted to face the potential wrath of his house when he returned to the castle. "On moron," a voice called out from behind him. Harry spun around to see Cho marching into the locker room, looking unharmed but dreadfully angry. "Cho," asked Harry tentatively, "are you feeling better?" "Better. Just a gulp. You could have won us the cup. Why on earth did you abandon the snitch? You could have died," Harry protested. "I saved your life. I wasn't in any real danger, you idiot," Cho snapped. "The pitch is enchanted to absorb lethal impacts for our safety. Do you really think Dumbledore would let a student die like that?" "I didn't know that," Harry muttered softly. He knew the game was brutally dangerous, but hadn't considered enchantments to prevent the worst from happening to them. "You embarrassed me. Jaw hoop fit. I'm a big girl. I can deal with a trip to St. Mungo's, but now you've stolen the cup from me, which is even worse." "We still won, technically," Harry pointed out. "I just didn't want to see you get hurt, that's all." You, Cho stammered, searching for the right words as she probed Harry's eyes. Harry noticed how close she was standing to him, their noses nearly touching, her flushed cheeks burning red with fury or embarrassment. Or perhaps, before Harry knew it, Cho had pressed herself against him, flattening him against the wall with a kiss. Harry staggered back in shock, barely comprehending what was happening. Cho grabbed Harry by the shoulders as she smashed her lips against his in a wild, impassioned assault. Harry quickly responded in kind, pressing back into the kiss with his own eager reception. This was madness, utter madness. Cho was all over him, and he was overwhelmed with the sensation. Harry placed his hands around her waist and pulled her closer, taking her in. Then Cho abruptly pulled away from him, eyes wide. Harry stared at her, dumbfounded, at a loss for words. Cho's cheeks were tinged pink as she panted heavily, eyes racing across his face. And before Harry could say anything, she slapped him hard across the cheek, then stormed out of the locker room without a word. "What the hell?" Harry groaned, gingerly feeling his face. He hadn't even registered the pain, his face having lost all sensation by that point. It was by far the most bewildering, unexpected 15 seconds of his entire life. Cho had kissed him, then slapped him? What on earth was that about? Harry trudged back up to Ravenclaw Tower in a daze, barely acknowledging the words of congratulations being thrown his way. He entered the common room, which unexpectedly erupted in applause at his appearance. People patted him on the back and offered polite words of encouragement. Good show, mate. Can't blame you for that one. A tied win is still a win, eh? Roger Davies appeared to have gotten over his initial anger at Harry and was now drinking something with his teammates that looked suspiciously like fire whiskey. He met Harry's eyes and gave him a curt nod of acknowledgement. Ravenclaw did still win the cup, Harry reasoned. That was his objective after all. It wasn't outright, but it still counts. Harry declined the offers of goblets being thrust in his direction, scanning the common room for Cho. She was nowhere to be seen. Had she disappeared up to her dorms, or was she avoiding him elsewhere in the castle? He was still stunned by what had happened in the locker room, and was dying to talk to anyone about it. He eventually sank into a sofa, staring blankly into the fireplace, replaying the moment over and over in his mind. Someone sat beside him and slipped a cup into his hand. Harry looked down at it, expecting to see fire whiskey. Instead, crystal, clear water stared back up at him. Thought you could use a proper refreshment, said Hermione. You're looking a bit peaky. Thanks, Hermione. You're the best, Harry said gratefully, taking a long gulp of the water, though it did little to quell the raging fire burning in his gut. Are you all right, Harry? Hermione asked, frowning. You look like you've seen a ghost. Yeah, fine eri materd. It's just the strangest thing happened to me. Were you injured? Said Hermione, examining Harry head to toe. Do you need Madame Pomfrey? Nothing like that, said Harry. It's just... And it all came spilling out of him in a torrent, the encounter with Cho in the locker room. Harry explained the absolute elation, followed by sheer confusion, of the sudden shift in her behavior. And then she just hauls off and smacks me. Harry recounted, laughing in spite of himself. I mean, that's mental, right? But you were right, Hermione. She had a crush on me all along. Do you reckon I should ask her out? Or give her some girl time, or whatever other nonsense you ladies need? Harry looked expectantly up at Hermione, expecting her to look thoughtful at his revelation. Instead, she stared blankly at him, looking stricken by what he had just said. She opened and closed her mouth a few times, as though about to say something, but held her tongue. She abruptly stood from the sofa, grabbing her bag and disappearing up the stairs to the dorm without a word. Harry watched her go, completely gobsmacked. Here he was attempting to understand Cho's actions, only for Hermione to exhibit even stranger behavior. What the bloody hell is going on? He muttered to himself, drinking the last of the cup of water in his hand. Oh, Harry, giggled a nearby voice. Must you be so tactless? He looked up to see Padma Patil smirking at him from a nearby armchair. Sorry, he said, confused. Do you have to torture the poor girl? Padma asked. Is it really wise to talk about fancying another girl to the girl you're already involved with? Hermione, Harry said, laughing at the sheer absurdity of the suggestion. We aren't involved, we're just friends. That's not the impression the rest of us got. Padma smirked. We've all seen you two sneaking off between classes. Parvati swears she saw you two exit a broom closet together once. Do you really expect us to believe nothing's happening between you two? Harry stammered. It's not like that. Just a misunderstanding, honestly. If you say so, Padma shrugged. Hermione sure seemed to act the part. She always looked so pleased to be spending time with you. You hadn't noticed? Realization was dawning fast on Harry, extinguishing the flame burning within him with a harsh, cold douse. He had been spending a lot more time with Hermione this year, far more than he ever had in his past timeline. Sure, they shared use of the time turner and studied together, but he often found himself casually relaxing with her on weekends. Not on purpose, but just because she was around. She'd been far kinder to him this year than last. He assumed this was due to her guilt over the diary incident, but perhaps it was something more. You don't reckon she fancies me, do you? Harry wondered aloud in bewilderment. Of course she does, stupid. Padma giggled. How could she not? You're the only boy who gives her the time of day. You're good at basically everything, and you basically saved her life last year. Harry couldn't believe he hadn't realized it before. He remembered her whole spiel about the reasons Cho liked him, and now understood that she knew them so well because they were the very same reasons she'd fallen for him too. What was it she'd said? She's clearly attracted to you. but she also sees you as a rival. You're a great flyer, top of your class in everything, a gifted duelist. She had been talking about herself all along. And when he asked what he should do about Cho, what did Hermione advise him? She told him to ignore it until she went away. Merlin, what have I done? Harry groaned internally, sinking back into the sofa cushions. He'd just rubbed it in Hermione's face that he fancied somebody else. How awful of a person was he? But she didn't expect him to like him back, did she? They were practically siblings with all they'd been through. But in this timeline, they hadn't been through everything they had the first time. Harry had kept his distance from her, letting her build a relationship with Ron and Neville first and foremost, only to revert to his old habits in third year and rely more heavily on her for emotional support. Had she mistaken that for affection? Had she developed feelings for him because of it? What was Harry to do about this conundrum? He had difficulties seeing Hermione as more than a friend, but things were different now. It would not be as weird and awkward as it would have been in his first lifetime, would it? But why was he even contemplating this? Cho had kissed him. Surely she wanted him too. Was he such a bad person for wanting to be with one girl when another also liked him? Would she take it badly if he let her down gently and admitted the feelings weren't mutual? Women are so bloody complicated, Harry thought miserably to himself, excusing himself from the common room and heading upstairs to lie wide awake in his four-poster. Before today, learning that two separate girls fancied him would have made him giddy with excitement. Now he just felt sick with dread about it all and confused about how to proceed. A/N. A few people have expressed concern about the relative age gap between Harry mentally and the girls he's involved with. Keep in mind that although Harry's brain is technically an adult, he still hasn't properly matured past 15 since he had to revert back to first-year relationships rather than grow alongside his peers, so the ick factor ought to be less than it normally would be. I personally view him as mentally capped at 15 to 16 from an emotional maturity standpoint, but I understand not all will agree. Either way, this FIC will not feature any underage S**Zool activity, so don't worry about things advancing to that point. Year 3 to 10, 9 lives. A/N. This chapter comes with a mild trigger warning for animal cruelty and suffering. If you are uncomfortable with such descriptions, mild though they may be, you can skip past the line break to avoid them. Ever since his conversation with Padma, Harry became paranoid that he was being watched every time he and Hermione snuck off to use the time turner. He double-checked over his shoulder every time they entered a broom closet or dilapidated toilet to send themselves back in time. He even made a habit of preparing me not wards on secluded spots where he later planned to travel back to, lest they arrive near any students who noticed them crammed close together in an alcove or elsewhere. Hermione seemed acutely aware of this, too, or perhaps she always had, and Harry never noticed it. Her face always burned bright red when he threw the golden chain over both their necks and rapidly separated from him once they arrived at their temporal destination. He realized now just how intimate an experience it was, crammed into tiny spaces together, bodies drawn close, away from prying eyes. No wonder she'd gotten the wrong impression. There was no discussion between them after their awkward conversation in the common room. Whenever Harry attempted to make small talk, she found some excuse to depart and keep her distance. Harry wanted to tell her that he felt terribly for what happened the other day. He missed the casual banter they'd shared, the bond they'd formed over the past year. As much as he wanted to give the Golden Trio their space, he missed that camaraderie he'd taken for granted in his previous lifetime. But privately, he wasn't so sure he should feel bad at all. Was he so wrong for liking somebody else? Was he a bad person for misreading Hermione's signals and failing to notice her affection for him? Cho gave him a pretty clear signal that she wanted him, and he responded in kind surely that would lead to a relationship, right? But Cho continued to give him mixed signals as well, avoiding him in the halls and clearly making snide comments to her friends about him. His other Quidditch teammates greeted him warmly whenever they saw him, offering high fives and shouts of excited greeting. But Cho was the outlier, shirking away from him, preventing him from getting her alone to talk to her. Why do blokes always have to be the one to initiate things? Harry lamented. His brain operated on a simple binary yes or no basis. He wished one of them would just come out and say what they were thinking instead of making him guess. He would rather march into battle with Voldemort himself than navigate this sticky situation on his own. But unlike in real life, the battle would never come to him. He would have to be the one to act. He was consumed by indecision in the coming days, unsure of how to resolve this issue. He was distracted in lessons, during homework, and in his free time, which is how he found himself once again staring at the ceiling of the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom, groaning from the impact of a spell as his father stood over his vanquished opponent once more. "Your shield work is getting sloppier," James chastised Harry. "You used to be able to block nonverbal spells in your sleep." "Let's go again," Harry muttered irritably, pushing himself back to his feet. "No," said James firmly. "I can tell your head's not in it today. What's got you so distracted all of a sudden?" "Because Harry's in Lo-O-Ove," came a sing-song voice from behind. Harry wheeled around. Dahlia had entered the room when neither of them were looking, sitting cross-legged atop a desk in the corner, grinning devilishly at her brother. "Piss off, Dahlia," Harry groaned. "Don't talk to your sister that way," James chided him. "And what do you mean, Dahlia?" "Everyone's been talking about how Harry dumped his girlfriend for someone else," Dahlia grinned. "That's not true," Harry protested. "I haven't got a girlfriend. Are you seeing that Chong girl?" James asked, smirking. "Attaboy, Harry. I knew she would come round dash. He wishes." Dahlia guffawed. "Rumor has it he's ditched Hermione Granger to go and try snogging Cho. Only she punched him in the face." "That's a lie," Harry snapped. Then, as an afterthought, he added, "It was more of a slap than a punch anyway." "So it is true, then?" Dahlia gasped, eyes going wide with glee. "Oh, wait till Ginny and Tori hear about this." "It's not true," Harry bellowed in exasperation. "I was never dating Hermione, and I didn't try to snog Cho. If anything, she's the one that snogged me." "Is that so?" said James, quirking an eyebrow with surprise as Dahlia shrieked with delight. "I must say, Harry, I hadn't pegged you as a womanizer so young." "Oh, forget it," Harry huffed, turning to gather his things. "If you two are just going to take the mickey, I won't stand here and be mocked." "We're not mocking you, Harry," James said placatingly, putting on a straight face and throwing a significant look at Dahlia to do the same. "You know you can always come to us with these things." "Yes, please do," Dahlia said, still overcome with giggles. "You can trust us with all of your deepest, darkest secrets." "Yeah, I'm sure I can," Harry scoffed. "I'm going to the library to study. Tell Hermione we said hello." Dahlia cackled as Harry hustled from the room. "This is why I didn't trust my immediate family for advice," Harry grumbled internally. Sirius at least had the tact not to laugh in my face about it. Speaking of which, he ought to send Sirius a follow-up letter to update him on the latest development. What would he advise Harry to do? Probably to be straightforward about his intentions. But wasn't that what got him into this mess in the first place? As Harry trudged to the library, he heard a small mew-ing sound behind him. He turned to see Calvin, Dahlia's cat, sauntering up the corridor towards him. "Hello, Calvin," he greeted the Kneasel with a sigh. "Come to scratch me up and pile onto the misery?" Calvin instead approached Harry and flopped onto his back at his feet, exposing his belly. "Yeah, right," Harry scoffed. "You're just going to bite me as soon as I reach out to pet you." But Harry suddenly realized that something was very wrong. Calvin was panting heavily, and his eyes were bloodshot. His body was twitching slightly, and his limbs were stiff, as though the effort to walk up to Harry had cost him dearly. "You all right there, Calvin?" Harry muttered, kneeling down to examine him more closely. The cat stared up at him with wide, fearful eyes, as though begging him for help. His fur was slightly matted, and the skin beneath was tinged a strange shade of green. "He's sick," Harry realized with alarm. He immediately scooped up Calvin into his arms and rushed off to the hospital wing. He found Madame Pomfrey inside, arranging potions in a cabinet. "Madame Pomfrey," he announced, gently setting Calvin down on the nearest bed. "Something's wrong with my sister's cat." "I'm not a veterinarian, dear," Madame Pomfrey huffed without looking at him. "Take it to Hagrid's." "Look at him," Harry pleaded, pointing at the cat, who was now foaming slightly at the mouth and twitching more violently. "He's really sick." Madame Pomfrey finally tottered over and froze at the sight of the cat. "Merlin, that's not normal," she muttered, drawing her wand. She cast several diagnostic spells over the cat. Numerous red runes appeared over Calvin's prone form, which Pomfrey scanned with alarm. Someone's poisoned him. Poison? Harry gasped. With what? I'm not sure. Madame Pomfrey, hustling over to the nearest cabinet. I could try a few antidotes, but we can't be sure what exactly it was. Oh dear, where did I place my bezoars? Accio bezor. Harry shouted, pointing his wand at the cabinet. A small, round object flew at him from a box on the high shelf. Harry examined the bezor. It looked like a walnut, a rough, coarse object in his palm. Insert it into the cat's throat, said Madame Pomfrey. If it's not too late, it might be able to counteract the effects of the poison. Harry approached Calvin and gently pried his mouth open, pushing the bezor inside and forcing it deeper down. Calvin continued staring up at him with those wide, terrified eyes as the cat's breathing intensified. After a few moments, the cat suddenly gave a great shudder, and it stopped moving entirely. Its body ceased its tremors, and the rapid breathing stopped as Calvin's eyes fluttered shut. Harry stared down at the Kneazle in horror. Did I just kill my sister's cat? He thought with horror. He stood frozen as Madame Pomfrey hurried over, summoning the bezor back into her palm, now coated in white foam, and casting more diagnostic charms. After a heart-stopping moment, she sighed. He's still alive, she muttered. We can't be certain the poison has been fully neutralized, but at least he's stable. I'll need to consult with Professor Snape for further treatment. Harry gave a shuddering exhale of relief. Calvin's chest was starting to rise and fall again, more steadily this time, as the cat lay quite still on the bed. He didn't know what he'd say to Dahlia if the worst had happened. He was just grateful that he'd found the cat in time. Or rather, that the cat had found him. At that moment, there was suddenly a great, hair-raising scream from far in the distance. It didn't sound like a student. It was low and guttural, a man's scream. It repeated itself, echoing somewhere across the grounds, as whoever the voice belonged to sounded in complete agony. What in Merlin's name was that? Madame Pomfrey muttered, rushing to the window to peer outside. Harry followed her, craning his neck to see. It appeared to be coming from near the front doors of the castle, just out of view. He thanked Madame Pomfrey and hurried out of the hospital wing to see what was going on. Harry rushed to the entrance hall, where a group of students had gathered to locate the cause of the commotion. He pushed his way forward through the crowd, freezing at the sight everyone was staring at. Argus Filch, staggering in from the grounds, cradling a lifeless Mrs. Norris in his arms. She's been killed, Filch wailed, glaring accusingly around at the gathered students. Who did this? Who killed my Mrs. Norris? No student could have done this, Argus said in an authoritative voice. Students turned and scrambled out of the way as Dumbledore descended the marble stairs towards him, flanked by Professor Snape. Someone has been plotting this for a while. Dumbledore led the way out onto the grounds, followed by Snape and the grieving caretaker. Several students tiptoed after them, curiosity getting the best of them. Harry was among them. He heard the shrieks and gasps of the students ahead of him, and dread crept into him as he made his way towards the front. As he stepped out the great oak doors and onto the path overlooking the grounds, his heart dropped at the terrible sight. The grounds were littered with dozens of dead cats, where once they frolicked and played and hunted together in the grass. Now they lay still and lifeless, some still twitching from the throes of whatever poison had been applied to them. It looked like a battlefield, fallen soldiers strewn across the landscape, as the staff approached to investigate them. Who could have done this? A tearful sixth-year girl asked aloud. Pettigrew, Harry muttered darkly. Several students looked at him curiously. Why would Pettigrew care about a bunch of cats and Kneazles? Scoffed a seventh-year boy. He's a dark wizard. Harry realized that few students knew the truth about Peter's animagus form. It was a secret James didn't want getting out, and Harry didn't want to be responsible for starting the rumor. Just a hunch, he shrugged. Who else would be so cruel? What's happening, Harry? Asked a frightened Dahlia, who had timidly exited the castle alongside Ginny and Astoria. Her eyes went wide at the gruesome sight around them. You don't think Dash. Calvin's in the hospital wing, he reassured her. He's stable but still in danger. Madame Pomfrey's tending to him now. Dahlia's eyes widened in shock, and she immediately sprinted back into the castle, her two friends close behind. Harry silently prayed that he'd been in time to save her Kneazle, even if it appeared it was far too late for much of the rest of the felines. Harry ignored the mutterings of the students around him and hurried down the hill towards the staff members, who were kneeling beside one of the motionless cats and speaking in low tones. Hagrid had joined them, hustling up from his cabin. They all looked up at Harry as he approached. "This had to be Pettigrew," Harry blurted out. "It just had to be. He is certainly a prime suspect," Dumbledore agreed. "Hagrid, would you kindly locate the food you left out for the cats and collect a sample? It will need to be tested immediately." "Right away, Headmaster," Hagrid grunted, hustling back down to his cabin. "This makes no sense," Snape scoffed. "Why would Pettigrew poison a bunch of cats? They can't be that big of an obstacle for him to do something like this." "I have my reasons to suspect otherwise, Severus," Dumbledore said calmly. "In the meantime, we must double-check the ward's schemes around the school boundaries. It is possible he will attempt another breach of the castle soon." "Must you suggest such a thing to a student?" An exasperated Snape scoffed, indicating Harry. "I hope he comes after me again," Harry growled. "He won't get the best of me this time." "Pride comes before the fall, Potter," Snape glared. "Careful what you wish for." "I must agree that caution be exercised," Dumbledore sighed. "Please return to the castle, Harry, and notify your family what has happened, and reassure them that nothing will come of this incident." Harry obliged, stalking back up to the castle, but he had no intentions of filling Dahlia and Damien's heads with false platitudes that everything was all right. He spotted his cousin lurking near the front doors, partially hidden behind his Hufflepuff classmates, and Harry paused to address him directly. "Keep my gift on you at all times," Harry told him warningly. "Use it often. You might need it sooner than you'd like." Damien nodded fervently, looking stricken. His fellow Hufflepuffs also looked frightened by Harry's stern demeanor. The other students gave Harry a wide berth as he headed back up the stairs towards the hospital wing to talk to his sister. She would need to understand what potentially lay ahead and be ready to deal with it if he or their father couldn't be there to help. It had become something of a cycle around Hogwarts by this point. Students had a tendency to forget about the danger at their doors, until Pettigrew reminded them of his presence. And as with the previous two instances, students avoided Harry like the plague, somehow certain that he was at the center of this somehow. Perhaps they didn't outright blame him like for the Chamber of Secrets, but many still saw him as a lightning rod for trouble that was to be avoided at all costs. And who could blame them? Once again, it was Harry's closest friends and family members being harmed in each instance. First Harry himself, then Damien, and now Dahlia's pet Kneazle. "That poor cat has taken so much collateral damage," Harry thought grimly. Fortunately, Calvin seemed to be recovering in the hospital wing, but Dahlia stayed by its side nearly round the clock, only leaving when Madame Pomfrey shooed her out to return to her dormitory each evening. Harry had a foreboding feeling that the recent cat attacks meant that Peter would make another attempt to enter the castle by the end of the term. He was on edge every waking moment, attempting to keep tabs on his loved ones, his wand at the ready in case of another duel breaking out at any moment. Suddenly, his worries about Cho and Hermione didn't seem so meaningful anymore. He was reminded yet again that he was in a life-threatening situation here. He spent most of his free time in the library these days, either studying for final exams or brushing up on dueling techniques. He desperately wanted to delve deeper into illusory magic, but knew it was too risky after his mishap with the body mirroring charm. The last thing he wanted to do was accidentally drain his magical core in the middle of a fight with Peter and risk passing out again. He would have to rely on his instincts and basic spell knowledge for now. One crisp morning in late May heralded the arrival of two letters at breakfast, both of which Harry pocketed for later. He didn't want to risk either being read over his shoulder in the Great Hall. He waited until he was safely back in the dorm, closing himself in his four-poster and tearing them both open. The first was from Sirius. "Harry, sorry to hear about your recent incidents with Miss Chong and Granger. There's good news and bad news there. Good news is you finally have confirmation about both of them being interested. Bad news is you have to decide on an appropriate course of action from here. I don't envy your position one bit. I say despite whooping with glee at your overflowing prospects. Let's start with Cho. She unquestionably sent mixed signals during your last encounter, and continues to do so with her passive, aggressive behavior. You mustn't discount the possibility that she kissed you as a heat-of-the-moment reaction to you saving her during the Quidditch match. Similarly, the slap could have been a reflex from her anger at you costing the team first place. As unfun as it sounds, you will have to find a time to speak with her privately and clarify what happened between you. As for Hermione, you may not realize it, but the way you write about her shows that you care deeply about her. Maybe you don't see it as romantic affection, and it may not be necessarily, but someone that's special in your life deserves special care. Whatever you decide to do, you have to take care not to destroy the relationship you've already built. Don't do anything that would break her trust or cause her to view you as unreliable. Passions can fade fast at your age, but betrayal cuts 10 times as deep by that same token. As always, I urge you to remember that this is only a temporary situation, and you have plenty of time to grow and make mistakes. Don't sweat it if you get things wrong and mess it all up. You're not even 14 yet, and already have your first kiss and multiple crushes under your belt. Well done. You'll look back at all of this and laugh at how silly it all seems. So if you decide to just be done with the drama, walk away and have no regrets. There are plenty of fish in the sea. Take it from me, as I'm still catching fresh bites 20 years later. Your devilishly handsome uncle, Sirius. Harry grinned as he folded Sirius' letter shut. As always, it filled him with warmth and a reminder that it will all be okay. It didn't, sadly, provide him with much insight on how to proceed with Cho and Hermione. There were no easy answers to his many questions, and he still had to navigate this uncharted territory all on his own. At least he knew that his godfather had his back no matter what he decided. Harry opened the second letter, chuckling as he skimmed its contents. Dear Harry, hope you are doing well. Have you been practicing the mental exercises I taught you? I hope you have. Anyway, here is the recipe for pumpkin juice you asked about, as I love to brew it at home myself. Harry shook his head at the made-up ingredients Saul Croker had listed below, stretching the length of the parchment. He pulled out his wand and tapped it to the paper, muttering the agreed-upon decoding password, Death's Veil. At once the letters began rearranging themselves into new words, until Harry was able to read what Saul had actually meant for him to read. Harry, I'm disturbed to hear what happened to the cats on school grounds. You are likely correct that Pettigrew intends to get them out of the way for his next attempt at breaching the castle. Stay alert and keep tabs on your loved ones. As for your question about illusory magic, I wouldn't attempt anything that draining until we've had a chance to meet in person again. I know of a few potions and rituals you can undertake to increase your stamina and strengthen your magical core. It's not well understood how closely tied your core is to your body versus your soul, which in your case is two entirely separate things, I'm afraid. I will research what I can when I have the time. I have been making discreet inquiries in the Muggle world about Tom Riddle and intend to pursue several promising leads over the summer. If you are agreeable to it, we can look into them together, though secrecy is an obvious must. If anyone knew we were digging into his past, it could seriously jeopardize our agenda and tip off the wrong people. I have also been perusing your notes you gave me over a year ago, and you mentioned a Death Eater incident at the Quidditch World Cup in 2 months' time. Do you intend to travel to the match with your family? And if so, what are your plans to interfere? I must exercise extreme caution in this matter, and will happily provide advice and suggestions if you need them. Let's arrange a meeting for the last week of June at my office. Ask your father if he's agreeable to it. Just don't tell him what we intend to get up to. Saul. Harry had completely forgotten about the upcoming Quidditch World Cup. He hadn't even been tracking the tournament leading up to it. Would it still be Bulgaria versus Ireland in the final? What other ripple effects might cause things to play out differently there? Would Barty Crouch Jr. still cast the dark mark and frame it on Winky? He would have to settle on a course of action soon once this Pettigrew situation was cleared up, of course. Harry emerged from his four-poster and tossed both letters into the nearby fireplace to destroy the evidence. Writing love letters, are we, Potter? Snickered Michael Corner from his own bed. I sure am, Harry quipped. Your mum's got lovely handwriting. He dodged a shoe being hurled at his head and scurried from the dorm, chuckling to himself. The 2 letters may not have given him all the answers he was after, but they made him feel considerably better and less alone than he'd felt in weeks. And that was more important than ever lately, with the continued silent treatment he received from his peers. Students remained fearful to be seen in his presence, ensuring that he went most days without speaking to anyone besides his professors when they asked questions in class. Even Hermione, whom he could usually rely on to vent his frustrations on these matters, was giving him a wide berth, albeit for very different reasons. Luckily, he still had Luna, who was either apathetic or oblivious to Harry's outcast status around the school. She was more than happy to join him in the common room or at meals, where they either studied or talked about nothing in particular, one of Luna's specialties. It was on such a Friday evening that they found themselves at a table in the library, where Harry struggled his way through arithmancy assignments as Luna perused the Quibbler through her ridiculous orange-tinted glasses. Harry heard voices approaching from nearby and looked up to see two fourth-year Gryffindor girls walking around the corner towards them. They froze at the sight of him, turning at once to hurry off to the other side of the library. "People sure seem frightened by you, Harry," Luna remarked as the girls scurried away. "And I think I've figured out why." "Have you now?" Harry grinned. Leave it to Luna to completely miss out on the school rumor mill surrounding the cat incident and ongoing rumors of Pettigrew's schemes. "Most certainly," Luna nodded. "They've heard about your torrid love affair with Hermione Granger and Cho Chang and don't want to be corrupted by your seductive charm." Harry nearly choked on his own saliva at this innocuous remark. "Who told you I was having a torrid love affair?" Harry asked, mortified. "Oh, it's quite obvious," said Luna. "Both girls treat you as though you have an infectious disease. They obviously have to keep up appearances that they are not cavorting with you in secret, but the truth is clear." Harry was torn between being deeply embarrassed and laughing uproariously at Luna's surprising insight. "I'm not seeing either of them," Harry gently corrected her instead, "though things have been awkward with the two of them lately." And he briefly explained the circumstances that led to the present-day confusion he found himself in. Luna listened politely without interruption, betraying no surprise or scandal at his reluctant tale. "Goodness me," she finally said. "You really have found yourself in a conundrum." "Don't I know it?" Harry chuckled. "I suppose I should just ask the Nargles what they think I should do, wouldn't you say?" "Oh, they are rarely useful in situations like this," Luna said with absolute seriousness. "But you should probably begin by asking yourself what you really want from the two of them. The reason things are awkward is because neither of them know where you stand. Hermione is confused by your attraction to Cho despite your obvious physical chemistry, while Cho is confused by how close you seem to be with Hermione despite kissing her back. You have to pick a side and let both of them know in order to move forward. Otherwise, they will never be sure what your intentions are." Harry opened and closed his mouth a few times, stunned once again by Luna's unexpected display of mature, rational logic on the matter. Her words were like a light bulb, allowing him to see the situation clearly for the first time. Of course things were awkward, because he hadn't told either girl what he wanted. How was he to expect them to communicate clearly when he wasn't giving them the same in return? "Blimey, Luna, why haven't I asked you for advice before?" he said in amazement. "You're rather good at it." "No one ever seems to agree with my advice," Luna shrugged. "I advised Millicent Bulstrode once to try using pixie dust to clear up her acne, and she flushed my book bag down the toilet." Harry was too preoccupied with Luna's previous words to register this heinous behavior. "But how do I decide what I really want?" he wondered aloud. "I mean, Cho's brilliant, a great flyer, gorgeous, and fun to be around when she's not making fun of me with her friends, that is. Hermione can be rather boring and obnoxious, but she's also dependable and cares about me like few other people do. Luna ham non commitali. I mean, if I knew for sure Cho wanted to go out, I'd ask her straight away," Harry continued on, lost in his train of thought. "But how would she explain that to her friends after teasing me so much? And would I lose Hermione as a friend if I did that? Am I taking Hermione for granted? Does she expect more from me in return for her attention? She's been rather reliable this year, and I don't know how I would have survived without her. And I always saw her as more of a sister. But I also have a real sister now, and our relationship is nothing like that after all. What do you think, Luna?" Harry looked expectantly over at Luna, but she was not paying attention to him. Her head was bowed, and she was slumped forward, and she was muttering softly to herself under her breath. It almost appeared like she was praying. "Luna?" Harry asked, gently shaking her shoulder. "Are you all right?" Luna remained hunched over the table, swaying slightly in her seat. Then, she gave a shuddering gasp, and her head snapped back upright. She opened her eyes, and Harry saw with horror that they were milky white and unseeing, staring blankly ahead. "The Dark Lord's servant shall claim his prize tonight," Luna said in a hoarse voice, quite unlike her own. "Guided by the path laid out before him, he shall be crowned victorious." "Luna, what's gotten into you?" Harry asked, a chill running down his spine. "You're scaring me, Dash. The innocent shall be caught in the crossfire," Luna continued on, as though Harry wasn't even there. "Those who defy him shall be consumed by the blinding light of rebirth." Luna gave a deep shudder and slumped forward in her chair once more, her head lolling forward and nearly colliding with the table. Harry watched her, stunned, as she took several unsteady breaths and slowly lifted her gaze to him. Her eyes were back to their natural blue, blinking rapidly in confusion. "Oh my, I feel dizzy all of a sudden," Luna said in her usual dreamy voice. "Is it warm in here to you too?" "Luna, are you aware of what just happened?" Harry asked cautiously. "Oh yes, quite aware," Luna nodded fervently. "As I was saying, you ought to follow your heart in these matters. Neither Hermione nor Cho will begrudge you for Dash." "Not that," Harry interrupted her. "You just spoke in an odd voice. It sounded like you were delivering a prophecy." "Well, that's preposterous," Luna chuckled. "There are no seers in the Lovegood family. Father has always said so." Maybe not on her father's side, Harry thought grimly. He remembered his suspicions about Luna's mother, and now wondered if she had passed it along to her daughter. "You said something about the Dark Lord's servant," Harry continued. "You don't remember that? I think you might want to lay down, Harry Potter," Luna said patronizingly, putting a hand to Harry's forehead as though checking for a fever. "You might be hearing things. I think I would remember saying something like that." Harry's mind was racing. It was eerily similar to the prediction Trelawney had made in his previous third year. And that very same evening was when Pettigrew escaped and they had to break Sirius free. Was tonight the night then? Was Peter about to strike once more and claim whatever it was that he was after in the castle? If so, he couldn't afford to waste a second. "You're right, I think I will go lay down," said Harry, springing to his feet. "Just, stay here, will you, Luna? Where Madame Pants can keep an eye on you. I have a bad feeling about tonight." "Have a good rest, Harry." Luna beamed, clearly not comprehending his grave warning. Harry hastily departed the library, hoping that Luna would be far down Peter's hit list this evening. There were several other people he had to ensure the safety of first. Where were Dahlia and Damien? Harry wished he had the Marauders map on him so that he could locate them more quickly. He racked his brain, trying to think about where they might be on a Friday evening. Dahlia was likely with Ginny and Astoria, but Damien could be anywhere, especially with a map on hand to guide him through the castle. If only he could check on both of them at once. But what if he could? He remembered Dumbledore sending a message to his father via Patronus earlier that year. Perhaps James could aid him in his search. Harry drew his wand and pictured his family, all together and enjoying one another's company. "Expecto Patronum," he shouted. The silver Thestral Patronus burst from his wand, galloping once around the room before turning to face him expectantly. Harry cleared his throat, unsure exactly how to proceed. "Send a message to my father," Harry instructed the Thestral. "Tell him I believe Peter Pettigrew will attempt to breach the castle tonight. Find Dahlia, and I'll find Damien. Then we'll meet in the defense classroom." The Thestral stood there for a moment, staring stoically at him. Then it took flight once more, rearing its head before disappearing through a wall and out of sight. That's Dahlia hopefully taken care of, Harry thought. Could he send another Patronus at the same time? He wondered if he could have two patron uses active at once, or if the one he just sent would be cancelled. Harry didn't want to risk that happening. He would just have to find Damien himself. Then hopefully the family could all hunker down together in James' office until the danger passed. What if Luna was wrong? Harry thought as he made his way to the entrance hall. What if it wasn't a real prophecy? It certainly sounded like one, but he didn't actually know that much about what constituted a real prophecy. Could they ever be wrong? He knew Dumbledore and Saul Croaker didn't put much stock in them. For instance, did that mean they could provide false information? Still, He had to be sure. If there was any risk of his loved ones being in danger, he would take no chances. He quickened his pace through the castle, intending to search the Great Hall for Damien or Cedric before somehow forcing entry into the Hufflepuff common room to ensure their safety. But he stopped short at a stairwell, suddenly hearing distant cracks that made the hair on his neck stand on end. He strained to listen. It sounded suspiciously like spellfire. He heard a distant shout of alarm, and immediately knew something must be wrong. It sounded like he was coming from somewhere above him, so rather than head down towards the castle entrance, he went up, emerging on the third floor to investigate the disturbance. The sounds of conflict grew louder as Harry approached. He sprinted down the corridor, skidding around a corner and nearly getting struck by an errant stunner. He spun around and aimed his wand, prepared to raise a shield charm, but realized he was not the intended target of the spell. Two people were dueling down the hall. One had his back turned to Harry, and the other was further away, furiously dancing and dodging spells. Harry realized with a jolt that it was Neville Longbottom. "Neville!" Harry shouted in alarm. "Harry!" the boy yelped, spotting him for the first time, but the distraction cost him. The next spell sent Neville's way caught him straight in the chest, sending him sprawling backwards to the floor with a loud oomph. The assailant turned, and Harry once again found himself face to face with Peter Pettigrew. Peter's eyebrows raised with surprise as they stared each other down. Then, just as Harry was about to raise his wand against the man, Peter grinned maliciously at him. "Thanks for the gift," he smirked, waving coyly at Harry. He was brandishing something small and yellow in his offhand. Harry realized with a jolt that it was the Marauders map. But just as he was processing this, Peter turned and ran, disappearing down a side corridor and out of sight. Harry made to chase after him, but he heard a low groan from down the hall. He turned to see Neville struggling to get to his feet, wincing in pain. Harry rushed to his side, kneeling to check on his condition. "Don't try to get up, Neville," Harry said gently. "He's gone." Neville slumped onto his back, panting heavily. "I'm sorry, Harry," he sighed. "I thought I could take him." "You did great, Neville," Harry reassured him. Then, remembering what he'd just seen, he asked, "Did he steal the map from you?" "Map?" Neville repeated, bewildered. "What map?" That confirmed Harry's worst fears. He didn't get the map from Neville, he realized. He must have apprehended Damien already and used the map to find Neville. And what if he's not done? Harry realized with a jolt. What if he's after Dahlia next, now that he has the map for himself? Harry left Neville and ran down the corridor after Peter, but he was long gone. He was at a complete loss for what to do. Should he head to the Great Hall to find a teacher? Head to Gryffindor Tower to find his father, Anne or Dahlia? Or somehow locate Damien and check to ensure that he wasn't gravely injured in the process of losing the map? There were too many dangers and not enough time. Time! Harry plunged a hand down his robes and withdrew the time turner. Time was something he had ample of. He could go back 2, maybe 3 hours and stop Pettigrew before he could harm anybody at all. He could hear a multitude of footsteps running in his direction, and knew Neville would be found and cared for. There was only one thing left to do. No time to waste, Harry thought grimly. He turned the hourglass over 3 times in his palm and felt the familiar tugging sensation as he was yanked into the past to hopefully stop Peter in his tracks. No one in his family was getting hurt if he had anything to say about it. /N. I hate to leave you all on a nasty cliffhanger, so I'll break my every other week upload schedule just this once. Next chapter coming in the next couple of days. I've been building towards it all year long, and am excited for you all to see the payoff. Year 3 to 11. Rat's Reward. Harry's feet touched ground in the same corridor he'd just departed hours in the past. Based on the sunlight streaming in through the windows, it was mid-afternoon. "Tempest," he muttered, the time of 4:37 displayed over his head. Roughly 2.5 hours to go until Neville was attacked by Pettigrew. But what had Peter been up to prior to that? There was no time to waste. Harry weighed his options. Damien was his first priority, as he had the map. Neville was also a concern, but he had plenty of time to warn him off, so he ought to make sure Dahlia was safe as well. "Expecto Patronum," he shouted, summoning his Thestral Patronus once more. "Go to my dad and tell him to find Dahlia. Peter Pettigrew will attempt entry into the castle today, likely via the third-floor entrance. I'll secure Damien and meet you when I can. The silver thestral took off, and Harry sprinted in the opposite direction. His first stop was the Great Hall, where he hoped to either find Damien, Cedric, or somebody who could point him in the direction of either. Failing that, he would stand outside the Hufflepuff common room and demand entry until somebody let him in. Harry skidded into the Great Hall, scanning the tables for any friendly faces. Handfuls of students lounged about the great tables, doing homework, chatting, or playing board games. Harry spotted Professor Sprout sipping tea at the high table and ran up to her. "Professor Sprout," he panted, out of breath. "I need to find my cousin, Damien Dursley. Do you know where he is?" "He just got out of my herbology class an hour ago," said Professor Sprout, looking concerned. "I think he went down to visit Hagrid after." "Is everything all right, Mr. Potter?" But Harry was already off, sprinting back down the center of the hall, ignoring the snickers and mutterings of students all around him. He didn't care what an odd sight he might be at that moment. His family was in danger, and he would take no risks in ensuring their safety. He was so consumed with his mission that he failed to notice the boy rounding the corner into the hall just as he was exiting, causing them to collide and spill onto the stone floor. "Sorry," Harry groaned, picking himself up and reaching to help the other boy up. He realized with a jolt that it was Neville. "Everything all right, Harry?" Neville asked, looking alarmed by his appearance. "You look like you've seen a grim." "Listen to me, Neville," said Harry gravely, grabbing Neville by the shoulders. "Go back to your common room and stay there until it's safe. Do you hear me? Stay away from the third-floor corridor, no matter what you do." "You're scaring me, Harry," Neville frowned. "What's gotten into you?" "Peter Pettigrew is going to enter the castle tonight," Harry said. "Hell, he might even be here already. Just please, stay far away from that area and you'll be fine. Got it?" "But how do you know Dash?" Neville stammered, but Harry was already off, sprinting through the great oak doors and onto the grounds. He didn't have time to explain. For all he knew, Damien could be minutes, even seconds away from being apprehended near the Forbidden Forest again. Harry knew that at that very moment his past self was in the library with Luna, working on homework that suddenly seemed so very inconsequential. Should he send himself another Patronus to conscript his help and cover more ground? Or would that violate the timeline? Would he have known any of this was happening if he hadn't heard Luna's prophecy in the first place? There were too many risks to attempt it. He pressed onward, only hoping he would be fast enough on his own. Harry reached Hagrid's hut in record time, pounding on the door. "Hagrid," he bellowed, banging his fist into the wood over and over. "Hagrid, it's an emergency." "Who's bellowing at my door?" asked a booming voice. Harry turned to see Hagrid trudging up the hill from the forest, carrying a large bundle of logs. "Is the you Potter?" "Hagrid, have you seen Damien today?" Harry asked, running over to the half-giant. "I need to speak with him right away." "Sure, he's somewhere nearby," Hagrid said, scratching his beard thoughtfully. "I asked him to help clean out some of the thestral pastures, just over yonder." And to Harry's horror, he pointed back towards the forest he'd just departed. "You left him in there alone?" Harry yelped with alarm. "It's heavily warded against intruders," Hagrid protested. "And he's well within shouting distance dash." Harry took off once more, barreling into the Forbidden Forest. How could Hagrid be so stupid? Harry thought in a near panic. Leaving a vulnerable first year alone in the forest? He could already envision the scene ahead of him. Damien, unconscious or badly injured in a pasture, Pettigrew already long gone with his new prize, headed back up to the castle to wreak who knows what havoc. "Damien!" Harry shouted hoarsely through the trees. "Damien, where are you?" "Well, I'm right here. Come your trousers," came an annoyed voice from Harry's right. He turned and felt a wave of relief at the sight of Damien, shuffling over to him. "What do you want? What are you doing out here all by yourself?" Harry demanded, running up to the boy. "Don't you know it's dangerous to be alone?" "Course I do. I'm not an idiot," Damien scoffed. "I've been using your gift, just like you told me." And he withdrew the Marauders map from his pocket, brandishing it for Harry to see. Harry snatched the map away from Damien and scanned its contents. He could see his and Damien's dots side by side at one end of the map, with Hagrid not far away at his hut. No Peter Pettigrew in sight. Nor did the man appear anywhere in the castle that Harry could see, as he scanned desperately for clues. To his relief, he saw his father and Dahlia together, headed towards the latter's office, and Neville appeared to have taken his advice and gone back to his common room. Meanwhile, past Harry and Luna were still seated together at the library, none the wiser. Good. That's good, Harry sighed with tremendous relief. But Damien, we need to get you back to Hagrid. It's still dangerous out here tonight. Why tonight? Damien demanded. You don't think that Pettigrew Nutter is going to show his face again? That's exactly what I think, Harry said solemnly, which caused Damien to go pale. Stay close to me. Harry and Damien hurried back to Hagrid's hut, wands drawn and scanning the dark tree-line. But fortunately, they were still alone. They reached the hut and found Hagrid washing his hands out back. Hagrid, the school is in danger, Harry called out as they approached. Can you and Damien hunker down here for the next couple of hours? How'd you reckon? Hagrid frowned. Won't he be safer up at the castle? I don't think so. Harry shook his head. Now that he had the map firmly back in his possession, Damien was no longer in as much danger as he feared. And Pettigrew was soon to be in the castle himself, so there was less of a worry that he would come way out of his way to attack someone down here. Can you protect him? With my life, Hagrid said resolutely, reaching out to grab Damien's arm. Come on, Disley, let's get inside. I'll put the kettle on. I'll let Dumbledore know you're here, Harry promised. Stay safe, won't you? You're not staying with us? Asked Damien. Won't you be in danger going back to the castle? I have to check on everyone else, Harry said vaguely. Too much can still go wrong. I'll explain everything later. And Harry took off across the grounds once more, checking over his shoulder to ensure that Damien and Hagrid entered the cabin and closed it tightly shut behind them. Harry passed the Quidditch pitch on his way back to the castle and paused, inspiration striking him once more. Accio Firebolt, he bellowed, pointing his wand at the structure. With a loud bang, his broomstick broke free of his confines in the locker room and zoomed towards him, hovering to a halt beside him. This would allow him to cover more ground and reach his destination safely. Harry mounted his broom, checking the map one more time. Hagrid and Damien were still completely alone in their corner of the map. The Potters were safely in James' office, and Neville was in his dorm. Harry figured his best course of action would be to join his father and sister and hunker down with them until the danger passed. But what if he could make especially sure that the map was far from Peter's greedy hands? Surely he could hide it somewhere that the man would never be able to find it. If he planned to come after Harry or his family after all, keeping it on his person would pose an additional risk. But where to hide it? Somewhere far from prying eyes. Somewhere Peter wouldn't think to look. And Harry knew at once where to go. He kicked off the ground and shot into the air on his firebolt, circling the castle. He located the astronomy tower and rocketed towards its summit, cresting the turrets and landing atop the observation deck. It was deserted, as expected. Lessons had shifted elsewhere since the tower had been closed for renovations. But Harry's destination wasn't far away, as he leapt from his broom and descended into the tower towards the 7th floor. Harry arrived at his intended corridor and paused to check the map one last time. He was still completely alone. The closest person to him was Filch, several stories below him, far beyond the barricade preventing entry from below. He began to pace before the blank stretch of wall, thinking, I need a place to hide the map. I need a place to hide the map. After his third pass, the door to the room of requirement appeared, and Harry rushed inside. He paused, able to hear his heavy footfalls and even his ragged breathing echo through the cavernous space. Where the hell was he? The room had never created such a vast space for him before, and he felt rather like he'd entered a cathedral, like space similar to the Hall of Prophecy. Lumos, Harry muttered, taking in the foreign space for the first time. The room was loaded with a large pile of debris, centuries' worth of students concealing items from the staff. Old books, dressers, and miscellaneous contraband that certainly looked too dangerous to be allowed on campus. The age and state of decay of some of the items told Harry that the map ought to be safe here for days, weeks, or perhaps centuries. He marched forward to locate a good place to hide it. Harry heard movement nearby and flinched, wheeling around and pointing his wand at a cluster of pixies emerging from their hiding space, leering at him. Harry kept moving, looking for a spot that was both far from the entrance, yet easy to access for future retrieval. Some place nondescript, yet easy to remember when he came back to retrace his steps. He located a suitable spot soon after, spying a gaudy green dresser halfway up a nearby pile of debris. Some Slytherin's vanity object, no doubt, he thought to himself. Harry began to climb the precarious pile, aiming for a small cabinet just below the dresser. He would quickly stuff the map inside, then return to the entrance and find his father and Dahlia to wait out the remainder of the evening. But traversing the pile was easier said than done. He had to choose his foot and handholds carefully, or else risk toppling the entire structure over on top of himself. He stuck his wand between his teeth to make full use of both his hands, searching for the next item to grab a hold of and pull himself up high enough to store the map in safely. Harry's hand slipped, and he swore, causing his wand to slip from his mouth and tumble down the mountain of debris, clattering to a halt near ground level. Harry sighed and slid down the pile himself, making his way over to pick up the wand. "Leave it, Harry." Harry's blood ran cold at the voice. A light-tipped wand rounded the corner towards him, and Peter Pettigrew emerged from the darkness, eyes alight with malice. Harry froze, his wand just out of reach. He would not be able to reach it before Peter could hex him. "Hello, Uncle Peter," Harry said, trying to keep his voice neutral. "Having a nice evening? You've no idea how difficult it has been to get into this room," Peter muttered, looking around the cavernous space. "It's taken me all year to manage it." "You were trying to get in here all along?" asked Harry, bewildered. "I thought you were coming after me." "Don't flatter yourself," Peter scoffed. "You were simply in my way. If we hadn't crossed paths that Halloween evening, you would never have been harmed." He was on his way to the room of requirement, Harry realized, and I was on my way out of it. "But you tried to kill me with that excavation curse," he stammered. "I was trying to expose the room, you fool," snapped Peter. "It would not open for me, and I thought it best to enter by force. And it might have worked had Snape not shown up at an opportune moment. He couldn't get in because I was already inside," Harry realized. How many times had Peter breached the castle and attempted to get into the room prior to Halloween, only for Harry's usage to prevent him from doing so? "I couldn't sneak in the same way again, nor was it easy to get back to the room after the area was sealed shut," said Peter, pacing frantically now as he scanned the piles of rubbish. "So I had to find another way or person to get in." "That's why you attacked Damien," Harry deduced. "I cared not who he was. He was simply the first student to walk by the forest," said Pettigrew. "I hoped the Quidditch match would serve as a good distraction to give him a clear path. And if you hadn't interrupted him, he might have made it here unsuspected. But you always happen to be at the right place at the wrong time, don't you, Harry?" "I have a knack for that," said Harry, slowly inching his way to his left. He could see his wand atop a pile of clutter a few feet away, and if he kept Peter talking long enough, he might be able to dive for it and have a chance to defend himself. "So why did you poison my sister's Kneazle?" "Those damn cats made it impossible for me to get anywhere near the castle in my rat form," Peter grumbled. "They are unnaturally adept at hunting rodents. So I used that against them, and started capturing rats in the forest and coating their fur with scentless poison before releasing them onto the grounds. That certainly thinned the herd for me, and you'll have Filch to answer for that someday," Harry thought gravely, remembering the grief upon the caretaker's face when he discovered Mrs. Norris had been killed. "Well, congratulations, it worked," Harry deadpanned. "And now you're here." "But why?" "My lord told me that if anything ever went wrong, I must retrieve something for him," said Peter, still scanning the piles of discarded items all around him. "Something to help him return to power." "Why are you still helping him?" asked Harry. "He's got the whole wizarding world against him now. Why not join the right side?" "The right side?" Peter snapped, his haunted, sunken eyes locking onto Harry's. "The side that belittled me all my life? The side that chucked me in Azkaban without a fair trial? What makes you so sure that your side is the right one?" "Voldemort is evil," Harry said imploringly. "Surely you must recognize that, Uncle Peter. He doesn't actually think you're important. He's using you." That was clearly not the right thing to say. "I am the only one who remained loyal to him," Peter shouted, stamping his foot in a rather petulant display of wounded pride. I am the one the Dark Lord will reward once I have brought him back to full strength. I am important, and you and Dumbledore are nothing but fleas compared to my great might." To Harry, Peter seemed in that moment rather like a child throwing a tantrum. Was that really what this was all about? Was Peter so easily swayed by the first person who came along and lied about respecting him that he actually believed it? Could all of this have been prevented if someone had valued Peter for who he was instead of underestimating him at every turn? It filled Harry with equal measures of pity and disgust. "I respect you, Uncle Peter," said Harry, trying a different tactic. "And I'm sorry for how my dad and everyone else treated you. That doesn't mean you have to worship a complete monster. You can turn against him now, and all will be forgiven." Peter's face twitched slightly at Harry's apology, but remained twisted in mingled anger and resentment. "I've made my choices," he said, with a practiced indifference that reminded Harry of Damien's defiant attitude. "And I shall live with them. Now I must complete my master's task and locate the NO." Harry had seized his moment. Peter's eyes had wandered off, scanning the room again, and Harry dove for his wand. He snatched it with the skill of a seeker and twisted in midair, forming a shield just in time to block Peter's incoming curse. Harry rolled onto his knees and twirled his wand, causing the towering pile of belongings behind Peter to collapse atop him. Peter spun around to see the incoming debris and swiftly transformed into rat form, scurrying away as it crashed down where he'd been standing a moment before. "Come back, you coward!" Harry bellowed, giving chase. He rounded a corner, seeing the tiny rat tail disappear into a small opening in the debris. Harry flung a blasting curse at it, sending discarded trinkets flying through the air. He plowed through the cascade of falling objects, ignoring the painful thumps to the head he took as he charged after Peter. Where did he go? Harry thought furiously, scanning the next row of objects. He strained to listen, doing his best to ignore the jangling of tumbling objects from the pile behind him. He heard a rustling of movement to his left and took off after it, desperately searching the darkened room for signs of the rat. His seeker skills alerted him to motion in his peripheral vision. He whipped his head around to see Peter in his rat form, clambering up the side of a tall debris pile and over the other side. Harry launched himself after the rat, climbing faster than he deemed safe, nearly slipping and falling multiple times. He reached the summit, pausing briefly to scan the room. He saw no sign of Peter, but the exit was to his left, so he ought to head there and cut the man off. He leapt to slide down the pile, and a spell hit him straight in the chest in midair. Harry felt his arms and legs snap into place by his side, his spine righting itself like a statue. Body bind curse, Harry realized as he tumbled helplessly down the side of the pile. He took several painful blows to the face and body as he fell head over heels down the mountain of debris, eventually landing on his side on the cool ground, contraband raining down upon him from above. One such object landed directly in front of him, and he could do nothing but stare straight ahead at it, still frozen in place. A silver tiara, encrusted with bright blue diamonds, one that looked strangely familiar. It wasn't until he noticed the inscription along the bottom of the tiara that he recognized it. "Wit beyond measure is man's greatest treasure. The diadem of Ravenclaw." He must have passed its likeness hundreds of times in the common room, atop the marble head of Rowena herself. "Ah, you've found it," came a surprised voice from nearby. Peter sauntered over and plucked the diadem up off the ground, dusting it off and examining it. Still in pristine condition. "My master will be pleased to learn that it is unharmed. I know not why he seeks the diadem, but he insists it will help him return to full power." Harry could do nothing but stare at Peter's feet, his body still stuck in its prone position, tilted to one side. Peter knelt in front of Harry, wand trained in his face, looking regretful. "I warned you not to get in my way, Harry," Peter sighed. "There was no need for any of this to happen. Oh, what is this?" Peter approached Harry's stoic form, peering curiously at Harry's neckline. Harry realized with alarm that the time turner around his neck had shifted during the fall, exposing the golden chain to Peter. He was powerless to resist as Peter slowly extricated the chain from Harry's body, exposing the time turner to the dim light. Peter's eyes went wide when he realized what it was. "Blimey, he breathed, examining the slightly damaged object. Is this what I think it is? To think they entrusted one to a teenager. My master will be delighted if I bring this gift to him. Harry could say or do nothing, and did his best to express his undying rage through his eyes. Don't you dare take that, he thought helplessly. The idea of Voldemort with a time-turner was horrifying. Surely the man would find ways to manipulate its powers to gain untold advantages. Yet Harry was powerless to stop Peter from stowing the time-turner away in his robes, looking pleased with his haul. I'll be taking this back as well, said Peter, brandishing the Marauders map in Harry's face. He hadn't even noticed the man take it from him in his despair over the time-turner's loss. Not that I have much use for it anymore, but well, I did create it after all. I do thank you for returning it to me. To hell with that, Harry thought, channeling as much hate as possible into his expression to convey his disgust. To think Peter hadn't been after the map at all. If Harry had just stayed in the future, none of this would have happened. Once again, his rash decision-making had cost him dearly. Peter's expression shifted to something unreadable as he pocketed his 3 new acquisitions. He kept his wand trained on Harry and looked suddenly unsure of himself. My master warned me not to let a single soul know what my mission here was, he muttered. You have seen me take the diadem. It is regrettable, but he will be most displeased if I let you live. Harry realized with alarm that Peter was contemplating killing him. Here and now. Peter's wand arm shook as he aimed the weapon at Harry's chest, as though summoning the will to cast the killing curse. Please no, Harry pleaded silently, now trying to convey his desperate desire to live through his eyes. Flashes of his family ran through his mind. James, Lily, Dahlia, Damien, Sirius, and Remus. And the thought of losing them all over again made his heart ache with despair. But Peter seemed to be losing the battle with his own resolve. Slowly his hand dropped to his side, and he looked down at his feet in shame. I cannot do it, he sighed. You were too kind to me when I needed a friend. I can't watch the light leave your eyes. It would be a cruelty too many. Thank you, Harry thought as relief flooded through him. I knew there was still some good in there somewhere. The flames will have to take you instead. Peter then muttered, casting an apologetic look at Harry. I'm sorry, but I can't watch. I promise it will be quick. And Peter scurried away, disappearing around a corner and out of sight. Harry's mind raced as he remained lying helplessly in place. What did Peter mean? Did he intend to leave Harry here to die? Would he remain frozen here until he died of starvation? That seemed an even worse fate than the killing curse. Coward, Harry thought. At least give me the dignity of a quick death. But a more looming threat quickly emerged. Harry heard a roar in the distance, and an orange glow was cast to the vaulted ceiling from somewhere over the next pile of junk. Harry felt the hairs on his body stand up as the room began to rapidly fill with heat, as though someone had cranked up the temperature several dozen degrees higher. And Harry soon realized why. A towering pillar of flame was rising in the distance, licking over the tops of distant debris piles. It appeared that the flames were alive somehow. They took the form of serpent heads, ravaging the space and devouring entire mounds of junk in its wake. Fiendfire, Harry realized, having read about the dangerous dark magic in his studies. It was unquenchable except by a skilled witch or wizard, and would consume everything in its path until it ran out of fuel. And with centuries of debris scattered about the room, that wouldn't be anytime soon. So this is it then, Harry thought, watching helplessly as the fiery serpent heads annihilated ever closer mounds of detritus, growing nearer to him by the second. This is how I die. He was ashamed he'd failed once again. In moments he would be back before death, his purpose in life unfulfilled, his quest to defeat the Dark Lord incomplete. He braced himself for the end, watching as the fiend fire spread towards him, threatening to engulf him whole. Then, out of nowhere, 2 giant, blue serpent heads erupted into view, cutting across the path of the flames. The fire heads roared their displeasure as the newcomers, made of towering columns of water, lashed out at the fire, holding the advancing wall of fire at bay. Harry watched in terror and awe as 2 figures backed into view, keeping the water serpents active with their wands, fighting back the flames. He's here, Albus! James Potter shouted, turning to see Harry lying on the floor. He muttered the counter curse, and Harry sat upright, panting from exhaustion and the stifling heat. "Are you all right, son?" "Yes, fine," Harry muttered, locating his dropped one a few feet away and picking it up. Fortunately, Peter hadn't thought to take it with him. "Evacuate the room!" roared Dumbledore, as he alone fought for control with the two water serpents fighting the advancing fiend fire. James grabbed Harry's hand and helped him stand upright, looking him dead in the eyes with a ferocious expression. "You need to get yourself out of here!" James shouted over the roar of battling elements. "Go to your common room and stay there." Harry nodded, but just as he was turning to leave, a new arrival caught his and James' attention. A Patronus, soaring over the flames and hovering in the air before them. And when the Thestral opened its mouth, it spoke in Harry's voice. "I believe Peter Pettigrew will attempt to breach the castle tonight. Find Dahlia, and I'll find Damien. Then we'll meet in the defense classroom." The Thestral disappeared into silvery wisps. James looked from the vanished creature to Harry, astonished. "Was that your message?" he asked, bewildered. "But you're here? So where did the Patronus come from?" "I'm out of time," Harry realized with dread. His past self had just left the library, and within minutes he would encounter Peter and Neville fighting on the third floor. "Neville's in trouble," he shouted, and began sprinting for the exit. James made to follow, but a fiery serpent head lunged at him, forcing him to rejoin Dumbledore in fighting back the flames. Harry burst out into the corridor, gratefully sucking in clean air. He took a moment to catch his breath and cough out as much smoke as he could before taking off again. Peter Pettigrew had to be stopped at all costs. He may not be after anybody he cared about, but he had the time turner, and that was reason enough for alarm. If he escaped the school grounds with it, the war against Voldemort would become that much more difficult to win. Harry made a beeline for the third floor, understanding at last that Peter was not after Neville at all, but the one-eyed witch passageway to Hogsmeade. Would Harry make it in time? And would Neville heed his warnings to stay away? But to his dismay, neither proved true. He rounded the corner to find Neville already slumped on the ground, as numerous professors descended upon the area. Neville's eyes grew wide as he saw Harry sprint up to him. "Harry," he asked, bewildered, "but you were just over there, and now you're here. What were you thinking, Neville?" Harry demanded. "I told you to stay away from here." Neville looked quite ashamed with himself. "I thought I could take him," he muttered. "You said he would be here, and I wanted to catch him, Dash." "Damn it, Neville." Harry groaned. "Why would you put yourself in danger like that? I had your invisibility cloak on." Neville protested, revealing the silvery fabric he was laying on top of. "I thought there was no way he would see me before I could stun him. But it was like he knew I was there waiting for him." Because Peter had the map open to see him, Harry realized. And Neville had planted himself between the man and his intended escape route. No wonder they'd come to blows. But if Peter wasn't taking the one-eyed witch's passage after all, where was he now? His next best option was to head to the entrance hall and make a break for the boundaries. And with the headmaster and defense professor preoccupied with the fiend fire in the astronomy tower, he would have a clear path. Harry swore loudly and took off again, sprinting for the nearest stairwell. It can't end like this, he thought miserably. He can't get away with all of this. It's all my fault. The double oak doors in the entrance hall were thrown open when Harry skidded around the corner, and a number of students were milling around it, looking perplexed. Did a rat just blast the doors open? Harry heard a Slytherin girl ask her friend, confirming his suspicions. He could only hope he wasn't far behind. Harry ran through the doors out onto the grounds, cloaked in shadows from the semi-darkness of dusk. He scanned the grass spread out below him, praying that he could spot the rat before it disappeared out of sight. It was bigger than a snitch, wasn't it? His seeker skills had never been more critical than right now. Then Harry heard a fierce yowl from behind him. He turned just in time to see Calvin the Kneazle bearing down on him, murderous intent in its eyes. Harry flinched, but the cat shot between his legs like a rocket, sprinting across the grounds towards the forbidden forest. What's gotten into him now? Harry wondered, still suffering side effects from the poison? But Calvin's hunting instincts were true, and a moment later, Harry heard a faint squeak of terror. There was a small pop, and Pettigrew emerged once more down the hill, reverting back to his human form to avoid being mauled. Calvin launched himself at Peter, claws sinking into the man's leg, and Peter yelped in pain, struggling to get the cat off of him. Pettigrew! Harry bellowed, and he took off after the man. Peter's eyes bulged when he saw Harry sprinting towards him, and with a mighty kick, he sent Calvin sailing through the air before running desperately for the treeline. Calvin landed on his feet and resumed the chase at once, hissing and spitting angrily at Peter's retreating backside. Way to go, Calvin, Harry thought proudly as he chased after the two. For the first time in his life, he was grateful for the cat's existence. As long as he was involved in the chase, Peter couldn't transform into a rat and evade Harry's notice. He was far too large to hide now, and Harry was faster thanks to his Quidditch training and slimmer figure. He could catch him before he reached the school boundaries to apparate away. Peter and Calvin disappeared into the trees, and Harry joined them seconds later, lighting his wand tip to see through the sudden oppressive darkness. He couldn't quite make out Peter due to the dense trees, but he weaved in and out, following the sounds of frantic footsteps and Calvin's angry battle cries. There's no escape, Pettigrew, Harry thought. You're mine now. You'll regret ever coming after me or my loved ones. Harry launched himself into a clearing, pausing momentarily to catch his breath and strain his ears. Peter and Calvin were nowhere in sight, but he could still hear the Kneazles yowling somewhere nearby, echoing through the trees. Hominum Revelio, Harry panted. His wand sent out a pulse of blue light, and Harry briefly saw Peter's outline illuminated through the trees, running off to his left. Harry turned to resume the chase, but he suddenly realized how cold it had gotten, his breath suddenly icy and foggy despite the warm June evening. The darkness was closing in on him more than ever, the light on his wand growing dimmer by the second. Harry realized what was happening a moment too late. Dementors, he thought with alarm. He'd completely forgotten they were patrolling the grounds, and they must have arrived to join the hunt themselves. And he was caught in the crossfire. Hundreds of dark hooded figures swarmed the sky, descending upon the clearing in droves. Harry panicked, tripping over a root and falling onto his backside, staring up at the fearsome sight. Dementors were no longer his greatest fear, but they continued to terrify him, and he shakily raised his wand, feeling all hope and happiness begin to drain from his body. Expecto Patronum, he stammered, trying hard to focus on his 11th birthday. Expecto Patronum. Thin white mist began to issue from his wand, but the Thestral Patronus did not come forth. The Dementors were closing in now, sensing Harry's soul as ripe for the taking, unable to distinguish between him and their intended target. Please, not now, Harry thought desperately, trying to keep his parents' and Dahlia's happy faces at the forefront of his mind. Expecto Patronum, he shouted hoarsely. Expecto Patronum. But the faces were fading fast, as an ugly, weathered one replaced it in his mind, that of the nearest Dementor, lowering its hood to claim his soul for its own. Harry couldn't hold them all off. He struggled to remain conscious, but he was fading fast. For the second time that evening, he felt as though this was the end. He was powerless to resist the overwhelming force of the Dementor army, sapping his remaining strength, coming to deliver him to death's doorstep once more. Then, a blinding flash of light overwhelmed Harry's senses. He blinked. Something massive and white had swooped between him and the Dementors, forcing them back into the sky. A Patronus, Harry recognized. But whose? The large beast roared and swiped at the hooded figures, keeping them away from Harry and pushing them slowly back out of the clearing. Then, more patron users arrived to join the fight. A silver stag, phoenix, and bat exploded into view, forming a solid wall of light that nearly blinded Harry with their radiance. At once he felt his strength return, and happy memories of his family flooded his mind. I'm going to see them again, he realized with a burst of joy, scrambling to his feet and aiming his wand into the sky. Expecto Patronum. Harry's Thestral Patronus burst from his wand, joining the other four to hold back the influx of Dementors. They began advancing on the hooded creatures, overwhelming them and forcing them into retreat. Finally, the Dementors gave up, turning back to glide over the treetops and return to the castle boundaries, leaving Harry alone and panting in the fast-returning moonlight. "Harry," he heard a voice call out from behind him. Neville Longbottom emerged from the darkness, joining him in the clearing. "Are you all right?" "I'm okay," said Harry. "Was that your Patronus that saved me?" "Yeah," Neville nodded, a grin forming on his face in spite of himself. "It was my first time getting a fully corporeal Patronus." "Well done," Harry appraised the boy. "I told you that you could do it." "All thanks to your help," said Neville. Moments later, Dumbledore swept into the clearing, followed by James and Professor Snape, all with their wands aloft. "Mr. Potter, are you Dash?" the headmaster began. "I'm fine, sir," Harry snapped. "Where's Pettigrew? We have to find him before he leaves the grounds." "Hominum revelio," Dumbledore muttered, and the same pulsing blue light shot from his wand, spreading through the forest. "There is no sign of him. He must have escaped." Harry swore loudly. "He has my time turner," he confessed. "I'm sorry, sir. I know I should have been more careful with it." "Pettigrew has a time turner now?" Snape said, his face registering extreme alarm. "The Ministry must be informed at once," James agreed. "Such a dangerous tool in the hands of a madman? Hogwarts will have to be evacuated at once. If he returns Dash, he won't be back," Harry muttered. "He got what he wanted. Now he's going to bring the spoils back to his master." All three adults plus Neville stared blankly at Harry. Only Dumbledore seemed to grasp the significance of his words, and the headmaster sighed heavily. "We must retrace precisely what has happened tonight to make that determination," he said. "Let us return to my office and discuss what has transpired." The group began walking back through the forest towards the castle. Calvin the Kneasel rejoined them soon after, brushing up against Harry's leg and purring loudly, standing guard against the rat's reappearance. Harry realized that the 5 Patronuses also remained overhead, keeping them safe from rogue Dementors. "What form is your Patronus, Neville?" Harry asked aloud, scrutinizing the largest of the 5 spectral figures. "I don't know," Neville shrugged. "Looks like a large dog or something." "It's a bear," said James, glancing up sadly to the sky. "The same as your father's, Neville. I saw him use it during the war. Frank would be very proud of what you accomplished tonight." Neville said nothing in response to this. Harry glanced at the boy and saw tears forming in his eyes, clearly overcome with the unexpected connection to his belated father. Harry knew the feeling precisely. He gave Neville a reassuring pat on the back, and the other boy nodded jerkily in thanks as they exited the trees and marched up to the castle in silence. But Harry couldn't feel too grateful after what the night had cost him. Peter had taken the time turner and the Marauders map, along with whatever that tiara was that he'd been after. Harry felt quite sure that he would not return to Hogwarts, but that was the least of his concerns now. Voldemort has access to a time turner now, he realized with dread. He didn't think the Dark Lord could be any more terrifying, but the thought of him with such a tool was a chilling prospect.